think about good to go. I'm going to need some help from you guys, chat. Let me know how the audio is. The plan is we're going to be doing some pack openings, obviously. And then in the background, or foreground, however you want to describe it, I'm going to have the... oh, I grabbed the wrong thing there. The... did I lock this in place? Oh, yeah, that's how that works. We're going to be watching the live stream of Memphis. And then once we get deeper into the pack opening, I have to do a lot of boring sorting. We'll switch it over so it's we got big screen and then little screen for sorting. But let me know how the audio is, if one of these is too loud or something like that. It's hurting your ears, making your ears bleed. Other than that, I think we're about good to go. I also got some Scarf for Scarf promos that I got forever ago, and I just obviously haven't really done much content since getting back from Japan. Yeah, the post-Japan depression really hit me of, God, I miss Japan. Every day I woke up for, like, almost a month going, man, I miss Japan. I miss waking up, going to the vending machine at every corner of the street to get a nice hot coffee, then walking over to the 7-Eleven and getting a nice piece of hot fried chicken, some of the best fried chicken I've had in my entire life from goddamn 7-Eleven, or Family Mart, or, what was it, Lawson's? And then, like, 3 different pastries, and it was all gas. Like, how can 7-Eleven food be that good? Oh, my God. And then the public transport being gas, where everything is within 30 minutes of a walk plus train. Ugh. Yeah. My ambition was at an all-time low to be a human being after Japan. That was... I'm definitely going back. Japan, I think, is one of the best places I've ever been to my entire life. I knew I was going to love it, and I had unrealistic expectations, and it exceeded them. Yeah. But yeah, let's, enough about Japan. Let's get into things, and let's start with something a little small here. I got these from, Armory things, and I haven't actually seen what comes in these yet. I figured this would be a fun way to start off the stream, opening up something that's not just a bunch of boxes. That being said, I got, I think, 20 boxes of the Hunted. I usually get more than that, but they ended up getting their distribution cut a little bit short, so I took the L on that, so that way the store, still had product for other people. And for the limited RTN, I think it's RTN season that's coming up, right? Not ProQuest. I forget the word. It's all the same. Hopefully I'm going to be getting some more in the future, but yeah, we're going to be opening all that, and then we're going to have some boring sorting afterwards. But yeah, let's start off with these gem packs, and then periodically through the stream, like I said, we're going to be giving out these Scarf for Scarf promos, so stay tuned to find out how you guys can get these later. you gotta stick around to find out. You can get, like, Marvels in this, right? I think I saw someone get a Marvel Azuri or something. Oh, that's nice looking. Okay, so you get... I'm assuming this is for the new heroes, the Rosetta ones. And then is it always extended art cards? A foil and a non-foil? Incision? And Affirm Loyalty? Pretty cool. Are these good or bad pulls? I have no idea. I guess I can start with the stream while I'm yapping, and you guys let me know. Oh, that's too loud for me.
On Aurora,
that's too loud for me.
Star. The time has come, folks. The Hunted is here, and let's.
How's the volume of the stream? Is it hard to listen to both? Should I lower one of them?
Like you mentioned, a Beauty's caliber, someone who has taken down plenty of tournaments, a national champion, and she has taken the Trakai of Retribution.
Wait, is that the Emperor?
Tournament, and we're gonna have to wait and see if she
is that the Emperor?
Aurora in the hands of Shane.
Oh, they're two-sided. Oh, it's a Zuri on the other side. Is that Kano?
The time is now for all questions to be answered. The game is live, the Hunted is here, and the calling from the World Tour.
That's pretty cool.
It's time for it to begin.
All right, let's jump into box openings. I guess I'll put these off to the side over there.
Got a burn up and shock to start things off. No arcane barrier, so it looks as though the
So I did already watch the end of this game, and that's all I've watched so far. Small spoilers. I'm very surprised Yuki won this game. She was pretty far behind on the last turn, but then she had a god draw in the last round, and Shane didn't play around a potential way to lose the game. Unfortunate for him.
He is presenting blood-splattered vest as Syndra here.
It's kind of awkward watching this personally. I got the camera right in the way, right here. It's like covering half my screen. I gotta readjust so you guys can actually see me opening. I guess I'll put these off to the side here. No, I'll put them, I guess, where my mouse is. And shift my mouse over, because I don't need my mouse anymore.
How do these cards change and present the game?
I am a mess just knocking everything over. Holy crap. We're just going to cut to the good stuff at the back. Opening up with a Majestic. Got a Long Whisker Loyalty. I guess I can put Majestics here, and then I'll put the fancy stuff. No, I should probably put them up here. It's going to take a minute for me to figure out my pack maintenance, guys. Bear with me. I guess I want to put the big piles up here off screen-ish.
And this deck is still pretty similar. Tries to,
I guess that works. Yeah, it's one of the Kano art pieces. Oh, that's cool.
Outside of Ignite here.
Thanks. What is your name?
Just throw them at your opponent.
Flick him with the dagger. We're going to see it.
Prejudicenthal. That is one of the names of all time. This is not working with the packs here. I need, like, elbow room. Ooh, Sigil Suffering with no AB is kind of gas.
Has now hit. Mask Momentum still sees that 3 chain links have hit. The chain link has hit even though the attack action card did not hit. Right. So now this plays headlong.
Oh, that's how that works? That's cute.
With Mask of Momentum.
Yep. It checks specifically for
yeah, I am pretty far behind on classic constructed stuff. As is apparent with the content, as I was mentioning, I haven't really been keeping up with Fab too much. I blitzed making that pre-release video at the last minute and spent like 3 days working on that. I literally hadn't read the cards in the set before making that video. I was like, oh god, I am far behind. Got a cold foil red alert vest. It's alright, I guess. Wait, no. Yeah, there we go.
And we saw the Syndra activated there as well as the dagger was flicked and then came roaring back from the graveyard. We got Arc Lightning coming across. That's going to be 1
but
point of damage.
Can Arcane hurt you if it kills you? Ooh, got a double Majestic pack there. Got a Devotion Never Dies and a Cull. Cull's a pretty good card.
Damage going to be coming in with some go again, and then any go again can be pinging for some Arcane as well.
Those shockwaves are so hard to
I was actually debating on learning how to play Aurora, but I keep hearing the Runaways Doom on Aurora, so maybe not. I gotta figure out a deck for me to learn in this downtime. Got a foil chain reaction. I think I know someone in chat that might want this. Yeah, I'm not planning on going to PT. I'm gonna take. I went to London. Was it 2 years ago? 3 years ago for Pro Tour Lille? Right before Lille, like literally the weekend before, was Pokemon World, so I went a week early to go check that out and hang out at Worlds. Ooh, that's an oof right there, hitting the blue. So I went a week early. I checked out London, and I didn't really care for London too much, and a lot of the traveling for me and Fab is wanting to go to places I've never been to before in my life. So going to a place, that's a great way to start off. A shelter. Is this still, like, crazy expensive? I haven't looked. Last I heard was that it was expensive. But yeah, I want to go to places that I've never been to before, so obviously going to a place that I've literally been to before is not as appealing to me. There's a couple places that I would love to go to again just because it was so nice going, like Lille and obviously Japan, as is apparent from my earlier yapping. But London I didn't really care for too much, so I don't really want to go to London again. So I'm going to take some time off, work on content. I want to work on some more beginner-friendly content. I have to get off my ass and actually do it, though. This is a Majestic heavy box, right? 7 Majestics? That's pretty good.
This one's got non-hit effect. If it hits, it allows for a dagger to be flicked. You're always looking for ways to flick daggers beyond just the flick knives, because then you get so much value from bringing.
I'll watch the game for a sec. Not really paying attention to the game.
Planning to basically never swing these knives very much.
Yeah, it seems like it's really cringe actually blocking the mask trigger now that I think about it more critically. But yeah, so with this downtime, not only, you know, content-related things like I was mentioning, but obviously by the time I go to Nationals, I'm not expecting Enigma to still be around, and I'm not expecting Prism to be in a good place, since she really hasn't gotten anything substantial to replace the tomes. So I should probably spend this time learning something that's probably going to be legal for that event. Or just expand my horizons learning something that's outside of my comfort zone. So I'm looking for a hero or heroes that might tickle that pickle. I am looking at Syndra a little bit, since it seems like her value proposition is very similar to OG Prism, where you're presenting a lot of inefficient to block damage, and that's a lot of where you're getting your value out of. It's essentially true damage, because it's just not realistic for your opponent to block it.
Especially, you know, when your opponent's hand is small, you might want to block on the first chain. That might be the first chain link. That might be the most crippling. But here, you know...
Yeah, it's a really annoying play pattern of going attack, action, and then holding up the flick. But then you just don't do it, and then you create 2 more chain links with the kunais. Really easy to present 2 mask triggers a turn.
Because Yuki didn't flip that dagger, she had the ability to pitch that yellow brand, come in with both of them. Now she once again is able to threaten the mask. This brand with Cinder Call.
Obviously, it's also just a lot of free damage, which is nice. Oh, that's weird. This, maybe I cut it with a box opener or something. There's like a rip at the top of this. That was a good first box. Got a foil expansion slot card, and then 6 other Majestics, and one of them being the funny card of the set. And again, just opening with a foil Majestic here. Got a Devotion Never Dies.
She has drawn an Art of the Dragon Fire off the top. Sadly, she can't cast it since she opted not to float a resource.
Oh, so she did get the mass trigger off of that? That's broken.
And she only pitched a yellow, but that's still a free arsenal in her.
And put pain in the backside.
To trying to stop that mask of momentum.
Very front-loaded on these Majestics.
Coming for it.
I wonder how Fi feels with the new Draconic boots. Well, I have 2 comments in response to that. One, I'll tell you, I'm pretty sure Dromai is incredibly powerful with the new boots. I know that's not what you asked, but I was having a conversation about that with one of my friends the other day, and those boots should be incredible in Dromai if they work the way that my brain thinks they do. Being able to attack twice with a Legendary Dragon on the same turn is fucking incredible. I'm going to make a video on that later after I confirm these do in fact work the way that I think they do. You can have turns where you go like, play a 0-cost dragon, Flame Call Awakening, Tome, activate Furnace, play Dominia, swing Dominia, crack your boots, swing Dominia. And I think you still have $1 left over after that, right? Or am I doing the math wrong in my head? I don't know. It's quickie math. But I had another line where you did something similar, where you also got to Lost and Thought them. So you take 3 of their cards, and if you're playing a matchup where like their 1-card hands can't actually deal 4 damage, then you get another swing next round out of your Dominia. So you take 4 total cards from them. That's just so insane. I think the boots might lead to Dromai having more situations like Enigma, where you have these, I'm just going to find this spot in the game to use my funny equipment, like my Traverse, and just win the game instantly because I created an insurmountable lead on this turn, and you can't break my board, and now I get 2 rounds out of my board, and I don't know, GG, shake my hand. I'm a little afraid of that, but thankfully, that's something for LL to worry about, not Classic Constructed. Though I am hoping that we get an Armory deck Dromai like we got for Jarl. But as far as Fi goes, I'm not too sure on that. You'll have to... got a double Majestic again. Got a Provoke and a Chain Reaction. You'll have to ask Dan soon, because I am doing a video soon with Dan Rakowski on Syndra, and then we might do a small segment on Fi. And then I also have one coming up with what was the other hero? Syndra. Oh, I have Josh Lau coming on to talk about. Ooh, got a foil extended art majestic, Oath of Loyalty. This has to be a good one, right? This has to be like the traverse of the set, or not the traverse, the levels of the set. But I got Josh Lau coming on to talk about Fang, and then I'm still talking about an Arachne with someone, so I'm not going to announce names on that yet, but I should have someone else coming on for Arachne, so stay tuned. I'll be doing my preliminary thoughts videos with a couple big name players soon, so stay tuned for that content. But if you guys have any questions for any of the heroes, get them ready. I'll have a thing up on like Twitter or Blue Sky, maybe a community post on YouTube for you guys to post your questions soon. I don't know if I'll do an explicit Q&A section, but it's good to have an idea of like what people are trying to figure out with the heroes, so we can I can try to like at least have talking points leading that direction.
But it's a little bit more punishing on the Drakai Retribution side of the table.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yuki had the 4-block D-reacts at all the perfect times. If I remember correctly, this was a pretty fast game.
You never really want to be forced to block with that. Same with Mask of Momentum and Flick Knives. So you only have one.
Chat, how much is this Oath of Loyalty?
In the Dragon Scalar Flight Path with its Battle Worn 1, and that's a tough thing to want to give up.
You're very new to the game, and you're sad that you missed out on Dromai. She seems super neat. Yeah, she was really fun. I did not like Dromai when she initially came out. Got a Blood Runs Deep. I thought she was incredibly cringe to play when she first came out. She had so many deck building problems. 160 buckaroos! Oh!
Was so important. It's part of why Aurora her aggressive matchups, because she has that.
We're gonna get that one in a sleeve real quick.
-1 counters. Shane's already been doing amount of blocks.
Yeah, she was incredibly cringe when she first came out to play because she had so many deck building issues. The deck building puzzle was incredibly hard with her, and then even when you figured it out, the deck in-game had a ton of failure points where even if you figured it out properly and deck built properly, the deck could just randomly say, fuck you. It was I did not enjoy it. But then later on, as she got more cards, a lot of those problems went away and the deck felt more streamlined to play, where you weren't fighting against your own deck. That's what it felt like. It felt like you were fighting against your own deck, where you had two opponents. Your opponent and your deck were both your opponent. So that was not the case towards the end. So I really liked how Dromai felt near the end of her lifespan. She felt similar in decision trees to Prism.
Thank you, Yuki. 3. Ooh, flick for 1.
Yeah, I had, at the very first calling that I played her at, Charlotte got a Tarantula Toxin. The first calling I played her at, Charlotte, I had 2 games where I literally couldn't take a game action on the first turn of the game. I just drew up all dragons and had to pass. And at the time, got a Fang. At the time, we didn't have Seeker's equipment or anything like that. Now, also, in hindsight, maybe I should have been playing Time Skipper boots. I don't know. Maybe I should have been doing that. Or just always playing Mage Master boots, so that way I have an outlet. Who knows? You know, I'm not going to spend too much time thinking about a metagame that doesn't exist anymore. But moments like that were incredibly cringe.
Of the equipment there, being able to allow you to preserve a card for her arsenal and still threaten a total of 8 damage with only 2 cards. 9 damage. 9 damage. Yeah, with that.
Yeah, it's like this next turn. I was fairly confident that Shane was safe and he would get to throw back like a 3-card hand and maybe a 4-card hand and present lethal. Maybe it's like, oh, got a Cold Foil Coat of Allegiance. I don't know, it's one of the upcoming rounds here. He was like pretty healthy, and it would be pretty unrealistic for Yuki to present lethal in that round. And then he just didn't block enough and died from evasive damage. Oops. As one would say, unlucky.
Now also has to deal with the burn up on the second part of that meld card. So any damage taken from that.
Yeah, I'm really hoping that we get a Armory deck Dromai. I'm like really hoping we get that. Because I do not like current Prism. I've been very vocal about that since she's come out, that I don't enjoy the way that Prism plays. So I'm really hoping that we get
Yuki did some
an
blocking
illusionist that
last
feels like an illusionist to replace Enigma.
Keep all of those cards.
As Enigma's aged, I don't really like Enigma that much either. I feel like the sub game that I'm playing is very different than previous illusionists, where I'm just trying to Exodia my opponent on a single round and just oops, I win sometimes. Though I do enjoy Enigma when you're doing the I'm just gonna play to second cycle and preserve my life total, and we're both going to play the bottom 20 cards of our deck, but my bottom 20 is much better than yours. Got a cold foil Path of Vengeance and a foil Dual Threat, which might actually be a good Prism card. OG Prism, that is.
Look at this. 3 cards being committed.
The Armory decks are sequential for Origins? I don't know what you mean by that.
So we talked earlier in this game. We don't think Yuki's gonna be doing a lot of blocking.
But then I would be sad because I'm trading away my cold foil Flight Pass today.
She's bought herself a 10-point life lead. Looks like she's gonna try to leverage it here and force Shane to do it a little more honestly.
Yeah, she just like bleeds out for a while blocking, which is understandable in the game state that she was in. I was very surprised that she threw away her daggers. I thought she was really far behind when she did that. Was it this round? There was a turn where I was like, were you supposed to crack boots here? But I don't know if it was reasonable to do that.
At the World Tour in Memphis, 3 days of Classic constructed all weekend long. We are going to dive into this new hunt.
Got a
we can't wait to
periphery?
all of you.
Is that how it's called? Pronounced? Words? English?
1 point of arcane, but of course getting to go again. So this card coming with a total of 6 points of damage. 4 physical, 2 arcane, 1 from its own effect.
I'm like half watching because of the pack opening. He basically never drew a card off of the channels, right? Got a null time zone. Cool name. Not sure how good the card is though. Oh, Dash.io, that was one of the heroes that I was debating on learning. Because she surprisingly has very few LL points, given how good she was. She basically only had what, like 2 weeks of Pro Quests plus 1 event that she could have earned LL points at full power. And I'm good at seeing the lines with Dash.io, having never played the deck. So I think putting more time into it might be beneficial. Got to throw Dagger.
Looks like it's going to be the grasp of the Arc Knight activation instead of the embodiment of lightning from the Aurora hero ability, just wanting to get more damage because of the Arc Lightning as well, still persistently giving the go again the arcane damage, so gets 2 points of value from the grasp of the Arc Knight activation, and now threatened.
No, I don't think this was the turn with the boots. I think it was the one with the E-Strike that there might have been a chance to crack boots, but I don't remember. Got a Hunter's End.
Fully in his favor from those couple of turns. Let's see what Yuki is able to present after once again blocking with 3 cards.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's hard going live when I'm prepping for majors because I don't necessarily want to go live and then spill secrets that are my teammates' information. Like, it's not mine to give up, but I'm not gonna not do the correct thing. Got a Loyalty Beyond the Graves. Fantastic card in Dromai. That card is insane in Dromai. I mean, I'm still playing Enigma because, you know, I'm an illusionist guy. I'm gonna play it while it's still legal. Though it sounds like she might be legal a little bit longer than people were expecting because of the meta shift, which would be nice. I'm down to continue playing her for as long as possible. I'm debating on giving Count Your Blessings Enigma another try. I'm curious to see if that has legs now that things might have gotten a little bit down-powered over time. Like, with Zen leaving the meta, with Viserai leaving the meta, maybe that has a place where it can come back in. Not sure. And people, you know, not metagaming for it. Like, sure, Count got worse, but also people are cutting their sideboard for it, which makes it better. So maybe that ends up being a wash.
Blood, and she's going to get to make that draconic thanks to Brand with Cinderclaw, which is going to discount the next.
I originally didn't gotta take up the mantle. I originally didn't really like the count version of the deck because I had a problem actually finishing games in time at you know, if my opponent was not going to concede the game. Ooh, got a Marvel Young Arachne. Ooh.
I think an Art of the Dragon.
Cool. Let's do our pack maintenance and then sleeve that up.
To be discounted by this Art of the Dragon blood.
Nice.
There, given a little bit of a nod of the head because this now comes in.
Yeah, this is the turn where he just like dies even though he was pretty healthy. And then got a regular Arachne.
Bloody Drake behind the figure on the
This is a pretty good case so far. We got Shelter, a Marvel, and an extended art. Not bad. No legendary yet though.
I believe she's holding a display loyalty, which will generate a fealty for the Art of the Dragon Fire.
Yeah, Enigma, it's illusionist. You almost always have the tools to adapt unless your name is Prism, Awakener of Soul. I really wish Prism had the tools to adapt.
It's part of the deck. She's got some of the flavor, but it's not.
She just doesn't. It's a very linear deck because it's trying to play this combo game plan, and it doesn't really, because it has so little life, it doesn't have the space to try to play a different type of game.
Scenarios exactly like this, where it's like, oh, there's
Got
no
a
daggers
dual
under the board. I
threat.
think I'll just block here. What are you gonna do? Flick? Yeah. I think I'll activate
1 to 2 legendaries per case. So that's usually the case. Usually it's about 1.5 per case. Yeah, she just like drew the perfect god hand here. What a gamer. Just like she drew it up. I knew I was going to draw a pitchless hand.
Not only is this a 0 for 3,
God mode gamer for sure.
It also says when this attacks, daggers you control get +1 power and +1 less to activate this combat chain. So not only
got a foil. Speak of the devil. While we got this on the combat chain, got a foil Art of the Dragon Blood.
It's making Mask of Momentum that much harder to shut down on this turn.
Yeah, you might have wondered why Yuki didn't flick a dagger when the attack was blocked for 3 on the 3rd chain link, and this is why. The dagger is so much more powerful when powered up by the Wrath of Retribution. I love the design space of a legendary card.
I was just talking about you earlier, Julian.
Signature move as Syndra throws the daggers here, both coming in for 2
What was that?
apiece.
The Goblin himself.
Chains all the way down to 4. The Dragon Scaler's life path
Not by
here
name.
also discounted.
Just mentioned
The
said friend that I was talking to about draw my things earlier. Got a non-foil blood.
It is a good one.
If he goes to 2, the game is gonna end right here.
Yeah, this is the he dies with armor on the table, I believe.
Damage straight to his face when it attacks.
And the fealty is able to
He said, "Nah,
make
I'd win,"
Draconic. The Art of
and
the
then
Dragon
dies.
Blood is able to discount it. We have the flick knives available.
He just has armor on the table and just dies.
Activation. Here comes Art of the Dragon. Fire,
I mean,
fire being
it's new stuff, you know. I can't say that I would have not remembered something like that either. Just quite unlucky.
If not, that would just be the game. He is at 2 with 5 damage sitting on the combat.
Because it's new, we will not call it clown activity. We'll just call it unlucky. No, brother. You don't get to block. Move to death step. Untap, upkeep, dead. Yeah, those are commons. Apparently, I opened a $160 card.
Here to show that Syndra is no slouch.
Oath of
As
Loyalty
Lay
Extended
comes
Art foil.
inside of Volcar, finding not
It's
her
the,
mark, but the shooting star herself and telling
I said it when I opened. I was like, this is probably the levels of enlightenment of the set.
Emperor Killer to find.
Alright, that was such a fun game. Oh
That
my
was
goodness. If this is what we are in store for this weekend, then I mean, I'm just going to be...
That reminds me, I still need to watch the coverage for Worlds.
That's my weekend, folks.
I was planning on doing a live stream of that, but then, you know, I didn't. Would you guys be interested in doing something like this for the Worlds coverage, even though it's old coverage? Got an Arachne.
Going first on that Tunic counter, going to 1. The game.
Partly really want to watch that because it has my favorite 2 casting duos of Craig plus Brian, and then Punkage and Sam. I think they match each other's energy really well in their banter and everything.
A little bit more powerful, perhaps, in the on-hit effect of the kunais, but the difference is
Got a cold foil blade Beckoner plating.
You get the massive momentum here. Being able to mark.
Where did my fancy card go?
Consistently turns on some cards that would normally you'd need a little more.
Oh, there it blended into the playmat. The Arachne. I thought that was Ira.
Talk me through this matchup, Ellie.
Still no legendary.
Bit of a Fang stand. How do you think these 2 decks are going to match up?
I think Fang most likely wants to kind of grind.
Fang is a hero that I was interested in too. I was talking about it a bit with Noah Bagelman, the top 8 player from Worlds on Viscerai. If you guys saw my videos with him. Oh, got a quick dodge flexors. Nice. Well, people might not know the Bagel TCG, you know. But I was talking about it with him, and he was telling me some of the strengths of Fang, and I was like, yeah, that does seem pretty good. It seems like it might be the best hero power in the set. Your case is poop soup? That's unfortunate. Did you get anything of note? Alright, in a few moments, we're going to do our first giveaway, so make sure you stay tuned for the giveaway. Focus up, chat. Giveaway incoming. Got a Oath of Loyalty.
But before we can get to that, we have to get through this reaction step where Bill has on his.
Are those cheap? I don't know what the tier list of pricing of legendaries is in the set. I'm assuming the quick dodge is one of the most expensive ones. Those are fucking insane. Alright, let me do some maintenance over here, getting rid of some stuff real quick. We might have a little bit of trial and error on this because it's my first time doing something like this, but we're going to attempt to do a giveaway based on a keyword. I would like you guys to say loyalty, Oath of Loyalty, just loyalty, in chat if you would like to enter. Hold on, let me actually do the thing. How do I do this? Settings, giveaway with a keyword. Next, enter keyword. Loyalty. Done. And let me jump back to my chat. Say loyalty to enter the contest. I'm going to give it a minute while I do some pack maintenance over here, and then we'll pick our first winner for a Scarf for a Scarf promo. Afterwards, I'm going to need you to message me your shipping info. Only people in the United States are going to qualify for this. So if you're out of country, that's an L for you, buddy. That's a loyalty for you, buddy. Ha. Ha. Got him.
Of Imperial Authority as well as the
Merc.
And the Grains of Blood Spill. I think we might be seeing that card do some major work in these decks as well. Of course, the Valiant. That's where so much of the value from these decks that can attack twice does sit.
Alright, in the next minute, I'm going to end the thing. If you do win, just message me on like Twitter, Blue Sky, Discord, whatever. I'm Pheno and everything, so just message me your shipping info, and I'll have this mailed out to you.
Is diminished a little bit by the fact that these Hunter's Claves have piercing. You don't get to shove it in front of your opponent's daggers for one. It can help you block breakpoints on things like Mark of the Black Widow right here, which, though Bill is not marked, he could become marked in the reaction step and help you cover things when you expect.
I need to change how this works for the next time because it disqualified a bunch of people, so I'm just gonna
that card in the hand at the moment.
Can I manually check off people?
For this reaction step, of course, the flick knives threatening those hunters' claves to go flying across the table, deal a damage, mark Bill, in which case the mark of the Black Widow's text would suddenly...
Make sure you guys only say the word once also.
See how Bill wants to block with all of those considerations in place, because the mark not only threatens the on-hit effect, but also threatens the Arachne hero ability, giving that attack +1 once it attacks a marked hero. So a simple 6 block.
Oh, it actually says it in the chat. That's cool.
Our warrior player. I like that in both of these games. We're at a 75% success rate. For
I don't think caps matters.
We've seen 3 of our heroes bring marvels to the arena.
All right.
Speaking of text being
G4, 6, and 2. Shoot me a message, and this scarf is for you.
Of the red back, an attack reaction that only costs 0 if your opponent is marked.
And just like you said, Ellie, all of a sudden the Valiant Dynamos, this is where you get the value. You're going to go ahead and block the potential of the Smith Knife to pump it up by at least the 1. Here comes the Hunter's Clave. It comes across. First blood for
put this over here, I guess.
as Bill heads down to 39.
I was like, where the heck do I put this? And we still got more scarves to give out, so stay tuned, and there's going to be some more giveaways coming up.
Did you know that Mark is
Now let's jump into the next one. Let me just make sure that my stream is looking at the right thing.
Yes, I remember reading that.
Yeah, collapse in chat. Congratulations.
And now that the mark has come across the stains of the red back, as you implied.
Can we get some claps in chat?
So this attack goes from 7 to 10. Also gets go again, but mostly threatening to banish the card from Bill's hand. Is there any defense reaction that can be played? No.
And again, make sure you message me your shipping information. I can't give it to you if you don't tell me how to give it to you. That is a requirement to give it to you. I need to know how to give it to you. Alright, next case. That was a good first one. We got the Oath of Loyalty, the Quick Dodge, Flexors, and a Shelter, and a Marvel Arachne. I'd say that was a good start. It can only go downhill from here. That's usually how that works for me. I should probably move my chat out of the way so I can actually watch the game. I have paid almost 0 attention to this game. This is not the best viewing experience for me, but I hope you guys are enjoying it.
Yeah, we'll see how many effects like you up sticks and runs, or pick up the point ways to retrieve these daggers, making those flick knives.
I'm going to be quiet for a sec as I try to parse out what's going on in this game. I'm like, what is happening? I take that that's his boots underneath that all. Oh, yeah, I was originally talking about Fang. Yeah, his hero power seems really good. It's like, what if, instead of my weapons being free if I crack a gold, it's what if my weapons are free for the rest of the game once I've made a gold? It's like functionally very similar to that. So it's just a way better hero power than Kasai. And your weapons just natty having Go Again written on them. It happens to be pretty good. And you don't have this cringe requirement of having to add yellows into your deck. Got a double Majestic pack, got a foil Long Whisker Loyalty and a non-foil Oath of Loyalty. Chat, is Oath of Loyalty the second best Majestic in the set? I'm assuming the D-React is the best one. What's the tier list of Majestics in this set?
Yeah, has that arsenal there. On hit would get the fealty, so maybe not worried about marking. He's already got his opponent marked.
Got another foil chain reaction.
The damage with the dagger. Maybe if he's happy, if Tom goes ahead.
Is there an orc that might be interested in these? Ook, ook, ook.
Let's see what Tom's working with, shall we?
Got another Fang.
Let's not actually.
Let's not.
No, let's not.
Let's not.
It's crazy of you to want that.
The deck is a blast and feels strong, but it has the same problem as Kasai of not having on hits. That's fair, I guess. I guess your on hit is the same thing of like threatening to complete your quest. So your on hit is gaining value by getting to block with your blues for the rest of the game. So it's like a theoretical value on hit for future. My concern really would be how reliable is it to keep up the 3 fealty for the entirety of the game once you've made them, or is it reasonable for people to disrupt you so that you don't get to keep them anymore? Got a dual threat and an extended art defang. That's foil. I assume the defangs aren't worth that much, but that's still cool.
Maybe here, not
Mantle and
not
Kiss of Death.
considering the grains of blood spill, so not going to bring that
Do
vigor through to the next
Arachne
round.
hater cards from not extending it?
I don't think so. I don't think I've seen them
I
regular.
never missed a trigger my whole life.
Oh.
It's never. I couldn't
Gold
be me.
star fab player.
Couldn't be me.
Gold star fab player.
I'm just kidding.
Kiss of Death EA. Well, I'm not asking about EA. It's just like regular ass Majestics, but good to know.
Utilize those 3 energy counters to
Which
grab
one's
the
Kiss of
dagger
Death?
back from the graveyard.
Is that the reaction?
To pitch into the effect of the pick up the point to grab that dagger back. Such a nice use of the tunic there. Close the chain after the block from the Blade Flurry. Here comes Saber Bloodshed giving the next dagger.
You and Ricardo were nodding.
On the turn.
Nodding. Feeling that problem.
For an additional 4 points of
If I can see
damage,
moments
up
where
to
you just
5.
lose
Threat to
5
mark
because no
would
Draconic.
now mean
Well, you should always have a Draconic because you have the fealty in play, right? Like, you just crack a fealty. Got a Art of Dragon Blood? You just crack a fealty to make the next thing that you play Draconic. But I think the problem would be if your opponent, like,
Flick to mark me. Not a
says, stop, you violated the law.
You see that dagger has just
No more shenanigans. You're gonna take an off turn here. Is that a yellow sink below? Hold on. What?
These yellow pitch cards to power Fang's turns, likely playing a lot of
Hold on.
zero cost.
Chat, what is going on?
I believe the other cards in his hand are another
Am I losing my mind right now? Is that a yellow sink below?
The third scar tissue.
Did they make yellow Transcend cards?
Here comes the Kabuto of Imperial Infinity,
Oh!
and this
Wait,
nice
is that even good?
Here, given the text on Saber Bloodshed.
Wait, why is he blocking with
because of
helmet?
The daggers, and now that yellow sink below able to come in and get the value and put a card to the bottom. You see, Bill, he's 1-0 here out of calling. These are some of the exciting deck choices.
It is not
where
live, but yes,
you
this is the
have what you
calling.
might expect.
Oh no, helmet.
Building
Anyways,
yellow sink
Codex.
below, put in some nice work
What was that
dagger,
helmet block?
but now here
Like, surely you do that when your opponent's on a fat hand or something. Got, Sharpened Senses and a Roiling Fissure. I keep getting these double Majestic packs. Why is it Pog? Is it just because it's a yellow? Surely there's other yellows you can play on Warrior that are Pog. Warrior has some of the best yellows in the game. Like, do you care about the sync effect? Got a Cold Foil Danger Digits.
That's why he banished it on that turn. Maybe. It's not actually hitting the graveyard, it's hitting the banished. So now Codex of Frailty gets a little less value.
Frailty's still pretty nasty into a warrior who's so concerned with blocking with their weapons. Or attacking with their weapons, not blocking.
No blocks now. Does Tom want to go ahead and pass through the reactions? He does. Kind of probably saw Bill.
It still ends up being the same total number of Majestics a box. It's not like I'm getting extra Majestics. It's just they happen to be coming in the same packs instead of being spread out through the box.
Last card out of the hand. Bill here with that Frailty though, might be just trying to, park that card in the arsenal no matter
Right,
what.
like
The question is, does Tom want to commit the Flick Knives?
that was like a 6 Majestic box. It's still the same number.
It's tough to be in a position where you basically have to say goodbye to your fealty unless you have a way to present some damage to your opponent here. And when the Frailty reduces your daggers to a 0, it's a little bit of a foregone conclusion, barring something like an attack action.
Yeah, like here's a good example. If your opponent just gives you like multiple Frailty tokens, are you supposed to not block so that way you can play your hand and keep your fealty around and just Omega neg into the fealty token? That seems bad, just to keep your quest going. Things like that are the problem that I would want to solve. But I guess you could just front load a dagger and pass. You don't have to go dagger dagger. Got a Devotion Never Dies.
Because it's attacking a marked hero. Some nice tech from our Fang player.
What is that card?
This card is so sweet. I think Fang
Just
might even
forego again, I
this
guess.
card as a
Okay.
0 for 2 attack
Eh.
action because being able to play this card, then swing a dagger and already have
I guess cards like that do solve the problem of keeping your fealty around, so having some mix of Draconic attacks is probably good for that.
Yeah, nice to be able to mark on demand in the layer step on attack. Let's see, coming in.
I feel like if you're got a extended art drop of Dragon Blood, that's pretty cool. I feel like if you're submitting this armor suite, then having blues in your deck isn't really a problem.
token hits the arena,
The reason to
everything changes.
play the
So
yellows is so that way you
for
can
those
cast
fire
them
veins, it becomes a lot more
if
incentivized
you don't need
to
the
come
pitch
along
anymore,
with the
or
side.
to have a better second
I don't
cycle,
pitch any of these
but
token cards.
you're still
All
pretty
comes in,
easily
all
able to
gas,
get
no brakes.
your value
Opponent
out of
is
your
under
blues with
attack
that
over
armor
solid
setup.
combat chain and
Got a
kind of
War
considered
Cry
Arsenal.
Bologna.
Did you know that there is a card for each spider agent?
I guess
Whoa.
if you're not playing one-cost cards, the Vigor tokens don't really do anything for you on the next round.
Mark of the Funnel Web, Mark of the Black Widow.
Under the trapdoor.
But you could just-
Tarantula
You just
Toxic.
play one-cost cards in your deck.
One more.
You don't have to play a Cheerio deck.
Redback. Shroud.
It's in Tom's arsenal.
Got
right
a
next to the
foil
Yeah, that one.
anaphylactic shock.
Very cool. We can see all of
Ooh,
the
and a shelter.
food
Ooh,
effectually
that was a good pack.
activates their game plans in these attack actions, non-attack actions, and reactions as well as their heroes. Looks like the
Well,
real
Tom,
top
we got
is
this
committed to
assassin
the
foil
has
majestic.
been
It's
established,
all right.
still-
Oh, non-foil majestic. Oh.
Response to get the foil from that codex there. I was immediately under the impression that his next turn might be a little bit difficult, but saving the 0 for 4.
I will say it seems like it's taking him. Oh, it's only turn 3.
And that was
Just
a card that
slow game.
Tom could have
I was gonna say it seems like it's taking him a long time to turn on his hero power, but only turn 3. 2 fealty first, third turn seems reasonable.
Combat chain elected not to, and for its troubles had to deal with that 0 for 4.
Got a
That
cold
is
foil
the
starting
key.
point.
So let's see what the follow-up here. It's going to be
I
Kiss of
sleep.
Death. If you, like you said, the stains of the redback is in the arsenal, that is a way to.
I could see starting point C play at some point. That's like actually kind of a reasonable equipment.
Attack. Sure is. It has
Decks that
the actual claws of
need the
being
go
out
again,
there in
but
that
Snapdragons don't work for them.
Not a weapon, though.
Not a weapon.
Like honestly,
You
Guardian can even play
flick
that.
it
You may flick it.
with the flick knives, meaning that the on-hit effect would trigger get 2 value out of that flick knife.
I'm gonna pummel my attack and then give it go again.
If no blocks are presented, that means that the stains of the redback can come in and deal an additional 3 damage and turn this card from a 0 to 3 into a 0 for 4.
Stains of the Redback has such a fantastic rate, even when you're pitching.
The
this
starting
card,
point?
it's
I don't
far
think that I would
more
want them an
embarrassing here.
assassin,
We're
unless
seeing
I
Tom
wanted the
kind
guaranteed
of
go
trying
again.
to
But
blow Bill up a little bit in the reaction step. Assassins are usually all about
As,
kind of slowing the game
new,
down.
I think
Not
the-
really, and that is so capable of
what is it,
converting
Slither
cards
ones?
they're left with and not
I think those are just better because you get the 1 block out of it.
On hit of losing 1 life. Stains of the Redback is given go again, and Tom has 2 floating. He'll get to swing 100
Also,
plays
like,
immediately after this,
Black
threatening a mark on hit, and
ridiculous.
giving him the opportunity to
You want the guaranteed go again would be the reason. I don't care about the value. I want to make sure that I can play a fat hand.
With smoke out, a new draconic defense reaction, which is a new type line. We hadn't seen that before. That marks the attacking opponent if their attacking card is red.
Like you said,
Yeah, it depends on if you're actually able to get value out of the black text, right? Like,
there goes the flick knife, so too
but it also
does
depends
the
which
mark
assassin
of
you're
the
playing.
damage hitting
Right now,
the
there's
trigger of
yeah,
the
that's James in the
doing
background.
additional
Right now,
damage.
there's, in my opinion, 1 assassin. I don't.
But this Arachne deck can do such a
Until
good job of
proven
just
otherwise, I don't think any other
saving
assassin is
that
real
while
other than new.
keeping a couple cards in hand. This one's just going to be a 4th of the Kai
So this is a
attacking
discussion for
mark
the one hero,
creating
because
that
there's
third
no reason to play the other assassins
all of
until
a
new
sudden,
rotates, in
Fang
my
has
opinion.
demonstrated ultimate loyalty and those daggers for his troubles. He is rewarded with a little bit of extra
Once they rotate, we
power
can have another
from
conversation.
the armory of the Emperor, and now those
So
things
maybe
go in without
said person that might be doing the video with me on Arachne might change my mind.
I have a question for you, Sam.
I probably should respond to the message about that with him. Got a Warcry Themis, Themi.
There is a bit of an interesting push and pull in this match.
I actually need this card.
Arachne is
I need
incentivized
one more?
to be the beatdown here because
I don't know how good this card actually is, but, you know, I want to own a set just to have it. The math on it's pretty reasonable. It's a 0 for 4, that's a block 3 light illusionist card. Like, it checks a lot of boxes, and it's also a sideboard tech card in some matchups. But the issue is not... That doesn't solve the issue that the deck currently has in my eyes. It just is a good card to go into some matchups that are already reasonable. I think this card would have been insane when we had Tome around, because one of the problems that you had when you were playing Tome was not being able to physically play all of your cards when you drew too many cards. That was one of the big reasons why you played extra auras in the deck, so that way, if I draw 8 cards in a turn, I can play all these cards because some of them are instants and don't use my action point, so it's another way to do that. And the more aggressive matchup, like that would have been really good versus Zen.
When am I supposed to be aggressive? And here, Tom, the answer is I think I need to be the beatdown at this point in the game.
You're grabbing a box this weekend, didn't get any crazy pulls from pre-release. Yeah, I also didn't really get anything too good from pre-release. I went to 2 pre-releases, got a foil peripherate. Went to 2 pre-releases. I got some like Majestics, but nothing to write home about. I ended up going X and 1 at my pre-releases. Ooh, got a cold foil misfire dampener. I did not know this came cold foil. That's pretty cool. What does this do again? Is this the one that prevents damage? Yeah. That's pretty cool. So let's sleeve this up.
And Tom's last 2 cards in hand are Bonds of Agony and something with...
What was I saying? Pre-release. Hey, win an X and 1. I don't know how I feel about the format. It feels like win the die roll, win the game format, which I'm not a fan of. I won every game that I won the die roll, and every game that I did not win the die roll was incredibly close, and I felt like I was starting the game behind and needed my opponent to make mistakes to get back in the game. Got a Ring of Roses.
Arachne player here, we can see the flick knives and the snapdragon scale.
I think part of it was because there isn't enough ways in sealed for me to gain an advantage on the first turn of the game going first. Got a pain in the backside. Like ways to leak damage or put a permanent in play or gain some tokens of some sort. It felt like I needed to be pretty lucky to actually have a way to gain some advantage going first. There just weren't enough cards that did the thing.
30 life for our Arachne player, playing 20 from our Fang player. Both players here 1-0 at this calling. It looks like it's just going to be a block.
What about Pot Agreed?
Bracers not respecting the reactions, and it looks like that is going to be good enough for this block. Bill, a bit of a soul read there. Just going to go ahead and see what the call is. It's going to be the 6, which means the trap.
Is that the assassin card where you have to react 3 times?
From their hiding place. And all of a sudden, this is a pretty impactful.
So you would have had to have a react from hand, I guess?
Was rolling a 6 on a trap door because all of a sudden, Tom is going to get to draw a card on this turn, banish it face down, and as long
Got
as
a Provoke.
he can play it.
I think people are nutting a little bit too hard over Provoke that I've seen so far. It is not Siren's Call.
Also pretty punishing for Fang because of the way his daggers work. Frailty Fracture,
like the warrior one.
Yeah, it is good. I think it's a pretty reasonable card, but it's not Siren's Call.
Card in the arsenal, so ostensibly a 6-card hand here.
Siren's Call cringe because you make the blocking card defend a card that's already being defended sometimes.
Just gave that 1 card and the Brave Forge Bracer.
And like they both have the thing of like fucking up their hand, but they don't get the value because they'll block your dagger and then you Siren's Call them, so now they're over blocking your dagger, so you actually made them discard a card. This, a lot of the times you're going to make them defend a card and still get full defense value out of it. Ooh, got an extended our Loyalty Beyond the Graves. Nice.
Down the blades. I was going to say pain.
This card made me kind of shake my head. I think it was kind of clown to be like, we're going to ban all the books so that way there's no more offensive overlap or whatever. And then that you just print something like Loyalty Beyond the Graves. This is functionally just a better version of a tome. It's a tome I didn't have to like have at a specific moment. It just sits in my graveyard until I'm ready to do the thing.
You can't take it off.
Coming in for 4. I mean, that's ultimate fealty, right? Ooh, look at this. The Massive Deceit could come in here, and because the
got a Thick-Hide Hunter and a Bloodrun Steed. See, these double Majestic packs keep coming. Very weird.
The Mask of Deceit here could go ahead and transform Tom into a different.
I also hate this. This is not the timeline I want to live in. One of my locals, we use as a metric for whatever they... He's the Armand White of our group. Whatever he says, the opposite is reality. So if he says a card is really good, it must be terrible. If he says a card is broken, it must be unplayable dog shit. And he originally said that he didn't think the mask was very good. and almost all of us were like, "You're wrong. That card's busted." And then it was like 2 weeks in a row they talked about it on the Runaways podcast. The first week they were like, "This is like 0.8 of a traverse, right? Like this is close to traverse power level." And then the next week they were talking about it and they're like, "I don't know if I even want to play this card in the deck. I might play Crown of Providence instead." What is going on? What is the timeline that we're living in where he was correct about a card potentially?
At the end of this turn, we are headed to the bottom of the deck. Feeling a bit of the effects of that.
Got a Tarantula Toxin.
Black Widow has emerged from
It seems like LSS is more okay with 5-card hands over multiple terms. And brother, this is literally a 6-card hand. What are you talking about? This is literally a 6-card hand that starts in the graveyard. So I don't even need to set up for it and be like, oh, I have my thing in the graveyard and... No. I block with this, and then eventually, okay, this hand kills you, 6-card hand. It's the same thing.
That's often, I'm excited to see just how the Mask of Deceit is used over the course of the weekend. Long Whisker Loyalty here. This is a perfect follow-up, perfect card on this turn.
You want me to use my cards?
I'm going to keep it a buck with you guys. I don't know what any of the Draconic attack reactions do. They all do the same thing, so I don't know the difference between any of them offhand just looking at them. Oh, this is the Majestic. Is this the one that you can attack multiple times? You like choose multiple things? Yeah. That's a good one.
Representing the go again on this dagger.
A broken clock is correct twice a day.
Draconic attack reaction in the arsenal to pump up the dagger once again. What a sick turn from both players. The Mask of Deceit presenting
Unless it's military time.
on the next turn. He does have his
Or it's just like off, and it never syncs up to real time.
3 Draconic chain links now.
It just says, like,
There's still the chain link from the
like
first
it
one.
highlights
So he's
all
able to
digital
get
things.
all 3 nodes plus 2, attack an additional time, and mark on hit. Long Whisker
It's stuck on
Loyalty
settings.
proving to be truly one of the best cards in this playing deck now. The Obsidian 5 no
Oh,
more
the trap.
It's just gonna be an additional 1, but so
Yeah, the mask for a
aggressive from Bill here.
and then
He
grabbing
really
a
had the
trap is
salvo to
pretty
fire back.
cringe.
Inertia's not gonna do anything. That
But I think I'm more okay with a
counter-
defensive traverse than
All of a
an
sudden,
offensive
thanks to rolling that
traverse.
6, was able to commit that
Got a
card from
Savor
block from the
Bloodshed.
damage zone, and now he's got 4 cards still to work with and an arsenal, and the Black Widow has joined the party.
And there's still counterplay that exists,
Here comes
but
Bonds of Agony.
Assassin's
Response
cringe,
from
so.
Tom. He said no blocks on everything on that turn for a reason. He has 4 cards.
yeah. So here's the great tester. He's jockeying to try to say, I'm gonna get rid of these fealty tokens. What happens now?
Already on the board in the form of Flick Knives, Snapdragon Scalers, and a Rack.
My pulls this set have been rough. 2 free releases and a box. Grand total of 10 Majestics and a cold foil. I want to open more, but I think that's my... I mean, I don't think that's enough of a sample size to really say too much. You didn't luck sack and get a legendary in a box and a half. That's not really a... I got unlucky. That's a... You didn't get lucky. That's not you got unlucky. That's a reasonable sample size to not get anything. If you're supposed to get a legendary, if you're supposed to get 1.5 legendaries in a case, you didn't open enough to really guarantee anything. Got the Draconic boots.
Like we talked about, who's the beatdown? Bill was being a
I
little
think
more
I
defensive.
want to get a cold foil of this for
Trying to
Dromai.
get fealties
We'll
and
see
now
how good that
he's
actually is. I got to test that at some
establishing
point.
trying to become the beatdown himself, not respecting this bond. of
Savor
agony.
Bloodshed.
And let's see just how agonizing it's going to be. First reaction, Black Widow.
Has this artist done anything else?
Reaction, Flick
I don't
Knives,
recognize
here
that name.
comes The Hunter's Clave, 1 damage over the top. That's going to
Got a
gonna
Jagged
mark
Edge.
Bill here as well. That is the second attack reaction, and the
That's
Snapdragon
the,
Scaler is going to go ahead and give
Can't be prevented.
the go again. Looks like, yeah.
Jagged
go
Edge,
ahead and
yeah.
Grab that, put that on the combat chain. This thing now has go again. It's getting +3 from its own effect. How big is this?
Yeah,
bonds?
I
Answer,
think that
big ol' 7.
I'm pretty happy that they made more cards that say damage can't be prevented because of Enigma, but I don't know how impactful they really are. It just means that you can't play like Ooga Booga, I'm going to try to Exodia you into them, but you can still play towards bottom 20 cards of the deck strategy into them. Like, okay, what are you going to pitch stack these Jagged Edges? Who cares? Even if you jump through all those hoops to do that, I'm just going to make more shit because I'm just going to win the game with chi. I'm not trying to win the game through checkmating you.
This is kind of a decision, heads-up decision on Tom's side of the table, because if you bonds first.
Oh, the monkey card is my favorite. That's obviously card of the set.
Because of the way Bonds of Agony works, he can take both of them from Bill's hand, whereas
I also just like that card. Like, I think that's one of the sleeper best cards of the set. A blue defense reaction. Ugh, my least favorite card of the set immediately, Spurlocked. I'm sorry, Brody. I fucking hate this card.
At my first pre-release I went to, that was the only thing I pulled.
I haven't, like, talked about this card on anything other than, like, our group chat, right? Yeah, I fucking hate this card. It's... All I thought when I saw this card, like, the initial spoiler of the printing of it from that event, the Heavy Hitters World Premiere thingy, was I was just imagining Brody casting this card and taking 20 minutes to resolve it. Okay, well... It's game theory optimal to pay 3 life here. But if you know that I know that it's supposed to be 3, then you're supposed to go 4. So I should go 5. But if you think I'm going to go 5, then you should just go 1, because then you know you're not going to win anyways. But if I think you're going to go 1, then I should go 2. Then if I'm going to go 2, I might as well just stick my original game theory optimal of go 3. But then we're back to the point of, well, if you know that I know that you know that I know, then I should go this and just... rather resolve the... Like, that's all I had in my head of just taking, like, an hour to resolve this cringe card. Ugh.
But it is demonic tutor, and it is very good.
Oh, yeah, there is that of it is just a inherently powerful card. I'm pretty happy that they made it chaos, so that way it's not probably going to see very much play. Hopefully.
Every single person I talked to about it at that first pre-release when I pulled it was like, this card's dog shit, it's unplayable, and I'm like, yeah,
that's certainly not true.
What if your opponents have 5 life? It just says tutor a card.
Gotta kiss of death. I think the card's very strong.
Yeah.
It's a blue, right?
Yeah,
it's a blue. Like,
a blue blocker.
I think the card's very powerful, but I think it's incredibly cringe.
Yeah.
It reads to me like a not a holiday card, like one of those promo cards, like Go Bananas. But I think, got a extended art blood spattered vest. Nice. I never sleeved the boots earlier.
It's Goblin Game, right? It's pretty close.
I forget what Goblin Game does, to be honest.
I don't remember. I just remember you bet life.
Yeah, it's a UPF card. I think putting some restrictions on it to make it a fun card only, like you need multiple players in the game to resolve this or something like that. I don't know, but I just don't like effects like that in a constructed environment. It is now. For what it's worth, it is still less cringe than Scab Skin Leathers. I'll take this over Scabs. How did that make it past the design team to be a reasonable card to exist in a competitive environment? I'll never know. I don't know if I've ever talked about this either. What I wanted as a replacement for Scabs. I wanted one of 2 things. One is something similar to Apex Bonebreaker, and the other is a quest-related boot replacement. So the quest-related one, I think, is more interesting design-wise. What if you made a boot that you put counters on it when you do something that is flavorfully makes sense to Brute? Like, put a counter on this every time you discard a 6, or put a counter on this every time you roll a dice. And then it has a counter limit, like Tunic, and you can remove a specific number of counters to gain an action point. I don't know what the numbers would have to be for that to be balanced. I'm not a designer. But let's say 6 counters max, you have to remove 4 to gain an action point. Something like that. So you can't do, 2 at the same time unless you jump through some hoops. And the other one, like Apex, I think makes more sense game-wise, where you have to defend with it and another specific card to gain an agility token. Now, the important thing there, at a high level, what Scabs actually does is when you against Brute, as the opponent, a lot of times you get in cycles of defending. And the best play is I should just block with my hand and hope they miss, because I can't compete with their raw output on small hands. My opponent's throwing 2-card 8s or 3-card 11s. I cannot compete with that, so I'm better off just defending and saying, let's try again next round. So as the brute player, when you miss on the go again, sometimes you're in that spot where you're like, well, do I roll scab? I'm behind. I need to roll scabs to try to get out of this spot and play all of my cards, because if I let my opponent nickel and dime me here, I'm going to fall further behind. So then you roll scabs to still play all of your cards. It gives you a counterplay where if I'm against a brute player and I say, I'm just going to block out, I'm not going to give you a chance to block with your boots to get the agility token, so you get stuck with a big hand. Prove to me you can play all of these cards. I think that creates a nice play-counterplay there.
And at this point in the game, life totals where they are. The blood.
So I don't know. I think that would create a more enjoyable game experience. And obviously, Brute is cringe because they can just say, I'm losing the game, I'm just going to start rolling. I've lost 2 $1,000 games to my opponent just going, oh shit, I'm behind. I'm just going to roll scabs every round of the game until the end of the game. That shit is so cringe. Destroy target scab skins from the game. Like, what the heck? Speaking of which, we just finished our case, and I think this is a good time after that rant to do another giveaway. And I think I know what word I want to do for this one, but let me change the settings of this so it's not cringe on my side, because the way that it ended up being on my UI was pretty cringe. Let's see. Settings, keyword giveaway, next. Yes, everyone. Get rid of that. Keep that. So, just so you know, if you guys have already won, you cannot win again. All one person that applies to. And I think, based on the rant, we're going to go with scabs as the word here. Where'd my chat go? Type scabs to enter the contest for another scarf or a scarf. Scabs. I'm going to leave that up on screen for a minute. Call it 5. It's 5:05 right now. Call it 5:07, and we'll declare a winner while I do some pack maintenance here. This is rares. Shiny cardboard. Tokens. Get out of here. I'm re-rolling if you win. Let's get this war cry in my binder. Well, I'm letting you guys enter the contest. Again, 5:07. I'm going to declare the winner. Where the fuck did I put this card? There it is. My page of Prism stuff. Again, that's scabs to enter the contest. Let's get the next box prepped.
What do we get in the gem pack?
Some random bullshit. I don't know.
Not cold foils.
Not anything crazy. Yeah. Yeah, the rest of my Prism stuff is, in my Prism deck, which is somewhere. I don't actually know currently where my Prism, Dromai, or Enigma stuff is. That's a problem for future Pheno, though. Alright, 5:07. Time for me to roll on the winner. Choose a winner, and it is... Oh! I don't have to mail this one. Wait, that's OP. It's not. It's belittle. Wait, that's broken. Rigged contest.
I get to say the stamp.
Oh, rigged contest for sure. We get some claps in chat. You catch the name of who it's going to here? Alrighty, congratulations. All right, let's start the next case up. Yeah, hashtag rigged, definitely rigged.
To clear his arsenal out to make use of that Codex of Frailty. Kind of gives Bill a little bit of a window back into this.
Well, that was another good case, though. Got 2 legendaries, one of which is an extended art, got 1 more defense reaction, and got an extended art Majestic that I think is a very good card. If this card isn't expensive, I don't think I'm going to sell them. I think this is actually one of the best cards in the set. The D-React Penalty Draw card.
Now you have to imagine he's going to want to push some of those cards forward onto the combat chain, given the status of his life total here. Blaze Headlong, that's a card you'd much rather be attacking with, but here, Bill maybe sees the writing.
Am I building any Hunted Heroes? I'm not planning on it currently. Got a Roiling Fissure. I was talking about it earlier, but I'm gonna, play Enigma until she rotates. And I was expecting her to rotate soon, but now, because of the state of the metagame, maybe she won't rotate soon. We'll see. In the downtime between now and Nationals, I'm probably going to try learning something else, and I have not decided what yet. I need to see what is good going into the... Ooh, got a foil Shelter from the Storm. Nice! Not full art, but still dollar reduce. I'm going to learn something that I might potentially play in Nationals during the downtime, and I have not decided what that is yet. I'm going to see some meta results, got a Loyalty Beyond the Grave, and kind of make a decision off of that. By the way, if you guys want any cards, I do sell cards. I buy and sell trading cards. That is like my actual primary source of income. So if you guys want to buy anything, check out my TCG Player. I should have a link in the description. If I don't, I can throw one in the description right now. Let me know if you guys are checking and you don't see it there. And that's not how pack maintenance works at all. And if you guys want to sell anything, I'm always buying. Hit me up if you guys wanted to sell any cards. I'll buy your extras.
Any card game.
Any card game. Almost any card game. I don't know if I would buy Harry Potter cards. Like, there's limits. Not many. Jimmy has your list? I might have your list. I don't know who the fuck that is. I don't know what that username is. Naya Chuyapo. This is a weeb-ass name. Fucking weeb. Gotta take up the mantle. Take up the weeb. Oh yeah, I got your Final Fantasy cards. That weirdly doesn't narrow that down too much, but I think it narrows it. Oh, another Shelter! Oh, this box is crazy! Double Shelter, what does it mean?
Across the table with the flick knives. That's one damage that's going to come over the top, putting Bill to 2.
That's reasonable. It's a staple. I really want to sell these, but kind of need these to play the game, and I can't... I don't know if they're going to go down with the allocation issues. Oh, and a Marvel Fang! Wait, this box is crazy! Oh! It's Adult Fang! Oh. Wait, gotta let Noah know. Yo, message Noah. Weeb Mobile.
Honestly, a game of fireworks back and forth, but the marionette puppets, the brood, successfully
got an anaphylactic shock. The box just continues to give. Yeah, this is a nut box for sure.
And Arachne Marionette was happy to do it all over again and send Fang to an early.
Let's jump over to the next game.
Early, thank you so much, as well as Thomas Battaglia.
I actually am excited to get to this game over here. I might slow down to watch this one. We got Hamilton on Jarl in 2 games from now, so I might slow down the box opening to actually watch this game because I'm curious to see what Jarl can do. Where were we? Somewhere over here with the Brody game. Of course. He's got the
That's his lifeblood.
He's got the Alpha Strike. What are those precons called? The Terra Hammer? That was the wrong direction.
First
Strike.
names.
I mean, if he has enough Earth cards.
Faces on one of the cards in this set. Someone who we've all seen time and time again. For Brennan, he's just another.
What's my opinion on naming banned cards changes will dishonor see any play now? I think that is a reasonable change to make given the types of cards that they have made in this game. I think that's like a kind of have to backtrack into a rules change like that because of what they've done. So I have no problem with the rules change. As far as will it see play, I don't know. Fucking Zen exists. Why would you play a different ninja? That's my opinion.
Wait, did they change so you can name cards outside of the game?
They changed it so you can name cards that are not legal in the format. I don't know the exact ruling of it, but you can name bonds so that way your Dishonor works. Functionally, they made it so Dishonor actually is a card again. I just don't see any reason to play Katsu. Like, you're just not doing things that are better than other heroes that exist in the game. I don't need to slow down that much to watch the game. Well, I'm not paying attention to the game at all. That's why I need to slow down a little bit. Or was that a joke at it's Brody on screen, so it'll be the same? That being said, I watched some of his gameplay from the previous event that he was on stream for. I forget what it was, but oh, it was the world premiere. He had an appropriate pace of play for the games that I saw on stream with him. I getting better. Yeah, almost every event I see Brody at, I say something to him about that, being like, brother, you gotta stop doing that. That's unacceptable. But at a certain point, it's not on him. If the judges aren't going to do anything about it, then as far as I'm concerned, that is within the rules. If no one's going to tell you that you're not doing something correct, and you're just being allowed, then that's allowed. You know what I mean? That's taking advantage of an issue with the system, so the system needs to change. But like I said, last time I watched him play, he played an appropriate pace. We should get you that CZ nut button, the staples button. Was still free, even though the kunai was at the moment in the graveyard. Here comes a spark for a scar. I would not say Syndra is particularly close to Dromai, other than they both have funny red borders on their cards.
Syndra being close to Dromai. What the fuck?
I would, if you said Syndra is close to Prism, I think that you might have something there, because I think that the value proposition as Syndra is very similar to the value proposition as Prism, where you're creating value through the inefficiency to defend your attacks. Like, Prism wasn't very broken, but she had a lot of functionally true damage because it was impossible to actually defend against all the ones. Like, I'm not putting a fucking 3-block in front of a 1. I do like funny red borders also. But, you know what else you can do? You can play funny blue borders and play the other illusionist. I think that's closer. Yeah, what if we just, like, had the same value proposition of our deck cared about a specific pitch color, but the good pitch color instead, and our cards were still on rate? Fucking crazy. I mean, to be... Well, didn't we talk about this before? Wasn't that your fault for not telling him to play faster, like everyone else? No one ever tells him to play faster? It's not his fault if no one tells him to play faster. That is everyone else's fault. Enforce the rules. You've been playing card games long enough that you should know that. Got a Syndra. This is actually the first Syndra of the case. Oh, and another double Majestic. Got a Under the Trap Door.
Nice 3-block on this card as well. Syndra really just benefited.
Listen, any excuse for me to play Spectral Shields and I'm in.
Honestly would not have expected before I saw the card spoiled.
Danger digits, when you see them, like common footmaps, this is like really good in Summoner, right?
Probably, I don't know. I find that surprising that you've never dealt with that before, to be honest. Speak of the devil. Speak of the devil.
gorgeous card here, but is also
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised this is your first time dealing with that for like how many years you've been playing card games.
2 damage prevention floating here.
What, slow play people?
Ooh, got a cold foil hunter's glaive? Glaive? How do I pronounce this?
like we're hearing
Yeah, dealing with slow playing to the point of I should say something. I deal with that frequently.
Yeah, I deal with that frequently in
Therefore,
Fab, like
But-
locally and at like home.
But my metric for when I need to say something is probably different than yours. Like, I say something if my opponent is continually taking, I would say, over a minute to think on their turns, or they are thinking on their turn at points that it doesn't make sense to think. Like, if I'm gonna take my full turn and you're gonna tank during my turn, go to your turn, got a foil jagged edge, go to your turn and go back to thinking, like, brother, no information has changed between now and your turn. You should know exactly what you're doing before you get to your turn. This is slow play. It's not my problem that you don't know how to think through the game. You need to play faster. I know why that's the case for a lot of people, because people aren't used to... ooh, got an extended art Hunter's Edge. Or Hunter's End, rather. People aren't used to playing a game where all the information is set at the beginning of their opponent's turn. And no, because they're used to playing card games where the information changes at the beginning of their own turn from their draw step, so they can't make an informed decision until then. But even then, that's just like bad habit. You should be playing Magic and other games with an idea of what you could draw and be making decisions based off of the potential draws you could have.
Action of the turn, only Draconic cards can be played from here for
The game I've dealt the most slow play with was Pokemon.
I'd imagine.
Like,
But also, like, I understand why in Pokemon. There's so many... You have access to so many cards at any given moment, so that the decision trees branch out pretty far, and that comes down to, like, deck repetition and knowing what you're supposed to do in a given moment. Like, I've been in this situation before, I know what I should be doing here. Not everyone has that down, which is not an excuse. You should have that down if you're going to a tournament. But I can rationalize it, same way I can rationalize why it happens in Fab, because people are used to information changing at the beginning of their turn. I can rationalize it, that doesn't make it okay.
Also, the just time rules in Pokemon are just not
Comes a
good,
dagger across,
because the
another
average
retribution
deck takes
going
like 35 minutes to win a
Brennan
game, and it's best 2 out of 3. So if you play
after
3 games, it's not
the
enough time.
being used,
Mhm.
Mask of
So, like,
Momentum,
you
of
need to,
course,
like,
going to
play
draw
your
a
deck
card
fucking
as
fast.
well. So now all of a sudden, Brennan down to 23. Got the fealty to make another thing Draconic.
Yeah, I just don't change whether or not I'm playing a slow deck or not. I will... That's not true. If I'm playing a slow deck, I am way more on my opponent on it about it, because I know that we're going to go to time for sure otherwise. But I still get on my opponent even when I'm not playing a slow deck. The only time I don't is if we're both playing like 3-turn decks. Like, sometimes I don't get on a Kano's case because we're playing a 3-turn game.
Nah, those are the people you have to. They have to play the front face.
As well
if they
as
wanna
the
play
fact
this.
that you really just want to keep a bunch of cards. This Massive Momentum ends up doing so much incredibly painful work. Thankfully for Mr. Tolnay here, Brody has drawn a little bit of a brick. Ancestral Empowerment off the top, and the other card in his hand is Wax on.
Ancestral, that's
Massive
interesting.
Momentum showing a little bit here, in that sometimes you do just draw.
So much
forward.
tricky damage.
Soul reading Brody a little bit there and saying you're not going to draw something you can use. I don't believe you.
3, go again. And on hit, advantage from hand for Brody.
Is this... Which assassin is this? Is this Slippy?
Bit of table banter from our players here as Mark of the Black Widow was revealed to Ravenous Rabble. Brody sees it hit the table and go, oh my god, I can't believe you drew Mark of the Black Widow.
Currently coming over for 3. There's a Loyalty Beyond the Grave.
Oh!
One of my favorites
Card's busted.
in this new set. This one's going to go ahead and block 3. Once you've used it 2 times, you can turn those cards from the grave into offense, as a card can be drawn at the start of the turn.
You know, it's fueling the fire in that art.
What?
Oh, another shelter.
Of all the books we burnt, which is why this card lets you draw.
What is that? 3 non-foils and a foil?
Very true.
We might get a playset. Huzzah.
And Art of
Or 2
Desire
playsets
Body,
to play.
you think there's
Huzzah.
gotta be plenty of red cards in this Syndra deck.
4 and a non and 4 non-foil and 1 foil. So I only need 2 more for the both of us to have a set of non-foils.
Brennan here gonna
Nice.
go ahead and switch this off to a pick up the point. This is going to be 3, let's go again.
We've seen so many head jabs this game.
This
A lot
is
of
the
cards that come
first
in
Got a quiver.
that
Yeah,
while I'm
okay,
sorting,
well,
it's really
The,
uncommon
iconic
to get
first
2
one
of
those
the
ninja
same
attack
card,
welcome to Raid.
even
3, go
if
again, block
they're
2. You
not
see
the
other
same
cards with
card.
that stat line.
Just like
Affectionately, they can be referred to as
within
head
like
jab.
10 cards, because you're
Now
all of these
here
are just
comes
like
Art
within the
of
same
Desire
packs, right?
Body for
Got a
Brody.
foil Thick Hide Hunter and foil Art of Dragon Blood in the same pack.
Here, but Brody
Okay.
did block
As
Lightning
far as
Strike
your
to
question
find
goes,
Arsenal as he tries. Up to
you see
4
how I'm
as we
opening.
go over to
Yeah, so
Brody's
you're
turn.
keeping it like relatively
is no
together.
longer
So it's like
marked,
really uncommon
which is
to get
something
2
the
of the
players
same
are
card in the
clarifying.
deck. Unless it's like foil.
Blaze headlong
Which I
before.
can't
You
tell
saw
from the way I'm
Yuki in
Mhm.
our first game block with 3 cards and present
Something to
Blaze
note,
headlong.
Convert?
Now we're seeing
I'm honestly
Brody
surprised that they gave us a
that
second
maneuver
Blaze
here.
Headlong that's like arguably better.
Brennan blocking
The
with
Majestic
Black
that
Whispers
is
and
the
a
chain
Bonds
starter?
of
Yeah.
Agony,
Yeah, that
likely
card's
because he is
nuts.
not
I'm
capable
very
of
surprised
making
that they
use of
printed
it
that card.
on
Yeah,
this
me too.
turn.
Maybe those
I had
Black
that
Whispers
as
are
like
going
my
to
only
join the
Majestic
party
in one of my
sooner
pre-releases,
rather
and I
than
was
later.
like,
Oh.
this card's insane.
I'm just now realizing this. I hate this. Brody's using the same sleeves as the token. Like, he's using the extended art version of the token, which looks exactly the same as his sleeves, just minus the white border. That is visually slightly confusing. Just slightly confusing. I hate that.
Oh my god, so many defense reactions. I think his hand may be all defense
Oh
reactions.
yeah,
He's holding
that's confusing.
a hot on his heels, a shelter
It-
from the
it's
sun,
fine,
away
it's
from
just-
beyond the grave that's just
I
hit the
hate
table,
that.
as well
It's not fine.
as a wax on in hand and I believe
It's
a
fine. No,
wax
it's
on
not.
in
Never mind.
Arsenal.
What the heck? Brody's playing his aggressive deck. His hand is just all defense reactions. Let's see just precisely how he wants to deploy them here.
A ninja with defense
Simple,
reactions?
though, you know,
Someone tell
Simple
Dan.
Storm,
He'll be
clearly
in
top
love.
card, seeing a lot of players utilize it, but Simple cannot be, counted out just for how nice it is to be able to filter a card in this situation, take a
Oh.
defense reaction, and utilize
Bro,
it
how
on
many
offense
D-reacts
if
is this
it
deck
is
playing?
something else.
Holy.
We have now seen both Brody and Yuki use these wax on to such devastating effect.
Got a long
One
whisker
time
loyalty.
Blocking out an Enlightened Strike with just the single card.
Brennan opting just to Arsenal then.
So Brody here blocked all of that damage.
His hand is still a little bit awkward here, though. He's holding onto 2 defense reactions and a 0 for 3. He's not really capable of converting as ideally as he would like to in the scenario where you shut down everything your opponent throws.
I was going to say this box doesn't seem as good as the previous ones, but did get a shelter. I can't really complain.
He wants to make more effective
Got a
use
war
of
cry.
it than trying
Not the
to
one I care about,
fix a
though.
Really clunky 3-card hand.
One day Bolton will see play.
Snapping off the no blocks there really quickly. He seems to really like his hand.
I mean, Combo
Warp Weaver
Bolton's
Spinneret
fucking
going to
dead
start
with the new
things
helmet.
off here. That's going to bring in the
'Cause if he
Callisto
ever
token.
becomes
Here
meta,
comes
he
a
just-
kiss of death.
Oh, that's so
Three
cringe.
go
I mean,
again
you
from
do what Bolton's always done to play a
Excuse me,
switchboard.
from the Warp Weaver
Sure.
Spinneret. So 6
Oh,
go again
you're-
on
I'm playing a
another
Warrior
life
Mirror. I
loss.
guess I'm just not going to
Brody,
play
here comes nice
combo into you.
card, 7 points of offensive value, but
Then it's a question of,
that's
can you
not
even
often
win
what
with
you
the other
see when
plan
you put
into
two cards
another
with
warrior?
7 value in other places
Got a
throughout
devotion never
Raid.
dies. And knocked
Of
over my
course,
pile.
because of the go again naturally present on slip through the cracks ability. Flick knives is much
So I have
easier
4
to
non-foil and 1 foil.
chain links.
And, there's 2 of us, so... Ooh!
Lightning strike, and
We need 6 between the 2 of us.
spike with
Got
the
a
and kiss
cold foil
up.
extended art Mask of
We will
Deceit.
likely see yet another kiss
Let me
come
pull up my
down
stream so I can make sure this is on
Switchboard.
camera nice.
Let's see how Brody
Nice.
Not
Nice.
a disruptive on hit, but it is plenty of damage.
back to back now. We've
So I
seen
technically
a
need 2
version
more
of
shelters
the
because I don't
Dragon
want to
Takeoff
play with the foils. I'd rather
chosen
sell them.
warriors of the
But
Emperor
I got 9 boxes left.
in one
That's
game.
pretty reasonable to open 2 more, especially at this rate of almost 1 per box.
The iconic heroes here. Spike with Bloodrot, Bloodrot turning from an attack to an attack to 9 with
Were you here when we were talking about it earlier? I don't think you were.
Total.
I was talking about the whole Armand White thing with
Defense reactions
our friend
the other side of the
on
table.
the mask.
Wax on, blocking,
And
you know he has a shelter from
on the Runaways podcast, like 2 weeks ago or whatever, they were talking about it, saying like how much of a percentage of traverse is this card because it's so good. And then last week they were talking about it, and they were like, is this even worth playing in the deck?
What an unbelievable blowout from
Is
Brody
is
here.
he playing 9 D
He's not
reacts
playing
plus
Ninja
attack
Top
reacts?
there.
How is this a
It's
reasonable deck?
empowerment.
This is not a reasonable ninja deck to like not brick on.
Looks like they're talking about the sequencing of things here. Brody here just going to say, it's all right, even though we have moved through, potentially had moved through that step. Going to go ahead and put through the
Got a
effects of
foil
the
dual
blood
threat.
rot, as well as the life loss from the actual Kiss of Death, because the spike with blood rot still able to give that blood rot with the flick knife there, even though that attack didn't hit. I mean, it looks like it. That's what they represented.
I guess it does say when this
Got
hits.
another loyalty.
Ends when this hits.
So that's a
How many
pretty
loyalties
cool
do I have over
utilization
here?
there, and Brody
More than
even
enough for me
though
to
there was
grab a
bit of
playset for myself, I
miscommunication
think.
about what
I guess I should
of
see how much they
the
are. I don't need this card
combat
anytime soon.
were in that chain link resolution, Brody there proving to be using some good sportsmanship and
almost
allowing
everything here.
that
If
Well,
it's not
dagger
first,
to
you see.
flick across
The loyalties,
the
I think if they're
Brennan's
cheap,
Cinder
I'm
Claw
going
there.
to keep
I mean,
all of
Brennan's
them.
gonna
I
take
think
2
that
damage. Next
it
attack
is
going to be
one of the best
applied.
cards in the set, so if it's
Another
not
Cinder Claw.
expensive,
Double draconic action,
I want
double
to not
draconic,
sell that
3 more
card.
damage.
That card's
Brennan, if
busted.
he wants to block this one,
And it's
might
a
need
card that
flick,
if you
knife,
buy
activation to
multiples.
throw that kunai
And
at
it goes in,
Continue to
what, 4 different heroes?
of momentum on
So
this
far, yeah.
easy card hand from Brody, sending Brennan
And it's
down yet
reasonable.
another point further.
Just another shelter.
16
One more
life.
shelter.
Brody
We'll
opting
probably
to
get
put
it
one
from
off
my
of blood
replacement
splattered vest,
this
something we
hero,
didn't
so
see
Yeah.
through the
Armory
entire
deck.
game.
Yeah, I've been mentioning that.
Play,
Like, I'm
however,
waiting out
here
for
we see it
that,
use
but,
that effect, coming in using the one to play Art of the Dragonfire, though
it's good in theoretically all of them, and you're gonna buy multiples. And it's a fucking insane card. I think I would be less high on this card if they didn't do that massive ban on all the books. I think it would just be a reasonable card. But because they did that, it is even better by comparison. It would still be good, but now it is even better.
Card draw from the Mask of Momentum. That means that Brody's moving into his next turn with a full 5-card hand. Move to the end of turn. Before actually heading there, Brody is going to go ahead and Syndra. See a little bit, he's like, yeah, you can go ahead and flick that dagger. My turn is going to be nice and strong. I'm feeling
Bold
pretty
assumption that you're going to have a 5-card hand against an assassin. Very bold assumption.
Threatens a card draw as well. Brody drew a card with the Mask Momentum. Brennan's looking to do the same.
How many more defense reactions can Brody possibly have in the tank here?
The wax on play.
Gotta take up the
That
mantle.
D-react, the shelter from the storm. That was just unbelievably sick from Brody.
I love this win from Brennan here. He's holding a Razor's Edge to pump this Art of Desire body to 6 in reaction step, as well as since this already has going.
How many more D-reacts can you possibly have? Surely you're running out.
And threatening to take Brody's Mask of Momentum draw away from him, but Brennan has a 14 life deficit to break up here. He has a lot of work left to do. Art of Desire body can gain.
There's quite a bit of ground to... Ooh, got a legendary also. Man, these boxes are great.
Mountain to climb against a deck with
I
such
wish
a
we had
massive amount
more.
of damage output, like
Unlucky.
the High Retribution, especially when so much of it is so difficult to interact.
I haven't actually opened that many legendaries yet. I think it's like 5 legendaries so far. Got an anaphylactic shock.
3 damage. Brody
What was it, 2
gets
extended
this one a real
and 3
card
regulars?
draw represents branching paths for Arachne. Looks like he's okay to take this one down to 18.
Yeah.
That's a card drawn. Well, actually, once the card is banished off the top of the deck, it is a red. Brennan just went ahead and was like, dude, I'm drawing this card. I know I'm in the red. I am drawing the card. He did draw the card up to 3 cards in hand.
I'm drawing this.
I wonder if we see Black Tech Whisperers come out to play this turn, leave no witnesses, no turn for 4, and if it connects, he can activate those Black Tech Whisperers in reaction.
No CNCs. I actually forgot that was in the set.
Send this Enlightened Strike. Not a guaranteed route, and one that
Is that the best legendary?
can interact with, but maybe the kind of route that you need to take when you need a way back into the game like this, opting instead for the safer route.
I could see the boots be better.
Strike for 5,
Is,
go again,
Command and Conquer
ending
coming
on
2 or 3
no
already?
witnesses coming
Don't
to
know.
Brody's arsenal.
Yeah, Brody's had some pretty devastating turns, but look at this.
We'll find out when we open all 3.
Damage threatened from Brennan, and at the end of all things, a non-hit effect we know well from our days in the Dynasty.
These legs?
The first time we saw what happened to the Emperor, and now we deal with the repercussions
Because technically everyone needs to freshly get this where people theoretically already have CNCs.
This time, looking to banish that
I could see it. There's a world that exists where the legs are more. I'm not going to be surprised if they're not, but I could see that be the case.
From the Arsenal, that's going to get ahead and be banished here. Brody saying, I'm happy to go
Alrighty.
10. I'm happy to go below you, Brendan, because my 4 cards are enough to pressure you and threaten to close this game out.
I think it's time. What do you guys think for another giveaway? You guys want to do another giveaway?
Beyond the grave, and speaking of loyalty, thank you so much to 2,500 people watching this calling.
What do you think?
Here in Memphis, Tennessee.
I guess you guys don't want to do a giveaway, huh?
3 and heading back over to Brody's turn here, and he's about to come at his opponent with 5 cards, despite having his arsenal taken away from him. Let's see the rip.
I don't know. I don't think you guys want to do another one, do you?
Brody's hand is
Probably getting old by now.
0 for 3s with go again. An Art of the Dragon Blood that he can make draconic thanks to the fealties on the board, and a lava burst to finish it all off. And just to put insult to injury, Brennan is functionally at 9 thanks to the flick knives waiting in the wings.
Here comes an attack for 3. It's blocked by the Bronze of Agony, but it's going to give the next Draconic attack +1, so this Ronin Renegade, it's a head jab plus coming in for 4. Brennan now down to 6 after taking that damage. Loyalty Beyond the Grave looking so impressive so far. Just gets those nice 6 points total of defensive value and then draw a card for yourself later in this game. Looks like Brody's utilizing that card draw to try to just slam the door on his opponent. Another attack for 4.
I think shelter might be the best word now for a giveaway. So type in shelter in chat if you guys want to enter a contest for another scarf for a scarf. Again, if you've already won, you can't enter. I will just choose someone else. And it needs to be a United States shipping address. Again, that's shelter in the chat, and in about 2 minutes, I'll go ahead and choose a winner.
Drawing a card, Brody has 10 more damage represented for Brennan to deal with. Brennan's only at 6. He doesn't.
And Brody still has all of his armor up.
He only has 6 block left in his hand. Brody choosing to play the lava burst here, flicking. Maybe to continue the Mask of Momentum chain, and we may see him activate the Dragon Scalar Flight Path as an instant in the damage step to give this Lava Burst to go again. Follow it up with an attack with go again that'll draw a card thanks to the interaction between Flick Knives and Mask of Momentum.
Oh, that's broken. Wait, is he just dead? I guess he still has 2 armor on the board.
Now he's going to go ahead and utilize the fealty just to play this 0 for 4. It now has go again, and if it hits, draws a card because the Ravenous Rabble hit. Because a Flick Knives was presented on the Lava Burst, that means one damage is going to come over the top. What's the rip for Brody?
And he knows what it is from the rabble.
It was a blaze headlock. It never even had a hand. He looked at it and put it on the chain.
Yeah, he had already seen
Again, that's shelter if you guys want to enter the contest.
With that blaze headlong and blaze forward
Shelter.
Into the 3-0 winners column.
I'm going to go ahead and choose a winner in a moment. This is your last chance to enter the contest.
My girl, dude. Syndra looking pretty nice.
Feeling like a big winner this set? Feeling like a big winner?
Some people, you know, the reports of her death were greatly exaggerated. I feel like all the tier, I know, but the tier list where they're like, oh, I don't think Syndra's actually that good. I actually don't think Syndra's going to.
Is this picking people that entered previous contests also, but didn't enter this one? I might have to rerun this. We'll see. Or just manually roll a dice. Let's see if it picks someone that actually said the thing. All right, I'm choosing my winner.
In that turn where, you know, he closed the life total gap, he made those 13 to 10.
Wait, that's OP. I don't have to ship another one. This is so rigged. Eric.
Oh no, just put it inside one of his binders. We gotta get back to that.
Oh, that's true.
At the end of the turn, into the Knives, Dragon Scalar Flight Path. Here's 4. Here's the finisher from the top row.
Yeah, no, and it is the thing that excites me the most about Syndra and about.
I ran this fair and square, guys. I'm pretty sure too many people are entered because I only see like 8 people say shelter, but it says 16. Rigged for sure. And I wrote weeb on that one so I remember who it goes to. Is there a way for me to, like, clear people that I already entered? Reset all entries. That's hilarious. Okay, let's
about that deck in particular is the interaction between Flick Knives and
jump into
Massive.
this one, and I'm gonna pay a little more attention to the game than I was in the previous one, so I'm gonna open like a little bit slower.
He just fatiguing level salute. What he's brought to the table in Ira, the Scarlet Revenger, because he has got a player pretty familiar with
All right.
ice. As that
Stay tuned though, we will be giving away some more Scarf for Scarf promos over the course of the stream, so stick around if you guys would like a chance to win one.
Hamilton on Icelander, so you know he's familiar with ice. Can he take down?
Yep, that is the only ice hero he's ever played, Icelander. No other ice heroes has he ever submitted in a tournament.
Well, it's a long one. I can tell you that.
I'm pretty sure he has LL points on actually every single ice hero. Except for Jarl. Yeah. We'll find out tomorrow.
Yeah.
+3 if he has attacked with a Kadachi this turn. Threatening Whirling Mist Blossom.
Actually, he might not on Lexi.
Do we know what Whirling Mist Blossom
I'm not aware of any wins that he has on Lexi, but he has top 8 at Naps with it. But I don't know if he has a win with it.
Higher chain link in a row to hit. It's gonna draw 2 cards.
He has cash
I
with
believe
everything.
him breaking the chain.
He definitely has it
denies
with
him the ability to draw a card.
the other 3.
Michael,
Yeah.
keep going.
I'm quite sure that's what our world champion is checking right now, just to make sure that his opponent won't be drawing 2 cards on turn 0 here.
It's hard not to
Michael
blaze
Hamilton
Champleton.
Desperately trying to call one of our illustrious judges over.
I just call him that.
Area slightly removed
Higher
from
seems
the
pretty
table.
good. I haven't been keeping up with anything recently, but from my playing around seems good. Yeah, that definitely seems good. I feel you there though. I have not really been paying attention too much. It was definitely OP with daggers.
Oh, I see the issue. It's a German copy of Whirling Mist Blossom.
This is why you don't play foreign cards, because it's just a waste of time.
Top of the dome.
What does that do? You're gonna play a foreign card, play his staple.
Ooh, he's gonna get a little bit of a decompose in here because before blocks he's going to discard Fruits of the Forest and then decompose with Blue Dot Carapace. He's going to start this game with 2 Earth cards already in the banished zone.
Just that world champ difference right there. Just start with decompose on turn 0.
Above his starting life total. That is an
Wait, how did he
absolutely
decompose on turn
nasty
0?
opener. Going second.
Yeah, how do you get the
that
other
is
Earth card in there?
That is just really impressive.
What was the
stuff.
first Earth card?
+3 if he has attacked with a Kadachi. Tape quite a bit.
Indianapolis, just what he's brought to the table in
Non-Earth
Ira.
card.
That very side of your
It's an action
screen,
card.
Michael Hamilton on
Nice,
Ira
you're
player.
right.
Michael Hamilton going on with this matchup.
Swung quite well, which will give his neckning whirling.
Whirling
Give him
Michael
but his
tables.
this does
He's just such a gamer. His hand was fruits, D-react? Are you fucking kidding me?
for 2 points of life above
Some people are
his
just
starting
absolute
life
main
total.
characters in their own lives. It
Absolutely
is
nasty
unreal.
opener.
This and the
Going
Yuki
second.
game from
Yeah,
earlier,
There's
just
Ice Guardian.
That is
actually
just
the main
really
character of their
impressive
stories.
stuff from Michael Hamilton.
What the
being
heck?
able to go ahead
I've just
and
botched my
utilize
piles
that rebound
completely.
carapace. I also want to call some attention to the new quick dodge flexors in the leg
I've
slot.
played
lot of
quite a
discourse
few
about this
decompose
one.
decks, and I've never even fathomed doing
Very
that.
true. It is an
For
effective
what
way
it's
to
worth,
bury
though,
your aggro opponent
as
in kind of a
the Ira
mode
player,
that you can
I might have
extract
just ended
from
the
it.
turn
Say,
after
if
the
you
first
can
Kadachi
allow
hit.
his tunic activated and
You-
take a
you-
whole bunch of-
You already got your 1 point of leak.
You do kind of have to do a little bit
I don't know what else
of
you're trying to actually accomplish here. Like, are you trying to catch him with his pants down of having cards that don't defend? It's a Guardian. He'll block. You're not getting any other action going. You're not connecting with your Pot of Greed. That's just... Wait, he ended the turn without an arsenal? What is this clown activity? What was that turn? Let me just mill my own deck with cards and give my opponent a chance to decompose? What the fuck is this game? Bro, they just lost the game on turn 0 somehow. Let me play this value deck to throw away all my cards. What the fuck? Got an Arachne. That turn just triggered the fuck out of me. Holy shit.
Many times over the course of this one.
Speaking of classic haymakers from Welcome to Wraith.
Ooh, got an extended art foil Hunt's
is
End.
a tale as old as Flesh and Blood itself. Ira, the first hero ever released for the game.
What is it? One more shelter we're looking for?
in classic constructed form.
Yeah, one more shelter.
Here coming in, Kadachi for 2. As Middle Hamilton want to deal with this, he's got 4 cards. He cards for Jarl to extend a hand. But here he's going to go ahead.
Yep,
and just
that is the second one.
Looks like Hike thinking on maybe the blood spattered vest.
We've got,
Close
for
the chain,
fancy cards,
fast priority, and the card heads back to the arsenal. So
these
Hike
are
there
reverse
just
foil,
kind of like
and then we
one
got
card
2 extended
saved
art
and
legendaries.
points of damage.
Got 5 regular and a foil shelter.
Another time you have to just
Got a Marvel Fang,
what are those
a
other two?
Marvel Young
Maybe something like a
Arachne.
Fruits of the
Let me just make
Forest
sure that my
discard,
stream
because
can see
otherwise
this.
this
You
certainly
guys can't see
smells like
these, sorry.
trouble numero dos.
I do believe
I got a
it
cold
is
foil dagger,
the Forest of Hamilton, and
cold foil
alongside another copy of
arms
Terra
for
Sunlight
mechanologist.
in his pitch zone, putting his opponent in the pummel vice,
There was a
forcing
Hunter's
him
End somewhere.
to
Got a
consider
Oath,
whether
got a
or not
Loyalty,
he is getting
got a Hunter's
pummeled
End.
on this turn, or if Michael Hamilton is just going to gain some life and pass. Bit of a classic play pattern after the printing of Count Your Blessing, something we saw quite a lot at Worlds Osaka as well as in tournaments since, where opponents kind of just threaten to really destroy you, take 1,000,000 cards away from you, and then once you voluntarily give up those cards because you block out
Where'd it
of
go?
a fear of losing.
Chat, am I going crazy? I opened 2, right?
Well, I think I'll just gain 8 and pass.
CNC on the combat chain. There is a defense reaction, at least one in Hike's hand. And Hike's just going to take this. Trigger on the stack. Anything that can be done? No, the Razor Reflex. And that's a lot of value out of the
Caught by
command
Nightbot.
here. Michael's just gonna keep it
I'll have to
going.
adjust that at some
Not
point.
even utilize any discard
This is my
if
first
you
time
could have.
using Nightbot.
Fascinating play here, wanting maybe to just
I distinctly remember opening another one.
I think that's absolutely his angle here. We saw him not committing.
Is it in my
cards to
top
these
right
Kadachis,
pile?
most likely preferring instead to offset the Kadachis with
Good looks.
things like
Good
life
looks.
game that is deck is capable of producing.
Thanks. Appreciate that. Good looks for
Route
sure.
5 Go again. It's the second attack on the combat chain. Really nice card here in this Ira deck, getting +1 from the
What is this
dagger
card?
here, +1 from the Ira ability.
Oh, that's pretty good. So
Talk
it's
about the
a
math of
0
the
for
Ira
4?
decks. We talk about what they're able to present thanks to that hero ability, but man, a number of 2 blocks already represented.
It's the one that cares if your daggers hit.
The cut through.
That's a 0 for 4 go again if it has.
Saw him have to lose the Razor Reflex to the Command and Conquer. Maybe just the blocking
Fun.
texture of his hand pushed him into that position.
Opting to block with Gauntlets of the
And then it's a 0 for 5 because of Ira hero power. I think I might have spaced that out differently.
Opting not to flick here. Maybe
No, if
not
he's gonna throw
wanting
Torment,
to
I guess it makes
pick his
sense.
Daggers up imminently and not wanting to risk
Torrent.
being caught without them.
But 2 damage over the top from this Terrasunder hitting the block. 36 over to Michael Hamilton playing 34 for Hike. No effects on the priority being passed. Hike sends that card to the bottom. Draw up
Might have to take a
fresh
small
for
break
a
after
couple of bitter
opening
thorns.
all these in
Looks like
between
we get
sorting
sticks and run.
to have a bit of a
So that's
food
not
break.
hand
I'm getting
that does
hungry.
a lot on the pitch side of things. Let's
I
take a
agree.
look
What
at
does
it
this
in
do?
Kangor.
Does it just get bigger?
What a
I adore this card.
Oh, no,
fascinating
it's the
Kutanio.
-2.
I love these
I'm
I'm
cards.
surprised he's playing that.
You know what
Use Elemental
Angle
Guardian,
does?
Bro, I don't
attack,
remember it.
actions.
I don't remember what all these bullshit guardian cards do.
Aria, I think they're just very, very good.
It's a block 3, that's what it does.
Fuse trade-off of if you fuse, you get kind of these classic welcome.
Even in limited,
units
It didn't really have a
without
fuse.
needing to
It was so
crush
rare that
your
you actually
opponent.
fused.
However, fusing functionally requires an extra card of you, and if you don't want to put that card in your arsenal, it can become pretty costly pretty quickly.
Let's see how
My piles are getting all messed up here.
The offenses from Hike taking a
Ugh,
look.
unlucky. Haven't opened a
That's
shelter in
bunch
like
of reds.
a couple
Subway,
packs.
One of those bittering thorns. Up sticks and run can do a lot if you're able to retrieve the dagger.
unlucky.
But with the blood static vest, doesn't have something like a tunic. This would have been the turn he had it online. He would have had the tunic resource available to him. But there's a reason the blood spattered vest is not just strictly better than tunic. It's a card.
You missed out at the beginning of this. Actually, opened some gem packs.
Hike gonna want to get through this one. If you get a dagger through, you
Got a
can
cold
use
foil
Bittering
blade
Thorn,
Beckoner's
use the
plating.
Arsenal. But this is a bit of a clunker for our Ira player.
He can play cut through and flick.
Got this from some gem packs earlier.
Through. Like in
I
the
assume
first
this is
one,
not very
still
good?
again as it will see the dagger having hit in the reaction step. But it's a little bit of a risky play, especially with Stalagmite on the other side of the table. It's very telegraphed. You give your
Got another
opponent the
cull.
opportunity
It's only
to
the second
interact with
cull.
it, and if they have damage prevention a la Shelter of the Storm, you can find yourself completely blown out. So I do kind of like the just pitch the up sticks and run into Kodachi here, then activate Blood Splattered Vest to get the one resource.
Or what, EA?
5, threatening one more damage if this were to connect.
Gotta
So
provoke.
even on 3 reds, he could find himself in a situation where he gets to use 3 cards to present 11 damage.
The gem. So it, at least what I opened,
However,
it
we
was
both know
the front card for both of them was an extended art non-foil. The second card was an extended art foil, and the card in the back was a double-sided art card of like the 1 of 9 art card for creating a hero thing. And both sides were different heroes. One was like Azuri Kano or something like that.
Go ahead and move forward. It's going to be that cut through, just maybe coming and getting that value. Maybe Hike wanting to play around something like a plow under, or even that CNC that we see in Michael Hamilton's hand.
I think that you can open some fancy stuff in there, like I think I saw someone get a Marvel Azuri.
Just stay off of one.
It's the Marvel Azuri and then all the weapons, the token weapons in
We're gonna see
Hmm,
what I
that
believe
makes
is
sense.
a pretty interesting turn from Hamilton, where I expect he may not attack his opponent at all, as he's holding a Winter's Bite and a Crumble to a
Got another
turn.
shock.
To start Jarl's kind of meta plan train, where he wants to remove your armor by giving it -1 counters and then later destroying it. However, he can also fork his opponent in the scenario where if they opt to pick to the Winter's Bite,
What does this hammer do again?
instead simply swing
+1, I
your
think,
red
for-
wood hammer with Crumble to Eternity. This red wood hammer is a really fascinating inclusion, as a lot of Guardian decks trend towards Titan's Fist, which is a very similar hammer. However, its clause to get +1 is if the attack
I guess it means that you can play 2-block blue Earth cards in your deck instead of playing 3-block Guardian attacks.
Is
that better?
Massive advantage into you. So what Hamilton's deck has prioritized in deck building here is instead just having Earth blues to
Yeah,
pitch
if
to the
you're
red
not
hammer
like
to
leaning
kind
on
of
the ice of the
neutralize
hero,
some of
it's
Nu's
just
extra
better.
value that she gets.
What did
from
I put in the
her
left pile?
opponent's blues by having ones that are worse for her. You give up a little bit of consistency in swinging your hammer. You most likely don't have as many good Earth blues as
I
you
put something
might.
in the left pile?
3-cost blues for Titan's Fist, but it does insulate you from some of the carrier
What are you
complexities
saying,
of the
Fox?
metagame.
We've also immediately seen in this game that deck building decision play out with cards like Entangle. You run more
Oh, that
cards
makes
that are
sense.
able to
Yeah, that
play
does
like
make
Entangle,
the new
and
matchup
cards like Seeds
better.
of Tomorrow. This is an Earth instant going to prevent 5 total damage over the turn, including the one from
That's pretty
Kodachi,
reasonable.
including the 2 from this.
Do you have to be an Earth hero to play that hammer? I assume so.
That's so good. Does require a card
Like, can you
from
just play that
Arsenal
hammer in,
to
like,
head
any
to
Guardian?
the bottom of the deck.
I guess there's no
A
reason
small
to do
price
that.
pay for all of the functionality, as it's not only blocking 5 damage.
Confuse your
5
opponent.
damage over multiple chain links. And when you're facing down something like a Mask of Momentum, that is pretty important if you can stop damage over multiple links.
Imagine playing
Just
the
like
Earth
famed new
hammer
defense
in
reaction
regular Guardian
sheltered
when you could
from
play the
the
Chivalry
storm.
hammer.
Hamilton's hand looks like Plow Under, Cadaverous Killing, and a Pummel.
The subtyping on the card doesn't say Guardian.
Here because he is
Or it doesn't
going
say,
to do
Earth Guardian
one
hammer.
better than a Command and Conquer
It just
Pummel.
says
He's
Guardian.
going to destroy or put his opponent's arsenal on the bottom of his deck before he even gets to say anything about it, and then follow up with a Pummel because he doesn't just want the house, he wants the car.
Oh!
Decomposition, there's the Gauntlets of the Boreal Domain. One of the main
Finish my
reasons why
playset of
that card
Thamise.
in the arm slot is because it is Earth. That means it can be decomposed with, and now because in no small part thanks to the decomposition from that first turn and the second turn of the Rukon Carapace, this card comes in for 6 as well as getting rid of that arsenal. And we see 1 in the pit. We see 3.
Playset
coming
secured.
in the tunic. This is a Tazos time. It might come to Hike here.
Oh my god, my stomach just made all sorts of unhappy sounds.
Interesting kind of decision on Hamilton's side of, well, while we're talking about the deck building of this Jarl deck, I think he may not be playing Mangle or the block card that fetches Mangle. We haven't seen.
That's an interesting deck building
yet.
choice.
I
I guess you don't
like
need to
you
play
said,
those.
gauntlets are actually just Temper 2 armor that are also Earth for the
It's not
purposes of
just-
decomposition.
It's not just Temper 2 Earth
Looks like
card.
it to me. This is gonna
It's
be
card that you
damage
put in your
to
deck that makes you
pretty
your opponent
back and forth. This is
second guess
kind of
whether or not you're playing that card.
to the face. Prowess of agility here.
'Cause they don't know
to
whether or
the
not you're
discards
playing it.
in, and Michael Hamilton's going to have to read as the card just released into Classic Constructed mere hours ago. But here it's going to have to hit the bin. Was a nice 3-block, but here Hike probably realizing that card was most likely going to have to hit the graveyard after the pummel. Just used it as the fodder for the trigger. Here comes a Flex Claws coming in for 4, 2 floating, 1 in hand for Hike, but down 11 life now. Michael Hamilton doing a good job of preserving
Got
the
a
armor,
Devotion Never
as well as
Dies.
that Stalagmite might come into big effect later in this game.
He doesn't have to give his
I'm assuming
opponent
the Stalagmite's just going to sit on the table for a really long time.
where he needs
The threat of
to slow
activation
down
matters more than the actual use of it, unless your opponent just
been able to present
is an ape and plays into it.
to force Hamilton to action. Getting a free +1 value out of this Flex Clause connecting, since Ira is going to give him Crouching Tiger with which to put.
I mean, that's not like
on your
actually an
more
extra
effectively
+1.
threatened
You
Mask of
you
Momentum
still
on
would
this
get that
turn.
+1
Here
on
comes a
your
Kodachi
Kodachi. You didn't.
3, and
You just made it less
block
efficient
for
to
the world
block.
champion, but
Because maybe he can efficiently
Mask wall
block 2
trigger
damage
on
instead of 1.
non-attack-
Got a
or
foil spur
non-
locked.
attack action card attacks.
Here comes the cut through coming in for 4.
You were giving him an efficient block anyways. This just like literally didn't matter.
Grab a card here. Michael Hamilton does have a Channel Lake Frigid and an Ice card to pitch for it.
There's just no extra value that was gained.
Looks as though that CLF might just be headed to the block here.
Unless he wanted to block with 3 cards this
Like,
turn.
a little too much value to give his opponent to draw a card here. I do like how Hike kind of avoided.
I guess the
letting
value
Hamilton
is
use
spreading
the
out your
Stalagmite
chain links for
and
mask?
unfloating until
I
the
don't know,
end of
man.
the chain. However, though this
Whatever,
card
I'm gonna stop
three is
questioning their
functionally
comment.
a chain under
Oh!
here. It does have
Playset
moment.
complete.
So if Hamilton doesn't use the Stalagmite here, he
Show
does
you.
get to get in with this
Yeah.
Kodachi for 1.
Yeah, but you need to pull one more so we don't have to
He
play
does
foils.
use it.
We have 6 and 1.
Himself in a situation the
Oh!
whole turn where he's
Oh!
functionally insulated from the effects
Nut.
of the Bastion of Eisenloch.
Here it's going to stop the Kodachi. And going to stop the card drawn. One more block from that Stalagmite before the ice breaks and the shield shatters. We're back over to Michael Hamilton. Frostbite's going to break. He is not
surprised
having
that he
trouble
used the
composing.
shield
We
already.
Talk about the Jarl decks and their challenge, the deck building tension perhaps. Guardian cards, Earth cards, Ice cards. Michael Hamilton really just leaning in some of those Earth cards and putting the onus on their opponent to deal with their...
I should probably go check out Lucas's guide on Jarl from the Runaways.
Taking a card out of the hand already with the Winner's Bite. Man, I will say Winner's Bite, just such a cool and
That's also another hero that I wouldn't mind potentially learning.
any hero that
I never thought that I'd learn how to play Guardian, but he looks
Just
cool.
Please give
Yeah,
me a
actually
card
looks
from
cool.
your hand. No ifs,
True.
no ands, nor buts.
I got a
take it.
soft spot for heavy plate mail.
Interesting bit of kind of softness Hike's equipment setup presents in this matchup, and that Tunic can often insulate you from a blue Winter's Bite by floating 1 resource and preventing you from having to take a card out of your hand to pay the cost it asks of you. However, when you are on Blood Splattered Vest, there's no way to get resources on your opponent's turn for
Oh.
free.
Here comes
These 5
Panic
blocks are
Shuttle.
coming
This
in
is gonna
clutch.
Block for 2 and make a might for Michael Hamilton's next turn, but
Got
the
a
Razor
Thompson.
Reflex is going to threaten to get over the top.
We've talked about welcome to Wraith Haymakers in this match so far. Here comes Razor Reflex on
It's true.
Chainlink 2.
It's true.
This is a very
That
aggressive
we had
Ira
all
list.
forgotten.
That means this Soul Bead Strike not only does an attack for 2, it also is going to threaten to draw a card. This is threatening the mass trigger. Michael Hamilton here might just give that Command and Conquer. That's okay. Hike here. A little frustrating. Probably you'd need to put some pressure on. Draw a couple blues. That's not how Hike most likely wanted to end that chain.
I thought Ira was supposed to be favored into Guardian.
Hammer for 5 with the might. The forest
Swing
headed
that
to the
hammer,
pitch.
Guardian boy.
Oh! Command and Conquer!
Hike taken 5. I
Wow.
don't think he's blocked a single hammer. His goal is likely to never have to in this game, but
It
he
is non-foil.
can't get anything going between Hamilton having a disruptive card nearly every
Hot
single
take,
turn
I
of this
actually
game.
like
And
the
then
other Command
this
and
was one
Conquer
of the
art
first
more.
turns
A lot of
he
people have been
didn't
talking
know how
about
to
like this
disrupt
one
his
being better.
opponent, and Hike's hand is
I think they're both very good arts. I am more partial to the original art.
Harmonized
Personally.
coming in for one. Hamilton here.
No
still
particular
has
reason.
The life
Just
lead.
Could it be
nostalgia.
That
Just
is
like
a number of
I am
fellows
accustomed
critical
to that
that
art.
hand.
This is not like,
The blue
oh my
to
god, this is an upgrade to the
Um,
artwork. I need to
don't
switch out my
think so.
Command and Conquers.
Little bit
I'm hearing that from a lot of
Brick.
people.
However, thankfully, Guardian is very
It is very good
at
art,
just blocking
but it
out
is
unnecessary.
a side grade to
Hype
me.
here kept a full hand.
They are on par with each other.
So Jarl going to have to do
I
some
do have nostalgia
defending
for
to
the-
keep that mask
Oh,
momentum.
followed by a mask and then like the next pack. Oh,
Was curious if he would actually
What was up?
put Splattered Vest
I
on
do
that
have
first
nostalgia for
Kodachi
the
Yeah.
hit
but
to
the art for
insulate
the
himself
originals,
yet
I think,
again from
objectively not very good.
Stalagmite's second block.
Like,
as he's
I
holding two
enjoy it
more
because
cards in
I've
his
been
hand,
playing
one
with
of
it
which
for
costs
4
one.
years,
So if he
but
wants to run his
it
whole hand out and
objectively
then
is
swing the
worth
second Kodachi,
I don't know if I would say that.
cost him.
Okay.
Here comes
That was a double legendary box.
That's gonna go
Was
ahead
this the
and
same
buy a
one with the
block.
shelter? I don't think it
This
was.
fighting breeze is for 4. If this connects, this will create a crouching tiger. Hike may not have a use for it directly on this turn.
Yeah, what is this Ira deck? He's just
Have
playing
to
all these fucking
consider
head
the
jabs and
massive
shit.
momentum, seeing if it's going to be able to draw a card on the turn. That means that the Crown of Providence is going to go ahead, block for 5,
Super
but that's
aggressive
also
deck.
very
I
important.
feel like if you're gonna
Specific
deck build
card
like
ripped
that,
off the
just
top because
play
I
the
believe
other
there's
ninjas.
ancestral empowerment in the hand here for Hype, meaning that
You have
this
no
ancestral empowerment
multiplicative
now
scaling
does
damage
not
with these cards.
continue
They're
this
literally
combat
just
chain
head
that we did
jabs.
for the mask momentum. It would have been able to get over the top, deal a damage, and keep the mask momentum online. Now he maybe has to utilize the flick knives to do his best Cinder impression and keep the mask momentum hunting for a card.
Oh, the first one I've gotten of this, Rotten Remains.
Still has ways in the deck to retrieve daggers. If I had to wager a guess, opting to throw a dagger here, the one presently on the combat chain.
Why are we throwing a dagger? What is going on?
Two more cards to work with.
What did this dagger throw do?
What's the attack that he's going to be able to send to threaten this mask momentum on the turn, and will he be able to utilize
Same is just going to
the
recur it.
ancestral empowerment to do so?
That's fair. If he's gonna recur it,
That's
I-
floating.
I haven't seen him play those yet. The 0-for-4s that recur it.
Passing on the vest trigger, going back to 2 floating, grabbing his hero card, grabbing his Kodachi, swirling the Kodachi around a little bit, back down to 1 floating. Here comes the torrent of tempo. This one, if it hits, it gets go again.
What was
One
the
in
point of
hand.
this?
This one also threatens
A
mask
block?
momentum.
Is Michael Hamilton going to play around the attack reaction? And which attack reaction will he play around if he does? The 1 floating means it could be any number, ancestral empowerment or a razor reflex. If the Bastion of Eisenloft comes in to try to give it that frostbite to stop it, the 1 floating will be
This-
able to be utilized on the empowerment. It's going to be a big block.
Is the card in hand a reaction?
Bit of a tough situation for Hike here. That wall behind, and he needs to kind of leverage this mask of momentum in conjunction with attack reactions to find a way.
This is such a suspicious play. What is going on? What am I watching?
On-board defense reaction that can very easily cover up something like an ancestral empowerment and even a razor reflex if
Oh.
he blocks.
This is a very good box. Got a cold foil mechanologist arms. Even if these aren't good, we're still talking Command and Conquer, Mask of Deceit, and mech arms, and maybe Shelter.
Yet, but boy, oh boy. My friends on the internet are to be believed.
But he just played an on-hit go again. If he's gonna play the
Well, if he
retrieve a
comes in
dagger
with
card,
the
he
Sky
would have
Fall.
played it already.
How about this card?
Here comes on to the combat chain.
Like, this doesn't make sense if his last card is retrieve a dagger. He just would have played that.
Interestingly,
And a foil take up the mantle.
not blocking out the mask trigger.
Yeah, that's going to allow the mass trigger to happen. Michael Hamilton knew about this. He's letting it go because he is hoping that that frostbite you have to
I'm
match
confused.
does
Why is
enough
there a
to
mask
stop
trigger here? Was this not blocked out? Is that not 5 on 3?
Is that the chain link he threw the dagger? You throw the dagger and it counts as hitting.
That's
So
that's 1 hit.
Okay.
Then that's 5 on 3. Did he throw the dagger on the same chain link as a dagger? That doesn't make sense because there's only this dagger isn't promoted. How is this a mass trigger? What did I miss? Oh, is that how that works? Is it even though this was defended, this chain link is considered as there was a hit? So even though this was defended?
Yes.
So hit, and then the next thing is... Okay, I understand now.
Yeah. That's fine. He needed the master. Does his throwing of the dagger make more sense now?
It still seems very suspicious.
Go because he is hoping that frostbite you have to.
Because you're just saying, like, I'm going to hope that you don't defend
has a whirling mist boss
with your 3-card hand plus armor, so I could maybe get a mask trigger when I still have a card in hand. And then he just pitched a full card to play a full card. Like, this was such a suspicious play.
Possibly forcing Hamilton's quick dodge flexors into
Alright, guys. One more box, then we're going to do another giveaway.
He never chose to float a resource. He's functionally, you know, that this card is dead in the water. It's the easiest block of all time for Hamilton.
Yeah, this one you have to imagine it's not going to be drawing 2 cards. It's going to buy the block
This
from
is
the entanglement.
that was a very suspicious turn.
Hamilton, if he was able to keep that yellow,
That is the only way I can
I think
describe
it's
it.
going
Suspicious.
up to 3.
What is it that Noah says?
Here comes
That was a creative use of your cards.
the Queen of the Rosetta,
His
flowing
like
the crown,
caster speak for. I'm not gonna say that was a bad play.
3 life remaining as well as
That was interesting.
a card out of his hand without his consent.
Earth, and action.
Yeah, this is like a terrible mask trigger.
Felling of the crown now comes in for 8.
Oh, foiled Blood of Dragon, whatever. Oh, and a non-foil of it.
The power of the card.
See, double Majestics.
Has access to
All over
not
the place.
leaning into the item disrupt, the armor disruption, not leaning in.
Yeah, bro, I have not been paying attention to this set. I've said that multiple times.
Truly, just solid play and the solid and enticing options that Earth.
It's just
Ice,
he's not winning through solid play. He's
Guardian,
winning through I'm just not gonna make mistakes and watch my opponent make mistakes.
The inexorable
I will
patience
watch you
of
defeat
only
yourself.
him represented. Shown again here. As you said, not interacting with.
I wish I still had another dagger in play.
Instead saying, you'll use it when I make you use it, and then
Who
from
could have
there.
done this to me?
It's just this is such the bike spoke meme.
Speaking of things getting a little bit hopeless here, Hike has gone down to 3, I believe, saying no.
The only rationale I have behind this is him wanting to do the thing. Like, my cards say do the thing, so I want to do the thing, even though not doing the thing was a better play. I want that dopamine hit of moving my cards around.
He's capable of using blood splattered vest in conjunction with flick knives, but if he does,
Yeah, couldn't he have also done his chest that turn and then not have to pitch another card?
Up the top, but it's a brick. He can't play this card on this turn. While it's resources, he really needs more gas than this. He's at a 17 life deficit. The next hammer swing is lethal.
Harmonized Kadachi now coming in for 2. Got one float.
Heads up manner,
Oh,
which is
yeah.
just smitten in emotion with full pass.
Attack Kadachi.
Yes, as people
Has to be
Hike make
that.
it looks classic guardian when
We're going to have to do some
No
defending.
arsenal. So this is 4-card hand. Kadachi, head jab, flick. Don't activate chest.
Also, action and which attack reaction set us by block from my
fucking 4 and Osk
he is
What was the card in hand?
falling down.
they are very
Out.
letting it go because he is hoping that frostbite you have.
Astral empowerment, however, because he
This is such clown activity. He could have activated the chest and then used the dollar to play this, held the Ancestral. Hamilton blocked for 3, so he could have Ancestraled over, drawn a card, hit, drawn 2 more cards.
But did he have 0 cards in hand when he threw the Mist Blossom?
He went to 0 cards because he pitched a red to play it.
Hamilton just blocks with 2 cards.
Great, he blocks with 2 cards, and then I arsenal my reaction. I got what I wanted. I made you block with your whole hand.
Or card armor. Like,
His only armor left is Tunic and the boots, and he doesn't have Tunic up to use the boots.
He might. I mean, the guy's at 11. Like, there's no way Hamilton only blocks us for 3 while you have a fucking card in hand.
Great. Then I don't play the card.
Okay. I mean,
But Hamilton...
It's still better what you're saying. But
Yeah.
This is never drawing 3 cards.
Sure.
Or whatever.
Sure. That's fine. But instead, I drew a negative card by discarding a card to play it.
Yeah, that's.
I played a 2-card 2
That's
instead of playing a 1-card 2 that you have to block for 6. Just, like, yeah, you by doing that you have to say I need my the 1 for 5 to actually hit here, but so he has Ancestral in hand. No, it's not okay. We're link summoning out here. Keep up. Yeah, because like the problem here, if he does make that play and Hamilton just blocks out the 1 for 5 on hit go again, then he activated Chest for no reason. You could still snap it. Like if he overblocks that, you just snap this. And then like dagger, I guess? I don't know. This whole turn is suspicious. I'm just gonna move on with life. I'm losing brain cells.
The graveyard, Felling of the Crown now comes in for 8 and rips a card and puts it to the bottom. Hamilton really just showing the power of the card pool that Yara has access to. Not leaning into the item disruption, or the armor disruption, not leaning in even yet to that hero ability. Truly, just solid play and the solid and
his hero ability is I get to put Earth and Ice cards in my deck. That is his hero power.
The inexorable patience that the Olin, that Oldhim represented. Shown again here. As you said, not interacting with...
At the end, didn't Oldhim basically not have a hero power during a couple moments in the meta? Because you, like, weren't playing Earth or Ice cards, really? Because you didn't have the hammer.
And speaking of things getting a little bit hopeless here, Ike has gone down to
You were just playing
a
Bravo deck with Ice cards.
This massive Felling of the Crown for 8, but he only has 3 reds in his hand. He's leading with a pick up the point. His Stalagmite has left the board. However, he doesn't really have an efficient way to get any...
Got an Oath of Loyalty.
On this turn, he's capable of using Blood Splattered Vest in conjunction with Foot Knife, but if he does, he gives up his only remaining weapon. Ancestral Empowerment rips a card off the top, but it's a brick. He can't play this card on this turn. While it's resources, he really needs more gas than this. He's at 17 life deficit. The next Hammer Swing is lethal.
Harmonized Kodachi now coming in for 2.
Hey, Mr. Orc.
Hamilton here. He's going to take this one. Have to imagine he's feeling pretty fine about his position. Now here comes a Censor. This is who I think.
It is my 3rd foil chain reaction.
Back in the chair as he considers this one.
The expansion slot card I have opened the most foils of. If only we knew someone that played Riptide. Alright, are you guys ready? We got another giveaway coming up in a few minutes.
A million times before. Hammer for 4, baby.
Hammer for 4.
What's funny too is this is less boxes than normal. This is half of the normal amount of boxes that I open. And I think this is better than our 40 box openings usually.
Able to come across and do
Ooh,
some
big if true.
work here in
Thank
just
God
the pitch
Starbuck
zone.
can't play this card.
Oh my gosh. It's pretty good in this deck. Have we even seen Oakenold in Michael's hand?
He blocked with one.
No, the spur locked.
Okay, thank God. I was like, if this deck wins without Oakenold, something is very wrong with the balance of the force. I mean, this is like truly.
He blocked with Oaken on turn 0.
Going to go ahead and hit the pitch here. Thank you to all.
That was his 3rd card for the banish.
You have to imagine Hike down 2-2 to Michael Hamilton's 18 after blocking 3 and taking the 1. And Hike here really maybe just falling victim to the card pool that...
You guys ready for another giveaway? Gonna get some hype in chat for giveaways?
Come together in too impressive of a fashion, especially when facing down
Ooh.
a world champion who just utilizes all of his pieces to their perfection when he can. Here comes the CNC. Arsenal, however,
you gotta guess to enter.
Holding 2 Blue Winter's Grasps, as well as a Felling of the Crown, and I believe another blocking card in this hand. We're gonna see
Alright, let's set up the giveaway.
and Winter's Grasp hit the table. He's going to keep a blue with which to send a felling of the crown that is likely to rip
I don't know how I
Hype's
feel if
entire
they make the
hand.
cracked bauble like the zoomed
It'll
out.
come in for 9, just off 2 cards,
Yeah, it's
forcing a
smaller.
card out of Hyke's hand.
They've
He
changed
doesn't
it
have
almost every set
3
slightly.
blocks. Armor will be
Like more
forced
cracks or something.
away from him.
Yeah, but this one's just, I believe, just smaller.
You're right, Michael. He does bottom a card from his hand, and this is going to be a painful one for Hike to deal with. Looks like he's got a shelter from the storm. Sensor, there's a 3 block. That'll you got. So he does have the block to stay alive on this turn, but
Felt
maybe
like
the
they were
tempo
gonna
gained
show
from this
us what
felling
the
of the crown
is
will
inside the
prove
crack
too
bubble
much
on the 5th
for Ira to
anniversary,
deal with, and Jarl
but
will stop
that
her
just
beneath his
happened or
boot like he
whatever.
has
So,
so many
what are they gonna show us?
insurgents
Is it gonna be a
before.
forever tease?
2 shelters from the storms there. That's going to mean 1 is over the top.
Where's my chat?
Hike down to 1 here. Does he have any tricks up his sleeve?
Type
For
Champleton
1.
if you want to enter the contest.
That
That is for a scarf promo. Type Champleton to enter, and at 6:14 in 2 minutes. We'll close the thing. Technical term, I know.
Hamilton
Ooh,
could do
Sensor.
2 of these before he was forced to interact.
That's crazy. Name any card in my deck, I don't care.
Holding an Oaken Old and a Pulse of Eyes.
Oh wait, he actually cares if he names Oaken. The blind Oaken Hold name would be huge. He's such a gamer. He just natty draws that together. I can
If he
say-
says no blocks, he's like, Oaken Old?
I can say I know what it feels like playing against Hamilton, where he draws a natty Oaken Old
Let's see.
off of a random 4-card hand.
Presented. If Hamilton takes the 3, what does Hike name as the card? 14 plays 1. He's going to bring the card back. How face up is this play? Looks like he might just
Again,
play
type
the 2 here.
Champleton to enter the
He doesn't want
contest.
this sensor to just stop his turn.
Masterful heads up play from the world champ here, deciding whether or not he
The
actually
world
wants to risk it
Champleton.
here. Or if he can continue to wear his opponent down as inexorably as the elements this Guardian represents.
Coward.
He is
Coward. No.
A 6 block here.
He did with 2 cards.
Out, finding
I-
him back into this game.
Coward.
He just beat
Oh,
the
it's just
Redwood
saying
Hammer.
Oaken Old?
Yeah.
Michael, a value player at heart,
Give me a
not
card,
willing to
please.
take extra damage,
Well, he's at 1.
even
Yeah,
with the
give me a card.
potential of getting blown out by that
Probably
sensor.
armor. I don't know, man.
Simply
Wait, does that guy still have
100%
Snapdragon
great
scalers,
point. Now
though?
this asks for armor.
Surely he's had an
from
opportunity
Hike.
to use them.
Barring a defense reaction.
Yep. Like the dagger turn earlier.
Not unreasonable to block with 2 cards here and send Tadashi into Command and Conquer. However, your deck starts to get thin very quickly in this scenario.
Wait, this is a 2-1 match?
Oaken Old
Mhm.
destined
Hamilton
for
goes
Hamilton's
to.
arsenal.
Is he just riding the down pair now? He's like, alright, I'm out of the
I mean,
good
he
breath."
just like concedes to any Enigma for sure.
Maybe do require cards to be pitched to have.
All right, time
The
to
Tunic would
pick a winner.
have to enter.
There's currently a 1 in 4 chance that I, again, don't have to ship it. That's it. We only got 4 people that want to enter.
Gian here.
Maybe even
All right.
in the mask of
Choose a winner.
momentum, realizing he might not be able to keep enough cards.
Unlucky, I have to ship it.
Seen playing this game throughout so many events I've been to. Always someone sneaking around. the
All right.
table. Exactly the type of player
Fuchin?
that embodies what Flesh and Blood is about. Just
On either
showing up,
Discord,
showing out,
Twitter,
time
Blue
again.
Sky, anywhere,
About persistence.
send me your
A little
address
bit of a blunder here versus
where I can ship this to.
champion.
Again, it needs to be within the states. I'm not shipping out of country. This scarf or scarf is now yours.
You have to imagine he was ready with that sensor if it did hit.
Also, do me a favor and write your username in the message
Out,
too.
He is forced into a bit of a fatigue scenario here, giving up.
Congratulations.
On a block for 4 on this hammer, but let's
I have at least 1 more to give out. I might end up doing more now that I plan on sorting on stream too. We'll see. I have definitely 1 more to give out, so stick around. Answered the question already.
1 damage.
Beat you to it.
Down goes Michael Hamilton to 13. Thinking on the
I had
trigger.
planned
Says
to do 5. We'll see if I give away more. I have not decided. Ooh, got another extended art chess piece. And a Rotten Remains.
He is going to go ahead and float that resource. Up
You're
to
in Sweden?
3 floating.
Unlucky.
Boom.
Here comes
Alright, I'm gonna roll again then. I'm sorry, bro.
Coming in for 2 thanks to Ira's ability, picking his Kodachi back up. But he will
Jonathan.
be swinging that
Long-time
Kodachi
viewer.
on this turn. I do not suspect.
Fascinating to look at the blood-splattered vest and
Johnny.
imagine if it was a tunic.
Jonathan
This
Bowers.
turn where 11 turns in, he would have had his 3.
He is a long-time
pieces
viewer.
Out of it already. Would have been
believe it.
coming up on his
Yeah.
4th.
This is a piece of equipment that is all about short games.
I just started writing his
In those
name like
longer games, the
IRL John.
Legendary Fendel Spring Tunic is still the king.
God, the art is fire, though.
Jonathan, I need you to message me your address.
Let's go. Take up the point now. Michael Hamilton does have to think about this because ooh, you can even see the EA. Oh my goodness, there's a little hint of the EA there.
Seems like Hamilton's having a bit of a hard time physically closing this game out since his deck doesn't have like evasion or anything. So there's still a chance that like he could lose this game just by getting nickeled and dimed by the Kodachis, but seems unlikely with the Oaken set. He just needs to wait for the right hand.
Michael probably
I mean,
very
just
happy he went
throwing
ahead.
the Oakenolds
and did not
probably
block on this
fine.
one.
Just 7.
He's blocking with
The guy got 1, give me 3
intending
cards.
to activate quick
2 cards in
draw
armor.
sensors as well as give 1 card here.
So, like,
And then continue nickel and diming. He just doesn't have a way to close right now, but he does. He has the Oaken. He just needs to throw it, which is annoying because he's getting Command and Conquered.
You can. Command and Conquer says defense reaction cards.
Is he
will
trying to figure out if he
not
can
be
boot this?
played to
Probably.
chain link. However, the ability on quick dodge flexors is neither played nor a card.
Yeah, because it only cares about
It's an
card.
activated ability of a piece of equipment on the board, and just like quick dodge flexors, the Ice Earth Guardian of Oldhim.
You're interested in the chess piece? Word.
Capable of activating his defense
I think at least one person locally wanted it. Let me just double check that no one else before you asked for it, and then if no one else did, it's all yours.
Because
I'm pretty sure Chris wants it.
Leg one, so
Because even though it says
set of
defense
gold
reaction
foil
cards
legendaries.
can't be played, do have to just
I
confirm
assume.
to make sure
There's
that
no
the
middle
flexors
rarity.
can be activated.
I don't
Must
think
have
so.
The tunic
So it's
available
just
as
rainbow
well.
foil
to just
extender
float
for the ones that
into
have
that quick
Mhm.
flexors.
Got an Arachne. I think he's just double checking because it's a new card. I do the same thing sometimes. I am 99% sure this is how this works. I'm not going to commit to a play that I understood incorrectly and then fumble the ball, especially on
Extension for
stream.
having a little bit of a judge call, but the answer, as you heard our illustrious judge say, was
Got
yes,
a
you may.
Savor Bloodshed.
Blocking for 4 here, then likely activating his Fendel Spring Tunic and using the resource to activate quick dodge flexors. Cover
You can use
6
the boots as in a
on this
defense
Command and
reaction.
Conquer. With
The way that
one
Command and
card
Conquer is
remaining,
worded,
and
you can
now
use the
it is
boots.
time
It
for
doesn't
the
specify
Old attack ability, the
how the
Oaken
boots work.
Old to be double fused the classic way. Not
Is Jonathan
with
still
Pulse of
here?
Eisenloft, not
Did he
with
win
Pulse
and doesn't even know that he
of
won?
showing his opponent a Seed
Hasn't
of
said shit.
Tomorrow, a completely unarsenable
Gonna have to give him the
unarsenalable card,
I'm
as
with you.
well as a Winter's Bite.
Jonathan Bowers, are you here?
And dominate on hit, taking 2 cards out of
Will
Pike's
the
hand,
real
and
Jonathan please stand up?
closing the game with this
Please stand up.
evasive
Please
damage.
stand up.
Michael Hamilton taking it down and moving on into the winner's column. Was a little bit on the ropes there at 2-1.
Ooh, got an extended art Wrath of Retribution. That looks really cool.
Top 8, but he is the world champ from our first world championship.
That was a cool game.
ever For a reason. Quite good at this year game of Flesh and Blood. It moves on to 3-1 with that
Not bad.
fancy Jarl deck. About the
I'm pretty sure he just fused and did the thing.
Like, you know, there's some space tours. He's shaking.
Temper the burning flames of
Yes.
3 rounds. Fucking old
Yeah.
to be
Yeah, his hand fused. He just wanted he couldn't give up 2 cards to block the Command and Conquer. So he went Tunic, block Tunic, block with a card, activate boots.
And now it is time for the
I need to be able to
oldest attack
have
of the game,
pitch
the
card,
Oaken
Earth, Ice,
Old to be
and the
double
Oaken is in
fused
arsenal, so I can't let the
classic
Command and
way,
Conquer hit.
not with one hit, taking 2 cards out of Hike's hand and closing the game with this evasive damage.
Michael Hamilton taking it down and moving.
Can play some of the new
Oh, it's Chris.
assassin tools to pretty great effect. He presents that Hunter's Clave.
The last person that I watched on stream that made me as triggered as that dagger
Mark of
turn
the
earlier.
Tornado and Mark of the Funnel Web into really devastating, disruptive effects in conjunction with just
That was quite entertaining to
scenarios where if this blade hits and they're marked, Or
What
B,
happened with Ioli?
you have the ability to
He
transcend
train wrecked his
or
draft
incapable
really
of
hard
value marked
in
matters.
it was his
You know, when I said
day
don't get a lot
2
of
draft
what I
pod
meant was
of
a
Worlds, I
whole
think.
set came out with this action
No,
cards,
not
and
Worlds.
There's plenty for her to work with. I must have. I just must.
Amsterdam.
I just must have misspoke.
And he was 7-0 at the time.
misunderstood.
No,
It was
I
And he
might-
train
I
wrecked
might- no, I
super
might-
duper
I
hard.
might have misspoke.
No,
He
it's
basically
on me. It's on me.
It's gonna be a
opened
block
his
for
pack,
3 here with the Funeral
saw
Moon on the
a
ardent desire
medium
body that
Enigma
is
card,
vanished, that
and
is
said,
draw
"I'm all in,"
card because of
and
the
put blinders on.
action card.
And
That
it was
Funeral Moon hitting the
immediately
bench.
obvious
This is why I
that
said this
he
match
was
is gonna be
downwind of other
easier to
Enigmas.
play in and around the Vantage
And he
Zone.
had a
Very
3-0
good.
deck
Funeral
pass
Moon
through him
is
that he could have
an
very
action
easily
card.
moved in on at
At
any
the point
point.
that he wishes.
Very early he could have moved in on. Later he could have moved in on. Like, he had multiple opportunities where he wouldn't have gotten punished for pivoting. Because his deck was just actually unplayable. He had no cards in his deck to make it a functioning deck. And then pack 3, he opened the entire deck of Enigma. He just got handed the entire deck in pack 3.
Now, when you're worried
So it
about
didn't matter
6
that he
rune
train
chance, I was
wrecked.
literally
Exactly.
about to say,
It was a
that
train wreck, but didn't realize he train wrecked until unless he was watching beforehand or something. I see Jonathan around in stream often enough. I'm just gonna leave that set aside and see if he pops back into chat. If anyone sees him pop into chat and I don't notice, can you say something?
Any amount of damage, he was just going to
He's been watching for a long time, so I don't want to re-roll this on him.
Anyways, Chris,
I also don't
having the opportunity
wanna re-roll again,
cast
I'm lazy.
that Funeral Moon from the Vantage Zone as no player lost life this turn.
And importantly for Chris, got that widespread annihilation out of the Vanish Zone because that card, one of those Guardian-style blue cards that attacks for 6, something that Chris is going to want to make sure does not fly against him from the other side of the table off of Moon's ability. It's going to be a widespread ruin now on the
Yeah, it was funny. It was when I was watching it, it was me, Cody, and Dan at least were watching it. Like I know Cody and Dan were in my stream watching it in chat, and all 3 of us were just like, "Dear God."
Effectively use her blues against her. However, in exchange, sometimes that Vanish Zone can really stack up against you and put you in a scenario where you're incapable of clearing all of it and start bleeding out to your blood.
Oh, got the warrior helmet.
Losing life at a rate that kind of outstrips the amount of value you get out of having a larger functional hand as a result of being able to store cards in your Vanish
There's a
Zone.
chance I play Warrior this
the
season.
widespread ruin.
Probably have a Kabuto.
Really cool line Chris played here. He played this Beseech the Demigod to give a red card in his Vanish Zone.
That was a idea of Cody's, I believe, to play Beseech in the deck. It was really funny. I knew Cody was doing the Runaways special thing for like premium members of the Discord for Vincent that month, and then one day I started selling all these Beseeches on TCG Player, and I was like, "What the heck?" I was like, "Wait a minute, read the card." Remember what something Cody offhand mentioned on the podcast? Did Cody add this to the deck? And then I go check our Discord, or I check our Fabrary, and I see that he did in fact add it to the deck, and I messaged Cody and I was like, "Oh, thanks for making me like $5 in sales today from people buying this stupid ass card." Got a cold foil froggy legs.
Chris will force him to discard.
Yeah, the ethos was he wanted to add more cards to the deck that let him play all of the cards in his hand, because your opponent typically gets stuck in blocking patterns against you where they just can't play the game. You're just outvaluing them too hard. So if at some point during the game my opponent is going to start blocking me out, I just want to make sure that I can always play all 4 to 5 cards in my hand. And that helps with that. I think it gives you go again or something, so it lets him play 2 Runegate cards or play Runegate card and then set back up for his next round. If I remember correctly.
That's a card you do not want to see new resolve against you, especially after
Holy!
triggered. But who cares about any of that? Chris firing up 2
Got a war cry.
Runebloods in the same turn here, generating 8 rune chances.
Oh my god.
Deathly Delight for a functional 13 damage coming in for
Like I said, you get stuck blocking. Like, what do you do against a turn like that? There's no way you hold your grip and try to play back.
So when the combat chain closes, Chris is going to gain 2 life to 38. your blessings?
2 floating that's been conspicuously just sitting there for this whole turn cycle. I wonder why Dylan hasn't wanted to spend those 2 floating on
Wait, why is he playing the count? Just
You know,
AB.
it's a tough
The
thing
fuck?
because there were all these rune chants flying across the table, and he's already down to 26. I just wonder why he. Oh.
Okay, that's not correct.
Oh, there was a count your blessings in the art.
You're supposed to just AB here, not play the count. Because you still have the count. You can just do it later.
2 points of
Because your opponent gave you a chance to use all of your resources on defense to prevent damage. Where on a future turn, they might not, or they might come in for an awkward amount, like 4 rune chants exactly. Where now you can pitch 2 blues, prevent all the arcane damage, and then still use the 2 leftover dollars to play your count. Where here, you can use all of your resources on defense. The only reason to do that would be to free up your arsenal, but I'm sure you'll find... unless you think that there's going to be an off turn here. That's reasonable. If you think Chris is going to take an off turn so you want the open arsenal, so you can play a 3-card hand and then set, I guess that's fine. Because he did go into the round with no rune chance, so it's pretty reasonable that he might have an off turn here. And he doesn't have the other gloves.
Definitely will. 3 more cards in hand to work with. Let's take a look at what he's thinking so closely about. And it looks like it's just the edge of the table.
What is he thinking about? Yes. Edge of table. Thank you, Ellie. That was comedy.
Comes in 3 burst counters.
And now we know he's not playing with a loyalty this turn.
Certainly not.
Yeah, that's the one thing about playing a round like that. Especially when you're playing a Revel. You're like guaranteed to go into the next round without rune chance, which is kind of dicey. Which does mean he's wasting Tunic counter here also, so he's losing a little bit of value on that.
You really don't want to be drawing that card when you are in situations where you just need to be blocking. You want to be resolving it when you have tempo, when your opponent is just in a position where they have to pass.
Unfortunate. Got a foil saver bloodshed.
Total that they have to climb over grows greater and greater and greater. But when you functionally just have to use it as blocking value, as life you gain on defense, it gets a lot harder to properly punish your opponent for not being able to hit you hard enough.
I thought the
like I said,
Draconic Chest,
bummer when you have
just
to be
the non-gear one, thought it blocked one. Nope, this is probably the worst equipment in the set.
We can, if you want, but you never told me what other cards this artist has done. I don't care if you're driving. Go crash.
Needs to string together some things that are truly devastating, and for him on that turn, and then establish the Malefic, get that first rune chance, maybe let that Destiny Whale do some work here. Boy, but here comes.
Does he transcend? Nope. Not a gamer. Opponent would be absolute Giga Chad if he had a cheat card here, so he could get all modes on his levels.
Imagine playing on levels without all modes.
He still got 2 modes on it with only 1 pitch card because he hit with his dagger.
Bit of a tough situation that because he dealt so much damage to Dylan, he wasn't capable of cashing in the bloodied oval to stop.
I'm also pretty happy seeing this on Chris's side. Opponent so far has played 2 cards that do not actually take any cards from me. Just damage, I sleep. I still have my armor fridge up.
Looks like Chris here just going to go ahead and have to take the 4.
Got an oath.
Here comes a leave no witnesses now. This one threatens the arsenal. Vincent here does have some equipment to work with. Looks like Chris did not bring the Vexing Quill hand to the table, so it does have
got a bad bonds.
This is the arsenal worth protecting.
And a coat of allegiance.
When you let that Mistblade hit and it's followed up by levels of enlightenment, you really don't want to see a disruptive attack at the end of that combat phase.
Whatever, Block Cat, move on with life.
Still has 2 more cards in hand. We could see something.
Unless we can't use all these cards.
As well as, though he hasn't blocked.
I don't know what the hand is.
Chris does have 2 contend with Rousing Wave. Push this leave no witnesses to 5 if he just sends 4 armor. Instead, it looks like we'll see the Crown of Providence blocked with and the Arsenal sunk. He'll still lose a card off the top of his deck.
Yeah, the adult.
He'll get to have 5 cards to
nope,
work
it's not the adult. It's the young. Less Pog.
Dylan, 2 cards left to convert.
So it looks really cool.
Lane. 2 down. 30 goes to Sayali. Top of the deck shows
He has
It
drawn
looks
a card
cool
and
enough
put
to
it
be
on
an
the
adult
deck.
hero.
Sam?
And it's not a red Deathly Whale, it's a yellow Deathly Whale. So
Do I have any agreeers?
it's not going to get a silver for Dylan, which is something that they actually can use relatively well, these new decks. You start pitching into silver late in the game.
I was busy pogging. Did you do the thing I said? Block cat, move on with life? Seems like it.
There also just passed with the card
You
being
think
both players aware of the potential long
Dragon
game
the
and not
Draconic
wanting to throw
+3
cards that they
is
don't
good enough
necessarily
to play
need to,
Droma?
but we do
No.
see the first
Is it good enough to play in Dromai? Legally, yeah,
like
like I can put that on my deck and it's like not the worst, but
powerful
um,
for Vincent, able to allow
It's one of the
both
Draconic
players to
game
get
starters
card
you can
in
play
hand, and
today.
if a hero has lost life, it can be
I gotta
played.
reevaluate it. It does actually make it so your Kyloria comes in for 7.
Stuff from that new expansion slot card.
Cool as an offensive tool. where
How
you
does-
get your opponent's hand,
can I read that card?
maybe even cooler as a defensive tool where you kind of get a functional scowling flesh bag out of it. when you
Okay,
force
so it's
a
not
card out
until
your
the end of the
opponent's hand
turn or anything
on
like that.
offense.
Because that would be sick if you could play that Kyloria for 7, crack boots Kyloria for 7.
Of course not.
I'm trying to break the boots.
Excuse me, 3 rune chants now available that kind of become.
Oh, I got the Guardian
resources
boots.
in the
Still
deck.
fucking head
As the rune
I think
gate is
I think
going
Tooth and
through,
Dragon
Deathly
is
Whale.
like
Card
probably
costing 3.
I don't think so.
Card costing 0.
I think there's a world where you play it. It's like a maybe board card,
Shadow puppetry
but I'm not like starting off by adding that to my deck. I don't think it adds enough to my deck to warrant playing it.
Yeah, it needs to be like a
Taking this
specific meta,
deathly
and, like you're trying to
whale
target something or do
generate
something
two rune
specific.
chants, both players have lost life.
I might have played that back when Guardian was a big deal, because it lets me chip my opponent's life down with my no Phantasm Dragons.
Yeah.
I'm just going to demand more of your cards. And it lets me do that type of playstyle in big dragons without having to add attacks to my deck. But the fact that it doesn't defend is kind of cringe. And it's just a head jab. Like I could just play a 0 for 4 instead. Especially now that there's more 0 for 4s I can play.
Tunic on 3, we could see Tunic
Sure.
floated with which to cast
We
Count Your
do have more
Blessing.
cards.
Like, there's a 0 for 4 block 3 with Go Again that you can play
Yeah,
in the deck.
there's the new Blaze Hedgehog.
Yeah.
This attack does have go again, thanks to Shepherdry.
Prosperity, close the chain.
I don't like that phrasing of past priority. That feels like
Rune chants total, 2 more created from the
misrepresentation,
both players
almost.
having lost the life.
because
This is
you're just
holding
closing the
Rebel
chain. You're not
Warrior
passing
in his
priority.
hand.
Passing priority would
They don't
signify you're
think
trying
they
to
had used Tunic to fire up
pass
fast. We could have seen
phase and go to the end of the turn at this spot, right?
Spellbound creepers on this rebel, allowing him to go an entire extra chain link wider if he were capable.
I think they knew what they meant.
Instead, we're gonna see
Got another
Tunic
foil blood.
Reckoning hit the table, giving his next Rune Blade attack +3. Well, for 8, which will also generate 2 rune chants on the back end.
Yeah, this Deathly Whale doesn't care that this life was lost earlier. This one's just going to go ahead and still make the rune
All right.
chants at the combat
Last
chamber.
box, and then we're gonna have another giveaway,
Up to 2 floating goes Dylan.
and then I'm gonna start sorting cards, and I might do some more giveaways after that. I haven't decided yet. I think I'm gonna base that off of how
Away.
if people end up staying.
I thought he was only playing 2.
We get a lot of people staying, then I might do some more giveaways.
No, it looks like he didn't. You were right. You were totally right.
And I was
I feel
being
like I'm like
facetious.
half done with the combo.
Taking 5 here after blocking the test.
Cool.
Oh, never mind. He is taking 1 after blocking the Simcola.
Jonathan still hasn't said anything.
27.
Unlucky.
There come the rune chants from the Deathly Whale. Looks like that Rebel in Rune Blood is going to go ahead and hit the arsenal. One
Gotta
more
say,
life down, down the
pretty
call.
good box
These
openings.
players, life totals falling
Cannot
at a
complain.
similar rate, but Dylan
Actually, I
is
can. We haven't opened another shelter since
more
finishing the
often
set.
than
Can't even
Christmas.
play. The
Over
first
course
set
of
we got
this one.
shorted.
Ooh, maybe a couple defensive pieces.
Oh, I just had to complain, and then it would will itself into existence. I got another shelter.
Think a haunting condition. You can see the runic
Yeah,
reckoning.
second is, I believe, reduced to rune chant, haunting rendition, and a
Let's see,
runic
what else am I going to complain about? No
widespread
Fable?
ruin that has found its way
Only
into
one
the
Command and Conquer?
vanished zone. Chris with 2 blood debt here. Runic Reckoning pumping his next attack by 3, and a widespread ruin coming in for 9 alongside.
Does that mean if I don't run another giveaway, you just stay in this until I stream again?
Casual 12, and not a card has been pitched yet, my friend. Under the trapdoor, there's one of those new cards from Hunted making its way into this new deck. Runic Reckoning powering.
Yeah, got that a little while ago. Got a in the same box. Got a Command and Conquer, a Mask, those cold foil mech gloves, and I can't remember. Might have also opened a Shelter in that box, but I can't remember if that was the previous box.
On the bottom of the deck. Draw a card into the game.
Thanks for the free ad revenue.
Take a card off the top of Dylan's deck in a matchup where he's concerned with fatigue that could become incredibly relevant as time passes. As well as he could use key destructive pieces like Codex of Frailty, a card we haven't seen him draw one of yet. The likelihood of it becoming the top card of his deck to somewhat soon is increasingly high.
So Chris here may be thinking about Cull, can play it as an instant. Just a card from both players. He is going to go ahead and Cull here. Oof. You can see Chris here. A little sound there as he saw the Casual Blessings come out in response. Can be played, as we say,
oh,
in
it's
response
huge.
to this Cull, so it doesn't have to lose the card. The Cull that Chris
Nice Cull. I'll play my hand in response.
Cull here is that Haunting Rendition, so no value gained there. Going to choose to reduce to Rune Chant instead. Once again, Dylan's just going to Tunic to 2 and pass after gaining the life from the Count Your Blessings.
A little bit of a brutal situation there. It's kind of subtle. It's not the most obvious.
Why is Count Your Blessings still
Chris
legal?
was already moving to play that Cull in a scenario where he was lighting a card on fire from his own hand to deny value from his opponent's hand, and his opponent completely sidestepped it. It's kind of the classic assassin situation of whatever you thought I had was completely wrong.
Can we get one more legendary to close this box opening out? One more legendary. Can we get a Command and Conquer? Just one. I don't ask for a lot. Just one Command and Conquer.
His hand into an opponent who is refusing to take any
Save
offensive game
your
actions.
blood artist you're asking
Yet
about
again,
has
he will
done
banish a
so
card
many
that does not have blood debt.
Yeah.
The
I see.
Vincent train is kind of falling apart at the hinges here a little bit. The deck really not doing what you need it to be doing.
And you heard him say, "We're gonna pass," with a little smile on the face. But again,
I do like
this
a lot
is
of their
part the
cards.
game plan here, actually, I believe in this matchup. Put the
I'm surprised I haven't seen their name before. Just like randomly looking at a card to see the artist name.
They did Metacarpus Nude.
Oh.
How did you not know this?
Power turn, something
They
that
did
can break
Rouse
through
the
your
Ancients.
defenses. But now 3 cards in hand,
Stab
bonds
them.
of agony. All of a sudden, you ask
That's another good
buddy,
OnlyFans
you're
name.
gonna get it.
I'll rouse
As
my ancients.
disruptive a piece
They
as
did
we can
War
find.
Tune
Chris
Herald.
Ialdi-
You're
Chris
a
Ialdi, he
fool.
was the
Yeah, how have I not
second
like seen their name before?
World Championship ever.
There's a ton of their cards that I like.
4-0. He's gonna get
none too pleased.
6 block here.
They
He's
did
running the Bonds
Blessings
Agony. A
of
couple cards he's happy once
Patience.
again to see block. Excuse me,
Is that the
5
Guardian
block.
one?
It's,
Bonds
yeah,
of
it's
Agony.
the
Develop
block
Darkness only
3
block
sigil
two.
that costs 1.
This is a really genius
Got a
block from Chris.
Extended Art
Not only
Fire
is he
and
holding
Brimstone.
reduced
What
to
is this
Radiant,
card?
So he's playing
Oh, it's
around
the Fang one.
Bonds of Agony being played and Justinic being played, or Bonds of Agony having 3 reactions played as well.
And
as
another
Justinic
Majestic in the
being
same pack.
played, which would push it to 9.
I've
He's covering
probably
5 and
won
then
the
another
most
4
money in
with
the
reduced
world
to Rune
playing
Chant in hand.
Blessings
And
and
by
Blessings.
putting his Cull in front of this Bonds of Agony, if the Bonds of Agony is forced over his defensive wall on this turn, he can rip Dylan's arsenal card out.
Oh, wait, is that a widespread and
And
vanish?
that card just so happens to be a Count Your Blessings.
Quick, find a cheat card.
This, though, Dylan throwing that wide
Oh, wait, he can't play it for free. No, he can still play it for free. That's how new
He's gonna
works.
play it on this turn. He'll be able to throw 6
Oh, he has a cheat card.
after activating new. If he doesn't, all of a sudden he maybe put that card in the Vanish zone, and Chris Ialdi will be able to use it to devastating effect.
Last
Talked about
pack.
Winner's Bite earlier. Here's even better than that.
Response to the activation of Mask here with a reduce to Rune Chant. Once again, attack reactions are all technically instants, and look at this. All the cards are coming from the hand here.
And nothing.
The
Unlucky.
Haunting Rendition is going to go ahead and be discarded.
All right, let's do some pack
Prevent
maintenance.
2 damage over the next couple
Throw up the
of
contest.
two, right? And so that will
Yes.
And then we'll go over our spoils. What did we get from this box
It's
opening?
just gonna be the 2, so that is going to go ahead and from here, it looks as though Dylan was just content to just pass the turn after all of those blocks were presented. That's going to be good enough for Chris.
He was indeed holding a Count Your Blessings. curious to see what Chris does here. I think he may play this call to try and take a card from Dylan as his one game action, as well as soften the impact of his own blood debt.
All right, let's figure out what do I want to do
So
for
have to commit
the keyword
more
this
attack
time.
reactions to the Bonds of Agony. Once he saw all the defense Chris was able to play, said, I'm fine. I don't need to break any of my equipment. I'm just going to see what you can do on your turn.
He didn't
Dylan
even know
said-
that it banished a card from his hand.
Dylan said, for no value? And Chris was like, oh, no, for this amount of value.
For a card from you. I believe Dylan was under the impression that only heroes who had lost life
Yeah.
had to banish a card, but that's not quite how call works. That card is
Oh, that's
not
funny.
so kind to the opponent as to give them any choice in the matter. You will banish a
What
card
did
from
we
your
get
hand
last
as long as
box?
there's a card there for you to banish.
Down to 27 falls Chris Ayali after that widespread annihilation that Dylan put in his banish zone with that pass over. Triggers that blood debt.
Whatever,
First
we'll
game
just keep
action
it
for
simple.
Dylan. Here comes the surgical extract.
A little bit of a double-edged sword, pass-overing,
This is
playable.
like the least
blood
amount
debt
of
attacks like
mass
that.
opening
You
foils I've ever
can
looked at. This is all
absolutely
the
punish your
foils we
opponent
got.
by trying to make their blood debt spiral.
All right, guys, type Scarf to enter. Potentially the last Scarf for Scarf promo. And then I'm going to start doing some
about what you get out of
box
the
open or
deck or
sorting.
graveyard. Speaking of, the surgical extraction is coming across here, threatening to take a card both off the top of Mr. Yali's deck and.
And if people stick around, I might do some more giveaways. We'll see.
However, that can just create a situation where Chris has extra cards to work with. This is the back and forth texture of this matchup. This is the scenario where new.
How do I change this? Let's change this to the other view.
Careful about the waters through which you wade, because one wrong step and the shadows of the demonastery will claim you.
Again, that's Scarf to
As
enter.
these beasts from beyond
the thingamaboo's
beckon
it.
from the
Where's the
blood
rares? I'm gonna
zone
start
to
sorting
take you
rares.
down with
Ugh.
4 damage from this surgical extraction. And so much more represented with the on-hit effect. So has got to have a think about this one. Banish zone only has the widespread annihilation as of now. Surgical extraction could change that in a hurry. Both players here deep in thought. 26 plays 27 at the moment. 30 minutes remaining in the round. This one might take much of this time, folks, as these players clearly at the top of their games. Both X and O here, 4 and O at this round of the calling, round 5, coming to you live from Memphis,
Tennessee.
from Memphis, Tennessee. And Paul Simon.
Again, that's
Never
Scarf
played
to
the
enter
Grace.
the contest.
But we here go to Volcool.
My cab driver last night had the thickest southern accent of all time.
It's just the one row that had the rares in it.
That's when I was in Tennessee.
That's when you knew?
That's when I knew.
You got off the plane like, where am I?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, after 10
What-
hours,
Where
Bruh.
is this place?
Vancouver to Tennessee will
Get in the car,
absolutely
like,
leave you feeling like,
oh.
oh man, where am I? That was layovers included, like 10 and a half hours in transit. Not pleasant.
8 block presented now. Here comes the Grasp of the Arcanite and 2 of the 3 blocks.
No.
Go again, going to be presented now with the path well traveled. Talk about a sidestep. Looks as though Dylan's just going to try to get around this one.
That's an
again
oof for
and
sure.
Activate new here. Look at the top.
Oh,
Gonna leave it
no.
on top. And that widespread annihilation that was going to be played most likely on Chris Ayali's next turn now just gets to come in for 6 points of damage. Kind of a back-breaking follow-up from Dylan. Chris really wanted to keep that hand around. That's why he blocked with those extra cards. The question is willing to take 6 damage to preserve both of those cards? Yep. Yep. Yes, he is.
Absolutely.
He's
Shake my
super, yeah,
hand.
he super is. He said, okay, no blocks. Take 6 down to 21.
Boot for a boot.
Funeral Moon is going to go ahead because, of course, Chris has lost life. Widespread Annihilation says, please banish a card from your hand. Luckily for Chris, this one can still be played, though. Now the next card in his hand also has to be banished to that Vincent trigger. But with 3 Rune Chants, everything in the deck should be able to be played.
And Salt in the Wound, though that is a ninja card, Dylan, as new here, has cast it. Count your blessings. after all is said and done, coming in with the surgical extraction into the widespread annihilation. He has used the one floating he had in conjunction with his tunic counter to play Count Your Blessings number 4, I believe, when Chris passed priority there. Chris banished.
Yeah, the only reason that I wouldn't want to give out more scarves right now is to have more for future streams, because I have no idea when the next time they're going to give me these promos is again. This is the first time they've ever given me content creator promos. And I don't even know when the last time they did it was. I just don't remember when the last one was. Was it the... No. Was it the generic Good Deeds or whatever? Was that the last content creator promo? Good Deeds don't go unnoticed or whatever?
4 rune chance. And the 6 physical from the Deathly Whale.
What yellow?
News for Chris. The tunic being utilized on Dylan's last turn means that this is not a comfortable, pitch into these rune chants, and we do see Dylan is going to take the one, so that Deathly Whale is going to refund itself 1 rune chant.
I feel like Chris has already lost this game.
As well.
And the rest is just going through the motions.
For combat chain closing. And because a hero has lost life, Funeral Moon can be played as an instant because it is still a shadow non-attack action. Even though it's played at instant speed, it still is a non-attack action for the purposes of Vincent's trigger. And now when the Deathly Whale resolves after the combat chain closes, giving the resources, the rune chance for the players that have lost life. Now Chris has lost life as well, so that Funeral Moon creates a rune chant and then virtually creates another rune chant thanks to the Deathly Whale.
Like you said.
All right, last chance. Does anyone want to enter the competition? That's Scarf to enter. I'm going to hit enter if no one enters in the next moment or two. I'm going to finish this pile in my hands right now, and then I'm going to hit the button.
Not force a card out of Chris's hand, since his arsenal is full.
And what?
Leave no witnesses, threatening to take that arsenal that sat there for quite some time away from Chris. I'm a little bit curious if it's a defense reaction, or maybe even a card he wants banished by Leave No Witnesses.
1 block remaining on the grasp of the Arc Knight as well.
Yeah, pretty hard to tell. But total cards in deck doesn't actually tell the whole story here. Total damage left in deck is a big deal on Chris's side, because even if he still has 20 cards left in deck, it doesn't mean that he has 20 cards worth of damage, because an amount of that is going to be arcane damage, which doesn't actually trade for cards. It trades for pitch. And once he's out of all the good red and yellow attacks from his deck, like all the majestic ones and all the reds, he's down a lot of damage. And then once he starts running out of his rune chant generators, his ability to throw 2 attacks in the same round, like the way he wins this game is by throwing 2 attacks multiple rounds during the game and leaking damage each time. We saw him do that earlier in the game, but he really hasn't done that since. He had that one really big turn, the one that I was talking about, whether or not Guy should have played the counter not. But then after that, he really didn't do anything. He's really stumbled since then. He needed to draw back up into a hand that generated rune chance, and he just didn't. And that's the problem with Vincent. Like, you can have that happen to you, where you're like coming in hot, and then your deck just shits on itself, and you just can't play the game anymore.
Maybe an option to get some go again here.
All right, time to choose a winner. Oh, unlucky. Now you get to leave the stream. Congratulations, Fox. Can we get some claps in chat for Fox?
Work against a new deck that is happy to play attack reaction.
Looks like Dylan is arcane barriering as much as he possibly can.
Oh yeah, I forgot to do the rundown of everything that we opened.
Presumably looking to block with the
Fox, make sure that you
forced to banish anything from his
send me your info of where to mail this to, okay? Again, I'm sure you heard me. You've been here all day in my stream. It needs to be a United States address to be eligible. And then send me your username too, so that way I know who which one of these is yours. Twitter, Blue Sky, whatever. Oh wait, I can get messages directly on here. Oh wait, that's OP.
And to that end, Dylan is sending this Art of Desire Mind just for 1 because it effectively threatens cards.
Wait, no, that's not messages. That's just your chat history, bro. I don't know how Nightbot works.
The players here having a bit of a laugh.
So, again, I have some more. If people end up sticking around, I'm going to give out some more, maybe after I get some more sorting done. Maybe I'll finish off the stream with some more promos. We'll see, we'll see, we'll see. No promises.
Looked at those 4 cards off the
You have to
top,
behave,
seeing
chat.
what he was hoping to see.
Or not. I don't care.
He was able to buy all of the cards out of Dylan's hand last turn. He really needs
Elden
to
Ring?
break through this cycle.
Oh, I'm so excited for the new Elden Ring thing coming out, whenever that is.
Dylan said, a little bit more painful
I'm really
than
tempted
that.
to do
It
another
is
fresh
another left
playthrough from the start.
incantation. Chris
Not
is
like a,
starting to get a little bit low on damage
what is it called?
to deck.
Not a New Game Plus,
He
but
needs
a
to
fresh
make
playthrough.
big push here. So he
Maybe.
doesn't have a valid banish for Blood Debt.
Second tear through the portal, hitting the banish zone for no value. Maybe that's why Chris had that bit of a head shake. Wasn't happy to see the hand. Maybe there wasn't even a Blood Debt card on offer.
For the
Yeah,
comments,
Machinations of
I think
Dominion.
I should even bother.
And the
sort of
Deuce to
all of
Rune Chant here, just
I
gonna
don't
make
know.
a Rune Chant.
Too
And he
much.
just has to
brutal.
pass the turn. Just devastation for our 2022 Worlds runner-up, as sometime the Rune Blade give it.
TBH? Shrug.
Rune Blade taketh away.
We
Just
have been selling it
a
already,
really
so.
tough turn of events. You bought all the tempo. You took
Just
all
how much you do,
of
I don't
the
know.
cards out of Dylan's hand. And what do you have to show for it? A single Rune Chant.
Because it is reasonable to
Two
like
mentions.
not do
Vince
all
Good night,
the-
Jesse.
Yeah, but that was
Have fun at work, I guess. Unlucky.
You know,
You got me. You got
It's
me.
what did he
reasonable
do?
to not
What did
do
he
all
do?
of
He
it
made a
because
Rune
the
Chant
time
and he
spent
passed the
doing,
turn, meaning all
like,
of a sudden
the
the
extra
beckoning
theoretical-
Mistblade
There are other
once
sets.
again
so-
threatens some real potential danger. No blocks. Chris goes
But also,
for
this could be the,
14.
I'm just going to sort out all this, and then we're never going to sort any more of the set ever again.
30. This really feels like that might
That's
have
enough
been the
to
turn.
not do any more.
Bond
It's up to you.
attraction
Use your judgment on
two with Go
quantity.
Ahead. This has a pretty meaningful on hit in this matchup. This will banish both the top card of Chris's deck and a card from his graveyard, not only setting something up.
You
that
joined
will
my
be
Discord and
allowed
sent me a
to
message? Okay.
play against him, as well as creating a situation where he can maybe give Chris a little bit more blood.
Congratulations on winning.
Thankfully, the top card of the deck is not a blood debt attack action. And Dylan, knowing that he can't make use of anything in Chris's banish zone this turn, instead opts to
You're
just
doing
banish a
the
card
spread
of
of
the same
everything
color to
people
fulfill bonds of
put on it,
attractions.
so-
of
Oh, yeah, I forgot.
Pain
Again.
Claws.
Yeah.
Activating Tunic, and I
Yeah.
believe we are going to. Oh, well, that's not a counter your blessings at all. That is
No.
a command
Let's
and
see.
conquer coming for that last
Wow, I
level
think
in
Razor's
Chris's
Edge is
arsenal.
like really
Different
short
card
for
that
him.
starts with C and a wholly different, the devastating effect coming and threatening that arsenal. Chris has already utilized the Crown of Providence on a Leave No Witnesses.
I don't think you guys care to see all the Majestics. So let's just go over the
That
super
is
high-end
the final
stuff.
Revel in Runeblood. That is too much offensive value, and we know there's that.
Can I zoom
he pitched
out
away
my
to lose the
camera?
Rune Chant, so he's got to really think, how can he protect that Revel in Runeblood? Can he protect that Revel in Runeblood? 3 Rune Chants sit over there in the arena.
It's already
There's a
zoomed
little
out all
bit
the way, I
harder to
guess.
work with, but it's all pretty expensive to block with.
Okay.
Big think here from our World 2022 runner-up.
We have a snag, a deathly whale.
So we've got 2 different young Arachnes. It's kind of funny.
I see
Got a
one
Marvel
for
Fang
sure.
adult.
Yeah,
I
it's
believe
that third card.
may be a funeral man. Oh, it is an envelop in darkness red.
Doesn't block 3.
Hand doesn't block very well at all.
Snag
Got
doesn't block whatsoever. He's
7
moving
shelters,
around.
which I feel like is way above average compared to previous box openings that I've done.
Significant portion of his remaining armor suite.
That's why you can see him taking such a long time
Got
to think.
Cold Foil
That
Legendary,
envelop in darkness. He has not been able to get much value.
Cold Foil
The Tunic
Legendary,
counter is on 3, so he would
Cold
be
Foil
able to
Legendary,
pay
which
for it.
I also feel like is above average compared to what I would normally do. I usually get this many Cold Foil Legendaries in a 40 boxes.
Given what the commander
Regular
counter on
Rainbow
combat
Foil
represents.
Legendaries,
6 damage, Arsenal Disruption. Block 2.
1
That's
Command
easy
and
to call.
Conquer,
4 damage over the top. Card in the arsenal gets destroyed, and it is the Revel
2
in
Majestic,
Runeblood.
Cold
And Chris
Foils,
Ioli
3
down to
Majestic
12
Cold
to Dylan's 31.
Foils,
That
a
last
Foil
turn,
Shelter,
drawing a hand
and
that
then
completely
kind of running out of space here.
Chris Ioli
But
mountain back to the
5
winner's column.
extended
This
art
game
or
is steep
whatever you want to
from
call
here.
it, Rainbow
Losing
Foil,
four
Majestics
value
and
from the
such.
Revel in Runeblood.
I guess
Not
this is
only
not
the damage,
Majestic,
but what it
but
represents to
you
potentially
get what I'm
extend the
saying.
combat chain. Chris here once again just
I feel like this is really good, but other people that have opened product can let me know what they think.
Is it at this point too little, too late?
That is one of my favorite qualities about Chris as a player. Not only is he kind and an excellent person to play against,
Chris is a very kind guy.
In the face of disaster. And despite this last turn having been,
He's always
veritably
chuckling whenever I see him. He is a swell bean.
He is still setting up, and he is still trying to find a way through the maze of traps that new Alluring Desire is laying out for the Iron Maiden. Arsenal this snag. He's blocking here to put a card in his banished zone, as well as cover up the on-hit here without giving his opponent a drawn card and life gained. But Dylan has the hiss. Coming over for 3.
Importantly, Chris now thinking about not only the destructive effect.
Thanks for watching. Have a good one.
His own banished zone and the lost life from Blood Debt, but also just the damage that this new deck can sometimes randomly represent. Snag, however, is going to finally come from Arsenal and threaten to take away the
the snag
that the hiss is representing.
Little shake of the head from Dylan. Doesn't look none too pleased about that snag.
Persistent effect as well. So
I mean, whatever. You still got 2 cards and you're up 20 points. I wouldn't shake my head too much at that. Oh no, I didn't kick him while he's down. Oh, and you still have a codex afterwards? What the heck?
Because he was holding a just a nick he couldn't make use of because Chris just passed.
Look at this though, Command and Conquer.
SMH, I didn't completely shit on my opponent. I just mostly shit on him.
The blender does not let up. Dylan in the driver's seat and looking to put his foot on the gas.
I don't think he's putting his foot on the gas. I think he's putting his foot on his opponent's throat right now.
He puts in his arsenal here because if he's not careful, it may well be.
You usually have to pay extra for that.
Let's see just now exactly how.
really good moment here on coverage where the TO, perhaps unaware that there was a little bit of a judge call extending this round a little bit. The round is at time. They have an extension to finish this game because it is the feature match. And a result was asked for by the TO.
Chris just go, we're still playing.
We're
here.
still playing. We can't report. We got
give me
15
a
more
second.
minutes.
You know what's cringe? One of the games that I played on stream, the one, it was not stream, it was recorded, but it's basically the same thing for the LL Battle Hardened at the very first one they did of that. They did not give me a time extension for being on stream.
Sounds good.
That was so
6
cringe.
Says Mr. Iyali going down to 5.
The head judge refused to give us one. I was like, okay.
He has the widespread destruction to remove.
Can I decline to be on stream for the rest of the day then? Like, this is ridiculous. This is just a handicap being on stream.
As much as he possibly can. This turn could be pivotal, but he only has 2 cards to work with, and one of them has to go to his banished zone. It is another Deathly Whale, and the card in his hand is Shadow Puppetry with Tunic on 3. We could see Spellbound Creepers used to great effect on this turn.
Tunic on 3. Where does he find the rest of the rune chance?
Yeah, what is she talking about?
Shadow Puppetry played honestly from the hand here. Give something go again. And he is going to pay a life here. Go down 2-4. Keep a rune chant coming through.
Very casual. Very casual. 7 and 5.
7, 5 rune chants, and the life.
Is there even anything he could banish off the top to make a rune chant?
Heroes will have lost life, meaning at the end of this, there will be 3 rune.
I wonder if he was supposed to submit the other gloves.
Or something like that. Widespread destruction. And now, because of all
like, yeah, you give up the armor value in this matchup, which is kind of a big deal, but
he is just taking.
He kind of lost the game off of bricking.
Off the top, this could be the pivot he's looking for. He has the ability to force both the card out of Dylan's arsenal thanks to widespread destruction and a card out of his hand without it dinging Chris the way it has earlier in the game thanks to the shadow.
Oh, was it the one that
if there's a card from your hand,
makes a rune chant for each player that lost life that he attacked with?
Another 9 damage represented.
Once again, coming forth from the arsenal, has the call pretty face up. Dylan wasn't aware of how it worked last time it got resolved. Now you have to imagine he is aware of this one. and worried about the potential effects of that beautiful card. He's got all the cards left in his hand, however. He knows that Cull might rip one. He knows this widespread destruction on-chain close is going to take that pondered card away, unless as an instant that can be played in response.
Dylan suddenly in a bit of a difficult situation.
Yeah, is this the moment that Chris really establishes himself as a player still needing to be respected
logically,
in this
it
game?
makes
Both
sense
players
to
at
list,
4-0.
like,
They'd
or,
love
like,
to
sort
be
of like a
undefeated
5-row.
heading into round
Like,
6.
Sorting and shit. So let's like one more row of this.
Here
'Cause
comes
I've
some armor.
Class sorted.
Take the
this
3
thing.
rune chance.
I don't really want to go above 5 row.
Looks like 2
This doesn't
armor block
include
landing on the
rares,
combat
foils,
chain.
and
Still 4 more.
I'm fine
damage
if you want to do
contend with.
slightly less than a full 5 row of commons to, and just leave space to put the rares inside of it.
He does.
So I've already done
Taking
more.
4 on the physical. Chris playing the Cull to remove a card from Dylan's hand.
That takes a venomous bite.
I also get the feeling
Now
that
the Arsenal
there's
gets banished as
probably
well. There
some
goes
amount
Persuasive
of commons
Prognosis.
that will sell more
Look
than
at how
others,
Dylan
like
is
always,
playing this
so
final turn out.
it's probably just
He
like
is just
figure
going
that out
ahead
just to leave
and
this for another
ripping
day.
through
Mhm.
his own life total
Okay,
here,
we can
given
restock.
that he had all that
Okay,
life to
I'll
work
do that.
with.
So I'll start class
Homage
sorting.
to Ancestors
That's
here.
easy.
Homage to Ancestors. Stir the pot. Couple no blocks in the hand that he didn't want to utilize for those rune chants.
He likely intends to either activate new or use Mask of Recurring Nightmares on this turn.
Does he have the spec? He pitched it a while back. It was one of the first things he pitched in this game. I guess it's not technically the spec. Does he have Undercurrent Desires?
I mean, it's Mystic Assassin.
Mystic Assassin. At the moment, New is the only one that can play it. Let's see.
I think he might. Oh no, just Command and Conquer. This will be Command and Conquer Mask of Recurring Nightmares, if I had to guess.
Oh,
Which is backbreaking. Chris is at 3, so this
Still
just
have to give a
forces
card.
3 cards from him if he doesn't want to give all his
What
armor.
was the best way
And
to
2
put
at a
cards in
minimum if
boxes?
he does.
This way or
Chris
this way?
doesn't
combination
have
of both.
any rune chance
It's
with which to fire off this death
2
wheel,
this
barring
way,
something like
1
a Deadwood
this way.
Dirge.
Look for the seam on the box. Start with the side that doesn't have the seam,
And
because the row that's going to be
because
up
of
and down
Vincent
like this
banishing a card
can kind of
from
go
his
up
hand at
against
the
the
start
seam
of
there.
his turn,
So you have a little bit more
it'll put
space.
him in a
Otherwise you have
position
like a
where he
weird amount
has
on that side.
none with which to work.
Mask
Oblivion.
shows Oblivion. That would have worked earlier when he had all those rune chants creating Nazareth the Soul Harvester.
Banishing an Eloquent Eulogy as it is the only card remaining in his
But
hand.
that's the
But he has a
perfect one
play.
here. Comes in for 1 and
Oh!
4. Chris Ayali was left with 1.
Huge. What? No. They probably just finished stream or something.
Did you mean 1 and
Really just referred
one,
to as
not
the
2
egg
and
in your
1?
testing?
They put
I
it
call it
here
egg.
in it.
Nobody else. calls it
Okay.
yet.
Other
I
way.
call it yet.
Well, folks at home, you too can
Like
call it the egg
two going
and be
vertical,
just like Ellie Bird.
or like
Walking
this
with
way.
the egg.
Yeah, that way.
Okay.
No tunic available.
fill
for
up
the
more space
Iraqi
that way.
wave as well. So this 4 block will do it. It will be enough. That's going to buy the card from hand.
Yikes. Dylan's going to draw. He has a Deathly Whale with which to extend Animal.
Token from the Eloquent Eulogy. Here comes the Count Your Blessings.
Going to 1 life on this turn.
Himself. Currently blocking 6. That will banish that Eloquent Eulogy. Drain.
Chance with which to fire off this Deathly Whale, barring some.
Whatever, close enough.
But also creates a
Huge
region on the
4.
back end. He's
That
not
changes
out of this
everything.
Yet, folks.
That's what I was talking about with Chris. He is persistent in all situations. Dylan pitching an entire card to Arcane Barrier here. He's holding a Double Trouble, a Shelter to the Storm, and the Grain that tips the scale. A chi we saw pitched untranscended earlier in this game. Chris leading ever closer to his demise because of these Blood Debt effects. Dylan has a double trouble and not much to back it up, but outside of Mask of Recurring Nightmares into likely Tunic counter being activated on a piece of his equipment, it's not much damage, but Chris doesn't have much life to work with.
And he has to worry about a just to Nick. You can see him.
Yeah, Vincent's really neat,
two
for
cards
sure.
In front of this.
Never
losing
finding a
life to
spot
his
though
own
to go
blood
Tunic
debt.
Creepers is such a big
Clock
deal.
ticks ever more towards midnight. Now does Chris?
I really think that he needed to just YOLO
This
and
one.
play the other
Cut his opponent
gloves.
down from 30 to 13, but he sits at
Except
the
that
blue
you're
cell.
going to lose some turn cycles, but when you get out of the box, you can stay out of the box for
Rain
longer.
that tips the scales is going to give it +1, so it goes
I don't
up
think
to
this
2.
build plays very well
Activate Mask.
if you're going to submit that set of armor in this matchup. But
This is
I could be
the
wrong.
vice grip.
They both have their ups and downs of like pros and cons of why we would play both of them.
Situation, if he's forced to put another card with Blood Debt into his banished zone and he's incapable of getting rid of it, then he's just going to die at the end of his own turn. His Eloquent Eulogy is already threatening that. However, he has a rune chant with which to clear it.
Which will then trigger the Malefic Incantation, giving him another rune chant for a future turn. But this is a big banish here. You can see Chris really giving this one a think. What a
I'm surprised I don't see
fascinating
people
back
play
and
Mordred
forth.
Tide in this deck.
Creepers coming in. That's going to be the activation here in response to the Mask of Recurring Nightmares.
Is his card a Deadwood Dirge?
Just a lot of the times just to make like 1 or 2 more rune chants on a round so you can
Deadwood Dirge
play through
in defense step here
your hand
because
without
of
being
the
to
Spellbound Creepers.
having to
That's
play
going
against your own deck.
destroy a rune chant, create more on the back end, create 3 more. Now that Deathly Wail is able to come across.
Eloquent Eulogy to the banished zone. Chris has 2 Blood Debt and no way to give an attack go again. He's guaranteed going to 1 life on this turn.
That means the Deathly Wail can come out here. It's a 1-card 9. Create a rune chant on the back end.
Most likely more than 1 rune chant here.
How many more rounds is this? 2?
3. Block
Unless
for
Dylan
6.
just full blocks here. I believe he has decided that his out here is forcing Chris to die to his own
Yeah,
blood
2 more
debt.
rounds.
1 rune chant remaining, and that's all. What is
And then
Chris
after this, I have
up
something
his
else that I
sleeve?
wanted to
He's got
watch
the
with you
eulogy
guys. I
in
got
the
a
Banish Zone. He's got 1
video
life.
queued up
He's
in
got
another
a dream.
tab of
Runic Reckoning, a snag.
Roger That's recent video. I don't know if you guys have seen his new channel. Roger Bodie made his own
Gain a
YouTube
little
channel.
life, but unfortunately, you can't pay the life to Vincent right now because you just die if you do.
I don't think he has any way to extend this turn. If he can't find a way to gain life, he's just going to perish on the end step. And he doesn't have Spellbound Creepers anymore with which
Yeah,
to
yeah, you
extend
have
his
shenanigans you can do with the
Reckoning.
incantations for
Just
sure.
banish a
There's
card
like
without
ways
blood.
you can get
Attack with the
2 to 3
eulogy.
rune chants out of
You gotta banish
a
the
Mordred.
snag, make a second rune chant here.
But
like you said, can't extend this one. So the
It's a
Runic
block
Reckoning,
3.
He's just trying to
It's a way to
threaten any
extend
card
your
that Dylan's
hand.
as
The whole
he
ethos
possibly
behind a lot
can.
of the
There's
cards
not
being
many
added to the
counters
deck
left
right
to
now,
try
like I
to
said
get the ball
earlier,
around.
are ways
2
to
and 7.
play a 4 or 5 card hand.
Dylan doesn't have to worry about
That
this
does
at
fit
all
into
if he
that
wants
kinda
to. He's at
ethos.
13. He can take all of this damage
I think
if he wants
in the
to.
version of the
Try
deck that you're just
close
trying to play
the game
small
out on his own
hands,
turns on offense.
it makes sense not to play that.
Given that Chris is all the way down to 1.
But I don't think you win the game by playing small hands because your opponent knows that
Is the downside of these hyper-defensive decks.
you're going to win the game if I let you play small hands all game, so I'm not going to play that game with you. If your opponent's a fool and they play that game with you, then yeah, you're going to win. But
Block a Levels of Enlightenment and Count Your Blessings. That's not very much offensive tempo.
Not very much offensive tempo whatsoever. Currently blocking 3. No reactions. 4 damage over the top is going to be accepted by Dylan. Goes down to 9. Gonna make an Eloquence token from the Eloquent
Nice
Eulogy.
Eloquence.
Here comes the Count Your Blessings, pitching away that no
count.
clock. 6 life up.
No.
Counting again, another set of life here. It looks like 6 most likely into 7. Gaining 13 life.
Doubling his current life total.
I guess 10. I didn't do the math.
let's do
That's-
Warrior
I just-
first.
I just-
Warrior looks more distinct.
Whatever they play the card, I'd say, how much do you gain? I'm not counting for you.
You're a very trusting man. I respect that.
All right, Chris.
Just tell me what your error at.
Got
Okay, I
5
believe you.
card. You've got your opponent to 23. You've got 4 minutes left in the round.
4 Blood Debt attacks. I think he may just be dead.
If one of them's at eulogy, I feel like I might saw eulogy. Yeah. Oh.
We may see a
This just doesn't matter. He's at 23. Like, how are you winning this game?
grasp of the Arc Knight.
That is going to be the play here. Pitch 2 cards away.
play
Create that
Big
second
Blade
rune chant.
in
Here
this
comes
matchup.
2 and 6.
Maybe,
Now,
but
once
I don't
again,
think he
Dylan up to
expected count.
23. He doesn't have to care about this
Doesn't, like,
whatsoever. Count your blessings, doing what count your blessings does,
most
creating that
popular
life
version in
buffer.
Piece of shit out of me.
I'm pretty sure.
But we're still gonna block.
Shelter from the storm, going to go ahead and
I think,
shore up
I
4
think
of this
the only
damage.
way he wins this game is by playing
Damage over the top. Both players here.
The thing is, if they're not
Slightly,
count,
only 3
you've
minutes left
submitted
in
a
the
useless
round,
weapon.
wanting a life
Okay.
Like, you're just
ahead.
not never
This is
attacking
going
with
here.
Reaping Blade.
Wrist blade comes across. This threatens armor or
You're playing
armor
that just for the
pivot.
passive, and
This
that's
is
it.
Down 2-1.
Which could be fine. It's just... But I don't know if he ever even attacked with his weapon this game to begin with.
Kadachi, I'm sure knew which
Usually
of
that
these
weapon
but
is kind of
one
important.
is still enough when your opponent is at 1, and a brutal breakpoint to follow up the back.
Well, the problem is, if you already have Rune Chance in play, you don't want to attack.
Cards from Chris's hand. If only he had the life to give for that to happen. This is lethal. If it connects
Most of the time, this
whatsoever.
game, that he's had the action point to
As
swing
Dylan still
afterwards,
has that arousing
it was
wave
big
on the
attack,
board.
make more Rune
Chris
Chance,
at
big
1, he
attack.
has to play around that the whole
So he's not going to swing
time.
weapon there.
If he chooses to cash this in here, it could just be the game if Chris doesn't have another trick.
Arousing wave comes over.
You think I'll play the Fang Strike?
I think he'll play the Fang Strike. Fang Strike hits the table, and that is just gonna do it. Over
I'm
the
assuming
top
he's
goes
not
the
these
1
boxes right
damage,
now.
and
Maybe
Dylan on
it's
Count
more
Your
the-
Blessings New takes down the world's runner-up from our first World Championship,
ground over
moving
here.
on to 5-0 on a new deck that still looks pretty darn good.
Probably just put all the recycling
Pretty
in this
good,
instead.
pretty good indeed. What a game, though. Honestly, I do feel as
So I would
though
just break them all
that
down
was
and
a pretty
consolidate them
risky
into that
turn
box.
from Mr. Ioli on that one hand. Perhaps if he had been able to keep the tempo he worked so hard to earn, it might have spelled a different outcome.
I need to make a video on
Wow,
tempo
bunch
at some
of
point.
cards without blood debt and a bunch of defense reactions, and you put your opponent on the ropes. Might not
That's
turn
been,
out
like,
well for you, but congratulations,
one of the-
Dylan, up to 5-0.
The popularity of people saying tempo has increased drastically in Flesh and Blood over the past year, and I think most people don't fully understand the use of tempo in Flesh and Blood, and it's misused a lot.
Let's go ahead and talk about
like,
some of
not
the
that big of a
other
deal,
ways you can
but
get involved with Flesh and Blood at some of these
I think the way that most people use it, like the way that Sam
Sam
uses it,
he's
he's using it to say who is the player that is the player with the larger hand size, basically. Who's the defender, who is the attacker. And that's not necessarily what tempo means.
I did know how to play when I did the learn to play experience. 'Cause, you know, it's been a couple years, but I did go there with a friend of mine.
But it's like a really hard to articulate video.
Join us at the Cannes Festival. It's not the film festival, but it's pretty close.
I don't know if it's going to get that many views.
Cardboard festival,
It's a
perhaps?
cardboard festival.
I think that mostly be a video for myself,
Another learn to play as well as
honestly,
offer the Blaze
which isn't a
Fire
bad thing.
Mine
Sometimes I like making videos for
promo
myself, and I don't care what people think.
as a gift for certain
I think it's a good
purchases at
video
the merch
idea
walls. We do hope you'll
because
join us
it's a
at
eternal
these
video
festivals,
for
at
that.
these conventions coming
And
up.
there is an old
Now, I've got something.
That reminds me, I got a message Juwanji. There was a video that he wanted to make with me, and I was like, yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
No, I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna tell you. I'm also gonna tell the viewers. We have.
I forget what it was. It was some sort of game theory
that
thing.
We've alluded to. We've hinted at doing quite well in our tournament. You're not playing. You're sitting here. I don't want to hear it in the internet. I don't want to hear anything bad about the Dead One Worlds, and it's here for us in the calling, and we're gonna
What?
see if Eugene can take care
Oh, it's an
of
agility.
your blessings. Here comes the send packing.
I love the way Sen
What the fuck is a Reinar doing here?
Immediately, it can be so incredibly fun to just ward it over your opponent's
I think they're all
head.
big and
I
mighty
have played
because I
so
got a
many
block
games
6.
where I have a pummel in my arsenal, my KO opponent plays a send packing, and I go, alright, look at this. You want to block her on this forever? And Dylan kind of doing a similar thing, blocking 7 to protect his Codex.
Seems like a terrible deck choice for this metagame.
Previous game we saw him play on stream where he didn't cash in his armor.
He's also
until
5-0.
the final
Yeah.
hour. We're seeing it come in the first.
Because surely you don't want to play against any of these ninjas, right?
wave, covering 1 of the 7
Like,
damage
a lot of the meta seems to be decks that are very good at using all of their cards.
card that some of us may have never even read in our lives.
Maybe against a ninja like Brody's deck where he's playing fucking
No
9D
card
reacts.
discarded yet on this one, so it's just coming in this Mandible Claw 4-3.
No go again on this Mandible Claw as nothing has been discarded. I
Yeah,
think
both the
I've
new
noticed
heroes
that
seem like a
that's
bad
one
matchup.
of my favorite things about the elements
New
of
seems like a
Flexible
bad
Design,
matchup.
how they evoke
Yeah,
different
new has to be a terrible
experiences,
matchup.
is the way that Mandible Claw and Searing Emberblade are nearly the exact same weapon, but they evoke such different play experiences. One of my favorite things about the contiguous design of Flesh and Blood. And to that end, I hate playing Brute.
Wait, did I already finish grabbing all the
love
warrior
Searing
cards?
Emberblade.
I did. What am I doing?
Sorry.
Count Your Blessings number 2 comes out for Dylan. He's trying to start that life buffer early, but if Eugene has anything to say about it, some of these cards are going
Oh
to
my
get
god, yeah.
banished
Like,
from
against
Dylan's hands
a
before
Count
he
Your
has a
Blessings
chance to
new
take
especially,
that
that
block,
just
putting
seems like
Dylan
such a
pretty
cursed
uncomfortable
matchup.
blocking these
Like, what are you
cards
targeting?
from here on out?
Absolutely, to what you were saying about Count Your Blessings. new
Jarl?
Reinar. Reinar is the find a huge turn and make them
I could see you having some game into Enigma, but not really.
Ideally, 3, this card has not been banished off the top, or to Bonds of Agony, no, this card is...
I'm really trying to think here, like, what are you trying to target?
Eugene is going to discard a random
Ira?
card, and then if it has 6 or more power, discard
You're probably
2
okay into
cards,
Ira,
or
if they're like the
draw 2
really
cards,
defensive version.
and then
Not that head jab
all of
one from
these
earlier.
cards are +2 this turn, and you know what that
Cool, I
means.
wasn't blocking
The
anyways.
Mandible Claws, which
Whatever, I'm not,
power will also have go
it's not that deep, I'm gonna stop
start
thinking about it.
a 6 power attack, and Eugene has drawn a really powerful new card from Rosetta, Splatter Skull. This card will let him turn those intimidated banishes into permanent loss of cards.
Love that card, Splatter Skull. It's a card that I saw and made me want to play Reinar just because of how powerful the effect is. 5 damage first from the Mandible Claw. That one's going to be taken by Dylan. Here comes the next Mandible Claw. Looks like this one he's got to think about as well. No blocks. This one's just raw damage, so already getting a full 10 points of damage across on the new side of the table.
Dylan should be at 33.
Life changes can happen quickly when you are facing down a Reinar deck. Here comes the Splatter Skull. This one's going to go ahead and
Pitching
have some
2
real
reds.
on-hit effect.
Ah!
Coming in for 8, and if it hits,
Ah!
bad things for our new player. That card stays in the banish zone for quite some time.
The way he put his
Look at
hand
this
down for
graveyard.
pitching those
Goes
cards
to
is
graveyard.
odd.
Goes to the graveyard.
He's like still holding his hand
Gets
there. It just,
destroyed.
this mannerism is very odd.
Card you forced into their banish
I've
zone.
never seen someone
And
pitch
thanks
cards
to
like
Splatter
that.
Skull,
It looks like he
unlike
wants to
the
pick it
Moon
back
in a
up.
similar position, this Splatter Skull is coming in for 8, forcing a fair bit of blocking, and Dylan is being forced to take 2. This is the double-edged sword of the Count Your Blessings new deck. You have so many no blocks. You end up in so many positions where
Not bad.
Space?
you're incapable of using all of your cards to block. The Splatter Skull
I can
has
just
come
move
over
it.
for 2 damage and destroyed the Leave No Witnesses that Dylan Dietz wanted to tuck away for later. The tables turned on the Mystic Assassin
So, the
herself.
turns of table.
Her cards have been
This is
taken away
probably
from her
2
at
winning
random and
commons.
without her consent, and now she
This
has
is
no
commons,
plan
no rares,
for
no
her
tokens.
turn.
There's also a
Turnabout
4,
is
bro.
fair
true.
play
I
in
understand
Flesh
this
and
is
Blood here, and Eugene
Math.
has turned the tables.
Maybe it's not
compared
enough.
to the previous game
Reverse
to
Uno.
where Dylan sits.
That's true. Wait,
Eugene
these are
here
all
going to
4
go
rows.
ahead,
Why do we
draw
have so
up
many
his
4
next
rows?
4 cards.
No!
Calm, cool, and collected. The Hong Kong Green Machine.
That is so good.
Here comes the
Processor.
Nerve Scalpel as the
Just
homage
fill the
to
4 row,
ancestors there,
and I'll put this in a 1 row.
betraying our new player, causing a whole card's worth of value to be lost
Wait.
to that Blood Rush Bellow.
Tokens?
Not all is lost for Mr. Dietz. However, as we do know, his arsenal is a Codex of Frailty Eugene got a little bit of a peek of, and he fought
have the
to
one
protect
shitty
I'm unsure if he has a Command and Conquer in his graveyard with which to use the 2 resources that he could
What am I
have,
doing?
one floating and
Generics.
one from Tunic, but he does at the least have a Leave No Witnesses. Eugene has a pretty veritable fridge to protect himself from the on-hits, but he does have to think about that Arousing Wave, especially since
I
it's
don't want to
already
work on Classic
been
Constructed.
blocked.
I really want to work
He
on
could
Living
also
Legend
threaten
Draw My right
Syndical
now.
Extraction if he wants to cash in that
Why does it have to be
option.
RTN
He
season?
has
I don't want to play.
options.
There's so few yellows in here that every time I see one, I think I left a Majestic in there.
Eugene's got to think about here. Freewheeling Renegades just about blew my freaking mind when I opened the Sands cam.
Oh, freewheeling Renegades. Bro, this guy's
Down
cooking.
to 39, he is holding 2 blues,
pauper.
a Splatter Skull.
He's
and a
cooking
Freewheeling
so
Renegade.
hard.
A little bit
It's the
less
runner.
of an
Yeah.
impressively converting hand compared
Wait,
to the last
is
one.
It goes claw.
Oh, it's Eugene. He
Yeah,
like,
I know he's Reinar guy.
yeah.
I
I guess you can go claw into freewheeling.
And send back reasonable value until he finds the hand that kind of just
He's
sends it
cooking.
out.
Anyways, Codex.
Eugene's got to give this one a real think.
Yeah,
grab a
Eugene's
card
probably
back
the only
from the
fucking
graveyard
Reinar
for the
other
arsenal.
than
It does get threatened right away
whatever
by
his name
the
is,
Leave No
that one they're
Witnesses.
calling at Worlds
Kind
1.
of an interesting
Those are like the only
decision. He
2
actually has
players that
quite
I'm
a
like
few
Was that not
effective
Eugene?
options in there.
I don't think so.
Splatter Skull is a tempting decision, however.
Any historians here in chat? Does anyone know who won that?
As long as New doesn't arsenal a defense reaction. The other 2 cards in his hand
No,
are
there's
or in his
another,
graveyard rather, are wind ups, so they seem like relatively unlikely
Big
choices
player
for Mr. C.
who just
Yeah, I don't dispute his ability to play Reinar, though. It's just this doesn't seem like a very good meta to bring Reinar.
That's pretty sick.
I wouldn't be surprised if he just
Oh, and Viscerize, the most played deck in the room. Like, surely that's a cursed matchup.
yeah. I mean, he
Taking a
may
look at the
just
hand
gem
here.
Lana Reader so far. Probably.
Got 4 cards in the
Like,
hand.
Again, what are you targeting? It was
Grab
like
that Zen pack
Zen,
as well for whatever that arsenal is.
Viscerai, New were the most played decks. Cursed, cursed, cursed.
Does have to lose a card
And then the new heroes don't seem very good for you to
Easy
play
get
into.
up a 2 block.
Yeah, imagine CYB
Smashback
new is
Ailhorn.
cursed, but
Looks like he's just gonna go
regular
ahead and
new
lose.
might be okay.
No, regular New's
That
terrible for you.
Looks like he's
barraging
gonna go ahead
beatdown.
and
They just play the game.
Yeah.
And then at some point, they shit on KO for this reason. You're just worse KO.
No witnesses.
They don't want to block.
Hitting the combat chain.
They just
threatening
play their
Zen
hand,
packing.
and then at some point they play 3 cards out of your banish on the same round, and you just die. Unless he's not playing blues, but
Plenty of armor on offer.
Seems. I mean, I see a barraging beatdown.
that's not the one that matters. That doesn't do anything.
Splatter
Blue
Skull
sixes.
and
Yeah, yeah.
Apex Bonebreaker
Like,
going to create that might token.
I mean,
I love
if
this
your
block.
only blue 6s are
The light
cards
setting
that
him up in a
like,
situation where he is capable of
opponent
offsetting
can't
the
really play.
frailties nerf to the Send Pack.
It's really not many blue 6s that your opponent can't play. There aren't that many blue 6s.
yeah, but it's the one where you have to like discard his cost to play it.
Also
That
still
one,
has that
whatever
Smashback
it's
Ailhorn
called.
with which to work.
It's 1.
That's like one of the only 6s. At blue.
That's gonna banish away the surgical
I guess
grab
you have
that
an
grabbed off
advantage
the ponder. That's a
as
powerful one Eugene is happy.
Reinar comparatively to
With a couple
KO.
cards.
Where KO you're playing blue 5s because
One
they're
no
blue
block in the
6s.
hand, but 3 that are
Where you don't really
able to
have
be
blue
worked with.
6s naturally,
Yeah.
so you just play other blues.
Because of that, no block is in a little bit of an awkward situation.
So maybe New doesn't actually have that win con
I
into you.
believe his
Yeah.
last card
Yeah, this game's going to come down to what is his resource base, I guess.
Conquer, but that might not be
Because if he doesn't actually have things for the hero power to target, then he probably is favored. Because you're behind in this matchup as New until you hero power for like
Doesn't go back to the
plus
arsenal.
12 to 18.
I don't
Oh,
think
if
she
you
can.
count your blessings, not.
Like, I'm trying to even think of the blues.
But this one comes in
I
for
think it's
surgical
literally only
extraction. Once again, threatening the on-hit, and does have the one floating for the arousing wave.
many situations in which to fork Eugene's decision-making process.
because KO.
He's got to give this one a read and a think.
More cards to pair with your
I
gloves.
want to
and
lose a
whatever.
card from hand or from the top of the deck.
So far, the only 2 blues that I've like been paying attention and saw were
Curious if
the
he's on Blue Wrecker Romp. That
Wrecker
card is
Romp,
often
that's the card.
considered to be more or less
Smashback
unplayable by many Rhino
and
players, but
the Intimidate
he's
non-attack
also
action.
a 6 that
Right.
New
Those are the only 2 that
happy
I've
to
seen
play,
so far.
as long as she
Yeah.
has a card to discard to it.
played Eugene at LA, the last round of Swiss, he had like the most weird
Also
fucking
haven't seen
deck.
any
Also,
of the blue 5
I remember
power
just, like,
attacks in Eugene's deck.
every
There
turn
may
he
not be
played,
many
I was
options
like,
for
why
you
is this
to
card
steal.
in your deck?
Bro's a chef.
Often
He's
see
just
that a
cooking.
Rousing
He's just
Wave
cooking
activated
every
rather than
turn.
the Count Your Blessings played. Valuing
I
taking
respect a good
card
chef.
away from Eugene here.
He's a culinary mastermind.
1 damage over the top means Eugene is going to have to lose a card. Down to 38 he goes.
Maybe this will be what gets Ben
Upper of the
back
deck
into the
shows a
game.
pulping.
Probably not. Also, he likes Assassin. Chaos Assassin is the one that might get him back into the game.
His hand is
I get to roll
one
dice
blue,
and play Assassin?
1 yellow
Oh!
and 2 reds. Taking
Nut.
the blue away from Eugene can be pretty crisp.
Yeah, he was saying at the
If he was hoping
last
to
time
fire
I
back
saw him that he was really excited for that.
Oh yeah, he didn't go to Palmer. He was
I
at
think
Palmer.
Wild Ride is a really interesting choice here.
I don't remember what I saw him at last time. I just remember we got food with him.
Skirmish or something, probably.
It was like a month ago, maybe.
Leaving Eugene
Probably
with
was
blue
skirmish.
is an interesting gamble to take when you don't know what's in Reinar's arsenal.
Could be anything, even a freewheeling Renegade. Nobody knows what's in this deck.
Discarding Mighty Wind Up to get a Might and intimidate your opponent.
The set also has a
That
lot
importantly
of really
is
good
going to
cards
once again
inside.
remove a card
I agree.
from the blocking decisions this turn. Manable Claw comes in now. Got the go again. There's the Recurrent you were asking after. Does hit the pitch zone.
3 go again is the ask. Dylan on his way down to 28. Followed by Freewheeling Renegades.
Oh, it's the
He's
freewheeling.
going to go ahead and buy a block to make it no longer an attack for 6. Down to an attack for 4.
Still a 2-card set.
Got him.
Yeah, nicely.
It's so
for
silly that
Eugene here puts his
freewheeling
opponent down to
Renegade kind
27.
of plays like the mech
Just a
card
2-card nine.
that
Opponent
is
doesn't
like the
want
2 for 4.
Yeah.
I'm so impressed
1
with
for
that
4.
card.
One
Even
for
if it
4.
completely
It's literally the same card.
on first
Give
sight.
me a card.
Yeah, I mean, pretty nice.
1 for
Go
4,
ahead
give me a
and
card. Except for this doesn't have go
be a
again.
6 for the
Yeah.
Rhinar. Discard effect.
It's a good
Here
analogy.
comes Persuasive Prognosis.
And like the
Still got some cards in
I
here.
Harpoon?
imagine
Is potentially a little more
no
impactful. 2
harpoons.
cards. in
No, I'm
fact.
pretty sure it's the 2 for 4. The 1 for
Anything
4
green that tips the
is
scale
like
on the
give me a
hand,
card. I'm talking
as
about the
well
one
as
that's
a hit.
plus
There
3.
are a lot of ways to
tier.
get this thing over the top,
Oh.
especially now that there is a tunic.
I would not-
3.
I would say this is closer to Harpoon than it
Sorry,
is to
that's what I meant,
the
excuse me.
on hit,
okay.
because the on hit is an on hit.
No, I know.
Yeah, but this
I
is
know
like
that.
the opposite.
This is, you have to give me
I
1 card from
know.
your hand.
Yeah. I mean,
It's not an on
How
hit.
does
You,
Eugene
you
wanna
have to
deal
give me
with this
1
one?
card from your hand, and it is a 1 for 4.
It's so semantics that
Got some armor.
they're
remaining,
both
has
very
the
similar.
Scowling Flesh Bag.
Well, the other
Is
one,
the
you can just put
ultimate
armor in front of.
leave
That's
me
the
alone
other reason it's
option.
different.
Yep. The please leave me alone.
Oh,
bus.
on hit, 2 pieces of armor. You don't have on hits in this deck other than
But
that.
it's the semantics of if you say no blocks, I get a buff. Because Freewheeling Renegade's also really similar to the couple of generics from like Monarch or whatever. That like
Yeah.
like the militia card or whatever.
This game is so slow.
Eugene here, looking like putting ahead the Scabskin Leathers. Just
How is the
hoping to
pace of
block
play of
the
this game
one.
worse than the game with Brody?
Having to think.
That's in a
Leathers.
tough position for the grain that tips the
Eugene is
scale
one of the
in Dylan's
people I
hand.
often do have to tell to play
Going to come
faster.
over by 1 and activate Mask. This may end up forcing
Maybe
2
just because I'm actually
cards
paying
out of
attention
Eugene's
more so now.
hand.
I was not paying attention earlier.
Mask of Recurring Nightmares activation once again, going to ask for a card.
I feel like this is the one I never play around.
The grain.
The grain.
Yeah.
I'm like,
I feel like
oh,
I played
can cover
Dylan before, but I
basically
can't
every single
remember.
Possible option 4,
Looks
5,
familiar.
6, no matter what the attack reaction is.
Yellow
Yellow
pummel.
Oh!
Yellow pummel in the deck, in the bench.
Bro's cooking!
Man.
Card.
Doing
Yellow
well for
pummel.
Eugene So far though, 5
That's a
and
Rhino
0
card.
in
I think that's
Rhino.
more normal
He's
than
mentally pummeled
Freewheeling.
his opponents as much as he's mentally pummeled me. This
I-
5 damage over the top. Eugene down to 33. Dylan hasn't done too
I've
much
definitely
in the way of
interacted
actually
with
dealing
Dylan,
damage
but I
yet this
can't
game, but
remember. I think he liked
vanish
me
off the
Draft
top
Log or
will be a
something,
red
didn't
Savage Feast.
Bro is cooking.
28, thanks to
Not very
Persuasive
good before you go
Prognosis'
out, no.
static ability.
Ooh.
He may only take a red card out of this hand. And
No, it's great.
Eugene's
You
has
play
a
2
pulping and a
freewheelings
swing
off
back.
of an
Very
agility
interestingly,
token and pitching the
Dylan
pummeling.
opts to take the pulping away from him. Maybe wanting to limit his ability
Best
to
mode is in the pitch
convert
zone.
in larger hands rather than actually interact with this swing big that's destined to come at Dylan for 9 off of just 2 cards on Eugene's next
It's
turn.
very
Yeah,
silly.
Dylan
The
probably
set
didn't want to
is
see that
Ninja
swing,
Warrior.
that pulping hit the Arsenal, like you
Ninja
said,
Warrior.
just to potentially go wide future,
That's
even
fair.
though this is still a
Okay.
nice follow-up. 2 cards, 9 points of damage with that might token. It's like
Riveting
by a couple
tale.
blocks from Dylan.
So Eugene's Arsenal is- I think it might be a splatter
Warriors.
skull.
Have you ever thought
Oh
about
yeah, it might be from that turn. a
Ninja
couple turns
Warrior?
ago. The question is,
It's
if
the
this
obstacle
takes enough
course
blocks
thing.
I
away
know.
from Dylan, and return fire is not that impressive.
Such deep
We saw
thoughts.
how much damage
Ninja Warrior.
a Blood Rush Bellow, some
Yeah,
intimidations could really be. If there is not a lot of disruption on this turn, all Eugene needs is 1 or 2
But
more
then
big turns.
The
a couple
split that
major
doesn't exist in the
intimidates.
set because we got Draconic
might be
instead
the difference
is
maker.
Ninja Warrior, so
I'm
there
very
are no
curious
Ninja
about
Warrior
the
cards, which is kind of
trapdoor
weird.
in Dylan's stack.
That's just the
I don't think I've
generic
seen a
Draconic.
single trap from him yet, so they must be in his sideboard.
Mistblade now coming in 4-1.
I believe Dylan's last card is a Siren's Call.
We've only gotten through 1 Blood Rush so far, right, chat?
His arsenal. Reinar is also very prone to drawing hands without a blue at all, though he has one here. What a wacky hand that is. Double Wild Ride Beast within and a blue Wrecker Romp.
Siren's Call here would do some major work, ripping away that blue that could power up the turn.
I wonder if you even play Siren's Call in this
Power
matchup.
the turn at all. Pretty difficult to fire off 2 Wild Rides.
Bro's just playing
Yellow,
so
though,
many
does
bullshit
still
cards
have
that
a
you're
Savage
like,
Slash.
I don't have a blue, I have a yellow
That'll
pummel.
go with it.
Idiot, nice Siren's Call.
Comes the Scowling Flush.
Like, I don't know if I want to, like, play
Please
that
leave me
card
alone
even.
Button activated.
Inner
Oh,
Star.
get bagged.
It's going to count.
Oh! Oh, it's a Siren's
Siren's
Call!
away, meaning the blue gets to be kept around, but some more life is going to be gained. But now, Eugene going to be able to keep a big old hand here, and with that Splatter Skull in the arsenal, a couple Wild Rides, some big intimidations happening. This might be the
It's also
turn
nice
we've
because it
been
frees up
waiting
your
to
arsenal
see
for
if
any
Reinar can
potential
really
arsenal disruption.
put this Count Your Blessings new deck into a
I'd
little
rather
bit
just
more
not have anything in my arsenal in this matchup.
Savage Sash here. This is the turn.
No, as,
Everything's going to get
I mean,
more
also
powerful
yes, but as
because
the,
it's
the
going to
new.
cost 1 less. Card off the top.
I don't want to deal with
Wild Ride,
intimidate
card with
into
6 more
arsenal
power needs
disruption.
To be discarded. You can see Dylan going
Fuck
ahead
off.
and
I don't
laying
wanna
his
deal with
cards
this.
out.
But first, we have to find out if a 6 is discarded. Reinar is not KO, and he is prone to whiffing sometimes.
5-6 shows us
The other Wild Ride.
other Wild Ride. So this is 6. Go
What was
again.
Not
Like,
the end of the world.
Grazed, cut myself.
That is a card
I got
intimidated
paper
from
cut
here.
on
So now 6
something
more go
cardboard
again.
over here.
Savage Sash going to keep
Unlucky.
things. This
Yeah.
party going to be rocking a little while longer.
Skill issue.
Let's see how Eugene's hand has changed. He did draw a whiff and avoid it, but he also avoided discarding this
Oh.
beast within in his hand.
And now from here, he's able to go claw. 3 more. 3 more go again. Let's see if Dylan wants to take it. No blocks. Going to take it down to 28. Already 3 Count Your Blessings have been resolved.
Here comes a claw for 3 with go again.
No blocks. Takes 3. 1 card in hand. 1 card in the banish zone.
That wasn't
from
very
today.
impressive.
And
Playing
now,
smash
yeah.
back Ailhorn here, generating a
Oh, he's probably going to play whatever's in her
might
arsenal.
and an agility. Had to think about which 2 heavy hitters tokens the brutes were permitted. And ending on a 0-cost freewheeling renegade.
Let's go. This is sick. Another 6 damage. If it's not an action card in the hand, it's not going to be interacted
so
with
silly.
whatsoever.
I would
All of a sudden,
gamble
the Count Your
that
Blessings not
Eugene
looking
has
as
played more
impressive.
games of
As
Reinar
soon as
than
Reinar is able to
90%
intimidate,
of
that's
the
where
player
the plan of this new
population
deck
has
kind of
played
falls apart.
games of them.
6 damage has
Getting
to be
full
taken.
value out of it.
Down to 19. The Savage
He's
Sash here did
one of the few
so
people
much
above me
work,
on the leaderboard
discounting
for
both
XP.
of the Wild
And he,
Ride
like,
and
only
that
plays
freewheeling Renegade,
Reinar.
allowing it to come in for free. And he set
That's
up
very
Agility
silly.
token, Might token, has the go again for
He
the next
converted
turn.
his full hand, and Savage Sash was worth 3 entire resources. He had a blue
That's
on the
definitely a,
board that
autism wins
also
again
blocked
moment.
for 2. Talk about powerful equipment. It's like Dylan has been left with a relatively awkward hand here. He's holding a red and a Codex of Frailty.
Yeah, plays that Codex, has to lose a card, but maybe he's happy to do so given that Eugene would be down to 3 cards after discarding.
That's
Holding
just not how that
a hand
works.
that seems relatively glad to do some blocking.
Saying
He
someone's
has
down to
two
3
blues,
cards after
a Thick
codexing
Hide
them.
Hunter,
Thick
Like,
Hide
they still have
Hunter
the card in
as
their hand, so
well,
you didn't like
and
actually
a
make them lose a
swing
card.
big. So he's just sending a Leave No Witnesses. This is a wounding blow that takes a card off the top of Eugene's deck.
Yeah, Dylan here wanting to save
I forget,
the
do you
Codex,
trigger
maybe
Beast
after
Within if you
blocking out
discard
for
that off
another
of
turn.
Codex?
And
Yeah.
banishing the Leave No
Oh.
Witnesses
Well,
off
it
the
depends
Intimidate
on,
is just so brutal. I
off
think
the
it's
hand,
really
yeah.
commonly under
Yes?
how
Yes.
Okay.
disruptive Miner's
I-
Intimidate
I
ability can actually
jumped ahead
be,
and was like,
because it puts
if
you
they
in such
grab Command and
terrible
Conquer, you can also
situations
just set
where,
another one, and you're like,
you know,
go ahead. Command
Dylan
and
can't
Conquer
afford
me.
to block with Codex of Frailty. It's worth too much. He wants to block with the Leave No Witnesses. and
What's
fetch it
the
back
order of
with
operations?
Codex of
We
Frailty,
both
but
discard at the
because
same time,
Leave
or it's
No
like you
Witnesses
do the
was
full
banished,
sequence
that
and then I do
Intimidate
the full
functionally
sequence?
did 3 damage
Cast Codex?
straight to Dylan's life total.
One
Agility
player
token,
picks
might
first. I'm
token,
spacing
gonna
on
pop
who.
Here, so go again.
think it's
He's up
turn
10
player.
life on his Count Your Blessing new opponent.
I believe it's
Oh,
turn
Ryan
player picks first.
Swing big now. Coming
It's not
across.
a
This card, go again,
turn
baby.
player
So we're
resolves
coming
first
9
thing.
to
It's
go
actually
again.
written
That
on the
doesn't have to
card,
think about.
like who
Just a
picks
casual
first.
2 cost 9. They go again.
Uh,
I think we may see the other card in his
but
hand
I
pitched
believe
to
the
send
caster
Thick
picks
Hide
first,
Hunter,
based on what
because
the
that
wording
card
of it.
only
They
asks
just
a
resolve the whole
discard
card first, right?
of
Like
you
discard and choose.
if you have cards in
And
your
then I
hand.
get to see
It
what
is
they
not
chose,
an
and then
additional
I get to
cost.
discard based on that, right?
I believe so.
So,
Gonna block 6,
theoretically-
I don't think you would ever grab Beast Within. I think they
but
would just.
even if they grab
goes down to 16.
Command and Conquer, you wouldn't grab Beasts Within to be like, okay, I'm gonna put the card back in my hand then, essentially.
They might just like not attack with a Command and Conquer and pass and just leave your stupid ass Beast Within in your arsenal.
It's probably fun.
Capskin Leathers here going to be the roll.
Let's go.
Oh, all
What
the
was
way off
that
the
roll?
table. Oh, but it looks like it maybe
But you
hit onto
can't
Dylan,
choose the
hit
card
into a
you,
1.
That's what you
discarded.
get for throwing dice at
Is
your
that-
opponent there,
Oh
Eugene.
my goodness.
What was
That's
that
what you
roll?
You
Let me
look
throw
the
it at my
smile on his
opponent.
face, Dylan with a little bit of the assist. He's like, ooh, just knock that, make sure. No, of course
Look at
not, but
this.
it does on his face.
How is this a legal roll?
Capskin Leathers here going to be the roll.
Let's go.
Oh, all the way off the table.
I mean, I've done
Oh,
plenty of rolls.
but it
like
looks like
that.
it maybe.
It-
And then say that
onto
that's the
Dylan,
roll?
Hit into a
Was it a
1.
1?
That's what
Yeah.
you get for throwing dice
Oh.
at your opponent.
Like, how is that? How is that the legal
Yeah,
roll?
yeah, yeah.
Smile
that-
on his
that should
face,
be
This
a
is
Dylan with a
such
little bit of
clown
the assist.
activity.
That should
He's
be a
like, ooh, just
reroll.
knock that, make
What
sure.
the
No, of course
fuck?
not, but it does hit
Oh,
the
that's funny.
1 on the combat chain. He had the agility. His turn could have continued from here.
Yeah, because
Unfortunately, that is gonna be
Dylan
the
definitely
end.
touched the dice.
And that is just a devastating, devastating blow. I mean, let's
I think it
not.
may not be as bad
What did chat
as
say?
it seems. He was basically gambling for 3
I probably have to
extra
refresh it to see
value
chat.
there,
I'm not gonna deal with
but
that.
he's
That's too much
already
effort.
gotten 2 cards out of Dylan's hand. You know, I don't think he rolls scabs there if Dylan opts not to block.
Yeah, could be. Never good to pass the turn, especially when you are trying
Wonder if
to
anybody
rush
really
down an
in
opponent
this
that's
game
trying to
cares
prolong the
about
game
new
with
versus old
cards
border
like
type
Count Your
on all these
Blessings.
cards.
Dylan's last
Like I
2 cards
reprinted.
proving a
'Cause
little
they
bit
changed the
awkward. having
bottom of the
pitched a
card,
Count Your Blessings
and
and
then
a Codex of
some
Frailty
of
into the stagger
the,
because his
top
last
borders
card
are also
is a
changed.
Codex of Frailty. Eugene 13 life
Warrior,
up.
I think,
Dylan has a
on
lot of
America
work to
changed
do here.
From, like,
Though
the
though Eugene is mostly out of armor, giving Dylan a little bit of space with which to do some more disruption. Eugene reading the cards in Dylan's graveyard. I think trying to get a little bit more insight on what is likely going on with Dylan's hand here.
Actually, I'm not gonna do this yet. Probably should get
Yeah,
counts.
we know it's a Codex of Frailty in the arsenal there for Dylan.
Anything we're listing, because also
Eugene has to suss
we
that
need to
out.
make sets.
Eugene down to
How many
7 after
players does
taking
it
this
look
one
like
for
we
the
have
Beckoning
on
Mistblade.
average?
I did
Never
a
good
weird
to
one
see a
first,
rolled
so
off Scabskin Leathers, but really, looks like it might just take
equipment.
another big
Okay.
intimidate
This
turn,
was
and that could be the
5.
difference
No.
maker here.
That one's
Tunic,
just off color.
2 floating,
7.
Codex of Frailty, probably grabbing that Command and Conquer to threaten that
9,
arsenal once again.
10, 11.
But the
I'm
ripple
out.
away in response, that means no
Dylan's
Codex or no
Very
Ponder, no Frailty there. That means there's not going to be a draw off this Ponder token. You can see a smile from Dylan.
It's not that big of a deal.
CNC now.
If anything, that's better for the new player.
I want to talk about
I don't want necessarily a random card off the top of my deck, but I will gladly take a card out of my opponent's hand. If you gave me the choice of Ponder being either discard a random card from my opponent's hand now versus take a random card from the top of my deck and put it in Arsenal, I think I choose discard a card from my opponent's hand. I think the frailty is the bigger deal, but the frailty probably doesn't matter that much here.
Blood Run Wine and my opponent, lightning speed, like they were born for this moment, slaps Ripple away into the graveyard and just goes Ripple away, and I was like, oh my god. Nobody's ever been happier to discard a card in their entire life than this guy. They kind of Hunter coming down to cover 6 with 1 card, kind of, on this Command and Conquer, discarding a random card. Another Ripple away.
Another Ripple away. Players here laughing, but you can see the Thick Eyed Hunter doing what you have to imagine the Flesh and Blood gods intended, as James White intended, as people say, blocking 1 card, discard a card, and smiles on both sides of the table. Unfortunately for Eugene, the follow-up here just going to be the Mandible Claw 4-3.
Reasonable to ship the 1 card 3 here when your hand already didn't convert and you got to use Ripple away to take an entire card away from your opponent. Rhinar is the kind of deck that is so happy.
Yeah, this frailty didn't matter. You blocked for 4 on 3.
And force your opponent into situations
Doesn't matter.
As you kind of trade 1 for 1 with
I think I'm perfectly happy with that exchange on the new side. I got 3 cards for my Codex. Okay.
Card parity barrier,
and I don't have a random card in my arsenal.
And we're seeing
Okay.
Eugene kind of exhibit this play to masterful effect. He's 12 life up over a deck that's resolved 3 count your blessings.
That you should be lower on life if you only resolve 3 count your blessings. What are you talking about?
Wacko hand that Eugene has.
What is
no,
Gene
go back to that.
cooking?
Go back to that. Actually, a
What the
yellow pummel,
fuck?
A rip away, a shelter from the storm, and a yellow beast within.
Shelter, yellow pummel,
Eugene here sitting at 5
Ripple,
showing us
beast within.
conventionality might just have to fly out the window when you're playing a hero like Rhinar. But this game is at everything. We've had a 1
All of
roll,
these are
we've
Rhinar
had a thick
cards.
high
This is
hunter
one of the
card.
hands of all time.
And yet he remains firmly in the lead.
Absolutely, a fair amount of life
losing,
up
so.
on his opponent
Who's
here.
the idiot now?
Curious what Dylan's working with here. I believe that is an Art of Desire Mind. Do you think I'm cursed? I
Do you think
I
you're
might be
cursed?
cursed where whenever I press the hand cam button that we have in our cool little stream deck, thank you so much, Ethan. Every single time I press this handy dandy button, players set cards.
Get it,
on the
handy?
table.
You
I think
Because
I
it's a
might be
hand cam?
You might be
cursed. I
cursed.
think I might be cursed.
This might be the moment you identify a lifelong curse. Yellow
Speaking
pummel.
of
Yeah.
curse, Yellow Pummel finding its way to the combat chain to cover up this beckoning misplay, as Eugene does not.
I don't know
have
how
much use for it in
ahead
his hand.
you can really say you are when you're
Indeed.
blocking a
Here
misblade
comes
with
Levels of
pummel.
Enlightenment with just 1
Do you
mode.
feel like you're
Choose
ahead?
3 go again. Not permitted to hit with the beckoning misblade.
Could have been a card drawn thanks to the go
What,
again from the misblade instead,
Dagger
but
does
no, the
still.
yellow pummel doing the Lord's
Nerf
work
scalpel.
there on defense. And this turn could have been
Why does he
even
have
more
Nerf scalpel?
impactful
Is that
for
the
Dylan if
reaction
he had a
Yeah.
pondered card thanks to the Codex of Frailty, but the ripple away
Because he knew
from
that
Eugene, like
he's
you
a
said,
crack.
slammed on the
That Eugene's
table,
a crackhead.
keeping those 2
Oh,
tokens
hi.
being generated. 3 more go again.
Could just be
Bro,
that
I am
Eugene,
losing
it's
brain
not
cells right now.
yet.
Could be that
Did
Dylan
he
only
find?
has the 2
I was about to
daggers.
ask. Did he find?
That
the
seems
vivid
really
with the memories of his
unreasonable as
hand?
a new.
And he did not. He found whatever
Still 2
combination of
Blood Rush
cards that
fellas
was.
in that deck.
That's the only
Looking
thing
at
I
the
can
size of his
justify
deck, I
that
think
with.
it's possible he
Like,
presented
how is that
something
not
in the
Spider's
range
Play?
of 66
Or
to
something.
70 cards.
Yeah, just needs to find 1 more of those Blood Rush Bellas to really put Dylan in an uncomfortable situation. It's unfortunate for him that he hasn't drawn 1 yet.
I love the way Eugene kind of set the graveyard all the way on his
Eugene's
end.
also like down on all of his armor basically, which is
True brute player.
a
baby.
big deal that is not going to be obvious if you're using life total as the only metric for who's winning this game.
3, no go again.
Sure.
He really needs to use his armor to pivot in a game like this.
On whether or not
So
he
he's
chooses to
really
block.
praging
And I
on
think
his
that
go
is
hand
coming up
lining
a
up
shelter
into
from the
Dylan
sword.
not having
Not the
action.
most efficient
He
block
just
in the
he just
world,
needs
but it
that to
does
happen
deny
now
Dylan the
because he
ability to draw, which is something
used
that
all of his
Eugene's
armor
actually
really
valued
aggressively earlier
highly
and
throughout this game.
hasn't
He was
closed the
willing
game
to
off of
draw
that.
for 1, his opponent with Ripple away, and he's taking a 2-card 6 line rather than keeping the whole hand to ship something like a pummel just because he really doesn't want Dylan to accrue any resources on his side of the table.
Granted, I do like playing defensively like this, so that way when you do draw the gas, you have the life to give up on that turn.
Continues to starve New of the resources she tries to use to hedge that life buffer and stay ahead of her opponent as she continually disrupts them.
2 damage over the top after the sink below. Dylan down to 14. See if a Count Your Blessings comes out soon to change the math on that. Starting things off here, it's going to be just once again Art of Desire Mind.
Let's see what Eugene's working with here. Another Shelter from the Storm, a Battlefront
Oh, I'm in
Bastion.
this pile. Grab my Dromai cards.
And the second Blood Rush Bellow of the game. This is
I mean, this
to be a fly on the wall.
in the deck building process.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, tell me it's not working.
That's what I'm saying,
5
though, right?
and 0, you put the right cards together in the right
Is there any universe that I
combination.
play March of
This is
Loyalty?
not disruptive either. Even if Dylan sends this,
It's one of the
ace
fealty
that's in
ones.
his
It's a
hand,
0 for
hitting
4
his
block
levels
3.
of enlightenment, it's not actually
Is that the
doing all that much
fealty?
outside of threatening to draw a card.
If you've
It's not
created a
taking cards away from
fealty,
Eugene.
it gets go again.
It might
I have
gain
no way to
life
make a
advantage
fealty.
as a red off the top, but Reinhardt plays a fair
You know what?
few yellows and blues.
New
This
Dromai
card
might
could
make
whiff
fealty.
entirely, and 6
I'll
damage
just
is
decide and not think about
pretty
it
much
anymore.
a number to sneeze at when you're at
That's true.
25 and holding a Blood Rush
Yeah,
Bellow.
if the new
Basically,
Dromai
Eugene's
interacts
only
with
question
fealty
remaining
or
is whether or
marking,
not he
then
wants to block for
a lot
with
of
the
these
Shelter
might be
from
good.
the Storm that's in his hand.
Yeah, now all of a sudden he has to wonder if the card off the top is red, and the card that is then drawn from Dylan is disruptive. Will he want that Shelter from the Storm? But if he keeps the Shelter and Dylan arsenals, then he has a Shelter from the Storm.
Oh, that's
that
gonna
might
be really
mean
cringe
Blood Rush
if the new
Bellow.
Dromai is like
does
every
not
time you mark an
bellow
opponent
at
or
all.
do
I
something
think
with a
he can- well,
fealty,
no, he's
then
having
you
a
make an Ash.
Yeah, he's got to pitch the snag,
Hmm.
play the Blood Rush,
Huh.
and
Little
pray his
bit
luck is better than when
awkward.
he rolled a die.
Just let's make the Ash mechanic even more cringe.
His Beast Withins have not been as kind to him as they always could be. I think this is actually a pretty important decision point for Eugene here.
This has been just a fantastic game, back and forth.
I know, right? There's definitely a nightmare scenario where Art of Desire Body takes
Thanks for
the
watching,
red off the
Fox.
top and Dylan draws into something like Command and Conquer. But Eugene's been
Congratulations
sitting
on winning the
for quite
promo.
some time.
Good night.
Did you take a playset of all the Draconic cards?
I was under the
Yeah.
impression it might have been a
At
Spare
rare.
Skull, but that
Yeah,
may not
so
have been
we
the
only
case.
got like 20 of each non-equipment rare.
I guess there's also the nightmare scenario. where the
Granted,
top
one
card
of them I only
is
took one
is
copy
kept
because it's
plus,
legendary.
Because there is 2 floating.
We only got like
Just
Oh,
saying.
he's giving 2 cards to cover
Wow.
this.
Giving the snag and giving the Shelter from the Storm just to get it out of the hand.
This is what I'm saying about Eugene just valuing 1-for-1 trading with his opponent to deny them resources. Swinging a nerve
It's
scalpel.
it's,
for
it's
1
to
value on
preserve his life
resources.
total, so that way when
He has
he
no
finally
other
draws into his
choice
funny
because
cards, he can play the
has no
game.
cards left in his hand.
He can't just ignorantly
Eugene's
trade
stack is
life.
Looking a little bit thin though. Seeing a mandible claw hit the combat chain. Just coming in for
Yeah,
3.
So we got
Good old 1 card 3.
playsets of each card. So there's like
Working with a Shelter from the
2.5
Storm. The rest of
playsets.
Dylan's.
You're cursed.
I'm cursed.
You're cursed. I don't know why you hope for things when it comes to hand cams.
I am cursed. Well, maybe Eugene will be kinder to me. Holding a swing big, Blood Rush Bellow, a snag, and an agile windup, and his arsenal is run roughshod. That's what it was. We may see him just say no blocks here to get the
Yeah.
fire off this Blood Rush Bellow. Find him.
I feel
This
like
one,
the
I
yellow
could
D
imagine
react
him
lay
taking
low
the
might
6,
be
losing the
also
arsenal, and
CC
having
playable.
another Blood Rush.
It is.
Count your blessings in the pitch as well. This one is just
The
going to be
yellow.
taken. Command and Conquer. 6
Going
damage.
deals
There
some mercy.
goes the run
Comes to
roughshod
0-4.
there into the graveyard.
It's
All
reasonable.
right, Eugene, show me the Blood Rush.
I don't think it's like a
Show me the
splashable card,
money,
though.
Because
No,
if you're going to
it's-
take down this
it's-
new
Because you
deck,
just play
need to do
yellow
it
sync
in
first
style.
if you're
Blood Rush
just playing
Bellows,
something else.
pitching away the snatch.
Snag.
That's what I meant.
I mean, if you're
Pitching
playing
away
you
the
care about
snag?
the -1,
That's like the
so
same
it's-
name.
If you can do the thing.
Declaring audio.
Yeah,
Hence it not being
is a-
splashable.
It is a
It will be
very
the one on the
specific,
right.
like marking deck.
That is an agile windup.
You can
Certainly
technically
the most
mark
attractive
anybody
card
in
to
any
keep in your
deck,
hand.
but it's
All right,
one of the
intimidate
generic,
number
just like
1 on the
marks
turn.
your
Let's see
opponent.
how many there are.
There's a
1, 2,
couple I think
3.
that do that.
Vanishing card number 1.
Yeah.
See what Eugene's
Expose
hand
the
has
lunging
become here.
press.
Beast within Savage Feast
1
and
for
Swing
5.
Big.
Relentless
Is two
Pursuit.
floating. Do you think we'll see Scabskins rolled again
Oh
here?
my goodness.
We could see him
Yeah, that whole
force
cycle of
a Savage Feast draw.
Relentless Pursuit.
Shout out to Savage
And then
Feast.
the discard ones, and then the
Shout
If he
out.
hits
So,
two
like,
or more action
you can
points
theoretically
on the
mark these on
Scabskin
any deck,
Leathers.
but
Here's 5
if your
damage
only
already. A card has
payoff
been
is
intimidated.
lay low,
Something
that's,
truly
bad.
explosive could occur on this turn.
Yeah, maybe Eugene feels like he needs to hit the Scabskin Leathers to break over the defense on a turn like this. 2 damage over the top.
Two cards
From
left in Dylan's hand.
Dylan down to 12.
Yeah, this is what he's waiting for. I have the life to give up where I can play this big hand now.
No.
It is just going to be the swing big coming on in for 8.
10.
Now he's- Now he's got enough
10.
chip damage
Blood Rush.
where
Hello.
he's gonna
That
force
is the
small hands on
final card.
Dylan's side.
This is such a reasonable and conservative play.
Oh, but look at that. The
Runner
sink
is
below
one
will
of
go
those
ahead and
decks that
cover up
brings
all
one.
of the 10. That means a
No,
quicken
force
token for
the
Dylan.
other guy to
Let's
play
see
small
how relevant
hands.
that is.
Which is important. Now I don't have to worry about disruption.
His hand.
Intimidated card comes back. Let's see what it is.
Just get to play solitaire. And eventually you'll find a hand that closes the game with Intimidate.
It's a hiss.
Hiss goes to the arsenal for a future turn. All right, Eugene, all the onus back to you. We can see a Savage Feast. Nasty surprise. There is no go again here. He might reach once again for the Scabskin Leathers. Man, if he ripped the Blood Rush on that turn, this is such a different story. He's seen 2. He needed to see the 3rd. He's got his opponent down to 12.
Deck looking thin. Smaller than his graveyard at the least. Rolling Scabs may be his only real option in this scenario. Sending a 2-card 6 isn't going to get it done against this life gain control deck. Here comes a send packing. Attempting to force some amount of interaction from his opponent, holding a blue block 3 in his hand, maybe just favoring setting up some. Savage Feast still in arsenal. Thinking on send packing trigger is an interesting response when we know that it's an attack reaction in Dylan's arsenal, but he is holding Rising Sun, Setting Moon, and Stir the Pot. Perhaps looking to filter some of these snow blocks out of his hand so that he can actually protect that hiss. Ironically, this has kind of put Eugene in an interesting position where Dylan arsenaled an attack reaction, something that is frequently incredibly dangerous for the Mystic Assassin, because if you draw a Codex of Frailty, or you just need to keep a single card hand, pass, and arsenal it, those attack reactions can become incredibly punishing.
Here comes
Putting
the...
it back in his hand gives him the opportunity to safely clear his arsenal. Draws a Count Your Blessings. No block value to be found here.
I feel like Sam hasn't said very much in a while.
Pretty clunky, actually.
It's mostly just been Ellie talking.
Card now to the bottom. And she comes back to the hand. There goes the hiss to the Banish Zone.
Let's see what Dylan's hand is here. Just a nick, sink below, a cheat, and count your blessings. He has no attack.
The thing that's cringier is even if you
They'll
block
just
this
be doing
out,
things to the defense here, probably
you got
causing
like
some life just to
Chi and
see
attack
UIB.
react left.
Eugene confidently waiting for that final Blood Rush Bellow.
Might be a spot where I block
Hopefully
armor.
gonna utilize it.
Dylan none too happy with his current position. He doesn't have the block value to both send something and protect his miss.
I feel like in limited backstab
below,
is just
trying to
one
find
of the
something
best
better.
stealth cards.
Is he
Just
sinking?
fucking ends
He
the
will just
game.
keep the blue and
You're
the
like-
count your blessings.
Okay.
That means the
well,
hiss will come back to hand, and the hiss
You
can be
have
put
to
back
go
into the
super
arsenal
tall
later.
on this one thing. Okay, but I'm just still going.
No
live.
pummel.
You
We've
did.
seen
Yeah, no,
a
right.
couple come
No
out
pummel,
so
Sam.
far yet in the hand and blocked with. You can see Dylan kind of looking up like, do you have a reaction? The answer was no.
Command and Conquer, Shelter from the Storm, and Skullcrack. Where is the Blood Rush, Eugene?
Yeah, I don't understand. This deck just has so many
UIB,
anti-synergy
go
cards.
ahead.
It's just a
Game
fucking
looks
pile.
The
Two
round
life
deck.
Yeah,
plus
it's just a
3, so
pile.
total of 5.
5 to 17, nearly matching
Just drop
Eugene's life total as he rubber bands.
There's nothing to draw good with. It's just random cards.
Means that hiss
It's like a
is not
cards I
the
own
arsenal.
deck.
Whoa, he's 5-0.
Dylan clarifying that no, I actually just haven't played an attack in like 3 turns.
Put
So
some
Quicken
respect on
is
that,
still
man.
supposed to be there.
Scabskin Leathers once again.
I need a 6 from you, Eugene.
Needs a 6 to see it. Let's see what we got. It
It's a
is going to be the
4.
4.
That's
Okay, 2 action points on this turn. I wonder if he's wishing he had gone ahead and kept that. I don't know if he has this. Oh, he does still have the Savage Feast.
An adherent of Dr. Dice.
So this is
I'm very confused by what I just did.
going to go ahead and
Okay.
potentially draw a card. We did see that. We did see that Shelter from the Storm in the hand.
We did see that Shelter from the Storm. Eugene is a gambling man.
Oh,
go.
but does discard the Command and Conquer, gets to draw
Let's
a
see
card.
the rip.
And now those Mandible Claws are online as well, and it's time for another Intimidation.
That's an Alpha Rampage off the top in his hand.
Okay,
such a
things are
gamer.
happening, folks. Buckle up.
So
We're
whoever
moving.
unpacked the shipment just
We're-
didn't see the notice that
We
every
are
store got
flying
shorted,
towards
that
the
they're
end of this
hoping
game.
for a
16
second
minutes elapsed.
wave
We've had one
of
Intimidation. Perhaps
to
we're going to
fulfill
get another
original
thanks to
orders.
all 3,000 of you
And it is
hanging out with us
unlikely that
at this
they will have
day
enough
1 of our
boxes
first
to have
calling over
more
this
than
World
what you
Tour
originally
weekend in
ordered
Memphis.
to, like,
A
fulfill that.
Hunted
Tenth.
hype.
An entire 10th of Flesh and Blood YouTube subscriber base is bearing witness to the reckless rampage in perhaps the most reckless game I've seen in my entire life. As Eugene bears down on New, attempting to crush her.
That makes sense. One of his other
Scab
blues is Snag,
leather
so he just
boots.
switches that
I
with
do
one of the
wish
ones that you can actually play from
everybody in the
Banished,
chat could've
probably.
seen your face when we first saw the freewheeling Renegade. Your eyes so
You
wide.
guys what I'm saying?
They left my head for sure.
One of his other
6
blues
blocks
is
presented
Snag,
on the
so he
Savage
probably
Feast.
just switches that with one of the blues in his deck that
Intimidated from Dylan's
can
hand,
be
but
played
only
from
one
Banished.
left with
Okay.
which
Like
to
I have
block
these
on this
3
turn.
snags on my side.
Mandible
I'm gonna
Claw,
take out this one that you
Searing
can actually
Underblade,
play.
all the
Get
same,
nothing.
Coming in 2 for 3 with go again on this turn.
I feel like at that point you have so few in your deck that you don't necessarily even need to board them out.
Now let's see. Does he have any resources to pay?
They would just have to
for
luck
the
sack and
Alpha
hit that off the
Rampage?
top.
He has a blue.
He does have a blue.
He has a blue.
Thought I saw a couple of reds. We'll have to wait and see.
Oh, is it all right?
But here comes the 3 go again. Dylan down to 14.
I believe. I thought he had a blue.
Looks like he's going through the graveyard here, checking out what has already elapsed so
You
far
see
in this one.
So few Justin Nicks.
It's probably because he's not
The amount of
playing
Mandible
very many.
Claws
With
and card deals.
you don't really want a
I
million
had a-
cards like that when you're
But,
playing the
Battle
count
Hardened Toronto,
package. You
day
just don't have
after covering
space.
Battle Hardened Toronto, I managed to top 8 the PCI event. Played against Montreal local Daniel Dreisiger, incredible guy. He was on Count Your Blessings New, and he put me in an endgame situation where I won if I didn't respect the persuasive prognosis. I was like, the last card has to be just a Nick. He's seen 0. It was a Count Your Blessings. I died. Great game day.
Mental damage indeed. You talk about mental damage. Ooh,
What
this
is
is
all rats?
yeah, just gonna be Skullcrack and Alpha Rampage heading into.
You want mental
this
damage?
Mandible
Can talk about the game I had
Claw.
against
So
Ellie
what
at the
is Eugene's final card?
Realm
It's a Shelter from the
10K
Storm,
thing.
right?
Oh,
Yeah, it's the
right,
final card
right.
is
Tomel
Shelter.
tied her
He
on the
managed
first
to
round of the
dodge
game.
this
She
card.
tilted
Yeah, so now he has
so
the
hard. It
arsenal
was
that
so
will
funny.
help against
And that was right after I
Effect.
Tomel tied
If you
Noah,
find something like
also
that,
on
it's a
turn
Morello.
0.
A little bit how many damage left in Eugene's deck. I
Just
thought it looked
infinite
good,
psychic
but now
damage to
it
both
looks
of them.
I think
That was the
he
luckiest
presented
I've ever
probably
been
the
that
effect of
tournament.
70 cards.
I sacked everyone so hard.
No.
Nope, not yet. We
Not
do
even a
find
little bit, sorry.
a nerve scalpel. So after the shuffle, the sacred art has come back around from the stir the pot.
So you were wondering if the Quicken would do very much. The answer was no.
No, probably not here.
Dagger heads go again, again.
All right, final card in the hand, pitched into the Beckoning Mistblade.
This is the danger of putting things like instants and attack reactions in your arsenal as
Yeah, this is the hiss,
new.
right? This is still the hiss.
Yes, he re-ars... I believe it's the... No, wait. I don't think it's the hiss. I don't know if he re-arsenaled it. Oh yeah, he played Count Your Blessings and re-arsenaled the hiss. And this is the situation that can put you in when you arsenal these attack reactions. I was talking about this earlier.
Yes.
You have a Codex of Frailty.
Draconic.
You can't rattle it off because you don't put an
Draconic.
attack reaction
I'm
on which to
still in the
resolve, or
process
an
of
attack
adding
action
Draconic.
card on which to
I just want to grab
resolve
cards for myself.
your attack reaction. And this Codex
That
of
is
Frailty,
Draconic
this same
everything.
Codex of Frailty has been pitched for the 2nd time in this game of Flesh and Blood.
I started sorting out
Skullcrack
like,
here, he's
Draconic
just gonna go ahead and
Ninja,
buy the
Draconic
block.
Warrior, and just Draconic, and I was like, this
Pass
is
the turn from
too
there.
hard to like look quickly, so I just was like, it's
Maybe not
draconic.
too
It's like,
concerned
oh.
about cards in deck, just trying to find his moment to slam the door with the last Blood Rush Bellow. Here comes one of my favorite Flesh and Blood cards, Barraging Beatdown. Intimidate you and get +2 power to my next attack for the cause. Unless you give me 2 non-equipment cards, which against decks that don't block like this can be pretty strong. Splatterskull coming in for 8 unless Dylan forfeits 2 cards here. Let's see if he even has 2 cards with which to block. He has
Ooh, he
a
does.
Leave No Witnesses and a Persuasive Prognosis, but his last card doesn't block. If he wants to protect this card in his banished zone, he has to give up nearly all the action available
Box
to
openings
him
went really
and
good.
see
Opened,
all of the tempo.
I think, above average. I got 7
What a
shelters,
What a game. Back and forth, truly. I mean, like,
3 extended
we are
art
just seeing Eugene try to
legendaries.
put the pieces
I would say
together.
it was a pretty good box opening.
I want
And now we're just
everyone
vibing.
to know
I'm
right
sorting the
now
cards for
just
TCG
how
Player
stoked
while we watch
Ryan
coverage.
is right now watching this Reiner gameplay. He has had a huge grin on his face from his producer's chair for the past 40 minutes.
Let's see just how Dylan wants to handle this Splatterskull. Comes in for 8 unless you give the 2 cards, but those 2
Fucking
cards are ones
legs
he'd
just
like
in
to use
chat,
on
just
offense.
Fucking in the
Shrewdness?
in the
I
shrewdness.
wish we got to see
You
one of
got
those yellow pummels
The
get fired off.
Fable,
There's still time.
a
There's still
regular Arachne Mask.
Splatterskull here really putting in some
and
major work. It's a
2
card that I still
extended
haven't built
art
out the
stealth
Reiner deck, but
cards in
it's
box.
calling to me like the Green Goblin.
We didn't open a
Keep
single
thinking about
extended
literally
art
the Green Goblin.
demi-hero.
Yeah. Yes. No, we can destroy intimidated cards.
That's probably
Me,
fine. Those are probably on the
I
cheaper
just
end of
wanna
Marvels,
see
but
this card do so much more work. It looks like this one is going to come over the top.
And destroy that intimidated card, as well as deal 7 damage to Dylan, putting him to 4. A Siren's Call
Wow.
find its way into Dylan's arsenal. He is making the move to keep the disruptive cards in his hand here. Does Dylan or does Eugene find the
I need one more hunt.
Still
Finds a Bear Fangs, finds
And
2
one
Bear
more
Fangs, so those are some
Proclaim.
really impressive cards as well with the
One
Intimidate
more
that Reiner
Proclaim.
does present. Now here comes Persuasive Prognosis, and the problem for Eugene,
One more hunt.
a couple of those cards in his hand, pearls just like Dylan's.
Are there any
No
generics that I
blocks
give a
on
shit about?
both sides of the
I
table.
don't think so.
Interestingly, Eugene does still have 1 point of armor, and if he makes the read and shoves it, this Prognosis will not connect. Dylan will get to force a card out of his hand with Mask of Recurring Nightmares, but I think that may be all he has for him, unless he cashes in Tunic and the Undertow Stilettos to fire off a Leave No Witnesses. He has the Hiss.
Gain 1 life, go to 5.
I guess I'll grab Laylos
In the
just in
arsenal.
case.
Activating Mask.
The,
Mask
Oh,
is-
I actually didn't see the line at all. He gets to fire off the Hiss on
maybe
Prognosis,
the
and then
lunging
for
press
No
that
Witnesses
marks
to start
somebody.
his whole fight.
Probably not.
looking like it's going to be a good one.
I have never played a deck that has
Mask
ever
of
even
Recurring Nightmares
considered
gets rid of a card.
lunging press.
Finishing a Bear Fangs, opting to get rid of the No Block. Hiss.
One of the few
Sending
cards
this over
that
by
just
3.
unconditionally
Generating
marks
a
somebody
Slither in
at
hand,
like
giving this attack.
essentially. So it's pretty good.
Yeah, this is I got these. Adult Fang, young of each of the Arachnes, a couple cold foil Majestics, a rainbow foil Shelter, 3 extended art legendaries. I got 6 rainbow foil legendaries, and then 5 of the extended art Majestics. Importantly, I believe Oath is expensive.
You get extended art stealth cards.
The demi heroes.
No, stealth cards.
I did not know stealth cards came. Anything.
There's a lot of extended arts in the set.
I mean, you got extended arts of the one that says "fuck you" specifically to Arachne and Syndra, but those just seem to only come that way.
No,
Yeah.
like not extended art, full art. I guess is what I'm talking about. Extended art's when it has a text box.
Oh, that's gas, Andrew.
Back go again, and leaving Dylan capable of throwing the Leave No Witnesses that remains in his hand.
This deck is a strong one. These cards are some strong cards. Here comes 3 over the top. Persuasive Prognosis. Gonna go ahead and banish off the top and then look into the hand.
Okay, this
9
Eugene
minutes,
game still
28
going up.
seconds remaining.
No one's
Eugene
died
holding
yet.
all 3 colors in his hand. This persuasive prognosis
But
is
Eugene
incapable
just
of
has him
whipping,
in the blender
but
right
it
now.
doesn't matter because he still has the shelter from
I
the storm.
I
in
would
his
not
arsenal.
describe
Now
the
this
game
Single
as
Digits
that
has no
because
action
he still has
whatsoever. This
2
is a
more
wounding
counts left in the
blow.
deck.
But we are so late in this game.
Rude.
Eugene opts not to block this. The top card of his deck could still be a Blood Rush Bellow.
Oh my gosh.
He still has
That
1
would be
Blood Rush left, though.
devastating for our Rhinar player. Let's see. I will say
Like I said about
The-
the last
the-
game, should have just played
the
Reaping Blade. What an
CYBs
idiot.
in this game have just been like pretty normal defensive pieces. This hasn't been like, it's not looking like this game is going to fatigue.
Still have 3 points of armor on the
He has
table as
plenty
well.
of cards in there.
Blocking one.
Still left in the deck, 1
Oh,
damage.
please don't be Blood Rush on the top. Please don't
Over
be
the
Blood Rush on
top.
the Please don't be Blood Rush on the top. Oh, thank God.
Got the freewheeling Renegades.
Oh, thank God. I would have been completely heartbroken if we sat here and watched Eugene protect his deck, protect his life total.
Eugene's down to 2-card hand.
Blood Rush Bellow only to have his hopes
I'd like
dashed
guaranteed
by
gives
a
Dylan
single
space to play the game
wounded
here.
blow. But the chance is still there. He's no!
Oh, and he random discarded the Blood
And
Rush.
Fangs shows Blood Rush Bellow.
Bear
I mean,
Fangs for
we kept
6.
waiting all game to see how powerful that final Blood Rush would have been.
Keck
At
W.
5 life, it was nearly a foregone conclusion that Blood Rush Bellow wins Eugene the game, and yet
GG's.
It is looking like it might be tough
He is
from
at three.
here, even though he's got
I'm
his
waiting
point
for
three,
Eugene.
he's
He
just
was
gonna
at
get the
5. He
final
chose to
piece
take
of
damage
life.
to keep
The
cards.
question is,
Yeah,
can
I'm waiting for
he do it?
Eugene to just
No
double
shot,
reckless
right?
swing and him
No
not have
shot
the
off the
reckless
top.
swing.
He
It's the
just
Blood
pitched a
Rush.
Reckless Swing. He has 1 in hand now.
Does have reckless swings to work with. Dylan has
But also there's
Power
life gain.
Blessings remaining
Yeah, but
in
like,
his deck as he pitched
I
them
hope you
earlier.
don't have it.
I'm a
He's
little
like, I
bit
have it.
still
The
in
game just
disbelief.
ends.
I'm surprised that he didn't block with Mask there to stay a little bit healthier, so that way you don't have to worry about
nasty surprise.
Oh, getting a
Saw
full
both of those
card on
guys
the
get pitched early in
Mistblade?
this game.
That's
They are
OP.
coming
What you
back
wanna see
around.
here?
Bonds of Agony slams down onto the combat chain.
And we, the viewers at home, know that Dylan still has a chi in his hand here. I do believe this Bonds of Agony is alive and well if he chooses to use this one floating to cash in on his Undertow Stilettos.
What is this game? What is going on?
I think
16
it's-
life.
Wait.
What's going on is
So
this
far from
Reiner deck
crossing
isn't very
Eugene,
good.
which is
Yeah, he's
completely
close.
He's
crazy.
playing a fucking
He's
pile
close.
deck.
Dylan's at 3 and he has so much
He's drawn a million
left
clunker
in
hands.
his
Like
deck.
this is
He has options
the
like the thick
oh no, the
Hydra
consequences of my
in
own
his
actions.
hand that will set him up to push the last bits of damage necessary over Dylan's defenses. Blocking with a run rough shot, a dangerous card to block with. Pass over. Likely going to take a relevant
Howdy.
lead
Did
over
20
the
boxes.
graveyard here.
Right? 20? Yeah. What's up?
I'm looking at the deck totals.
I would
I'm looking at the
also
deck
be
size. I'm
from
looking at the
Minecraft.
life totals. I'm looking at the time in the round to see how this one's gonna
If you
end.
just need to,
Pass
like,
over here, it's gonna
maximum chain
transcend.
starter
Every single time I
through
think
the
there's a
force.
blue that knew
Assuming
played
that's
a great
zero,
effect.
like, deals with
I just kind of come to the realization that like, oh no, she can't. How's she gonna discard a 6 for run roughshod? How's she gonna
Yeah.
pay for the additional
Wreck a
cost
romp,
on
yeah.
Wrecker Romp?
Yeah.
What is she gonna do with barraging beatdown?
I mean, literally at this point, it's nasty surprise if that's the one that gets discarded or excuse me, banished here. 16 life, playing
I
3.
believe we're only seeing Mask activated on this Bonds of Agony. Oh no, here come the boots. Here come the boots.
That's gonna push this thing up by 3, getting over by 1, meaning 1 more card.
Yeah, that makes sense.
leaves
I'm gonna finish
Eugene's
resolving
hand.
my Mask, then
Can he
I'll do my
find
boots.
that final
Just in
point of
case
damage?
he-
If had gotten his
Because, like,
opponent down
what's
to
the
2,
point of
the
doing that
reckless
if
swing is looking
he spends all of his
significantly
cards
more
here?
threatening. But Dylan Mask
He has 2 reckless swings.
Okay,
in
I'll
the deck or in his hand.
if you want to discard your cards for me, I'll just not do my boots.
I think, yeah, one's in the hand.
Oh, that's not good.
Oh,
Oh,
that is actually going to be.
oh, he got all of them from the
That
deck.
is not good.
Now he doesn't have to play around it for the rest of the game.
Bonds of Agony.
He got rid of all the recklesses from the deck.
Out of the hand, and
He
now
banished the
onto
reckless from hand with the
the
thing that banishes all the.
deck. There's a win condition gone. Simply eliminated by that powerful Majestic. Eugene, he lost
This is a
one win
riveting
condition
game.
to the
I have no idea who's going to win, but from the start, I've said I think Dylan is ahead.
But Dylan could just draw
punch through those final
hand
three
and
life
just...
before Dylan
It's much harder to do that, though, when you're playing counts, and he still has 2 counts left in the deck.
You just draw
Doesn't
one.
seem likely.
I have no idea.
Doesn't seem like
These have been the hand cans of all
You just hit me
time.
with the magic 8-ball. You just hit me with the...
Not likely.
Yeah, not likely.
Not on this day.
Here comes Art of Desire Body.
Yeah, but
3.
Eugene
More
could
cards
just
in
be like,
Eugene's deck
whatever,
as well
I'll go to
as
low
late
life,
game.
quad
Dylan
intimidate, you're
holding
dead.
a command
I don't
and
care about
He's
conquer
playing
in
so many
his
poop
hand.
soup cards that it's hard for him to physically do that.
Clearly,
To physically have a hand of 4 cards that do that,
as well as
when he's playing like D-reacts and pummels and shit, and rando blues that don't do the thing. Like, it is physically hard for him to do that.
Eugene's window slipping away. Please.
It's a deck list issue.
No.
Oh, and he's gonna gain a life here?
Possibly still
huge.
better than that.
Gain a life, draw a card?
Eugene, it is going to allow a card to be drawn. Currently, I don't believe any action
gain another
points
life.
remaining for Dylan.
Oh, but he doesn't have an
This
action
might
point.
just
Wait,
be
why
a
didn't we dagger
CYB
first?
From here.
It
he
sure
have
will
2?
be. I think he has 2.
Oh, goodness.
Oh no, not no.
Oh, is he double counting?
The
Oh.
he's pitching away
Wait,
one.
he's pitching count to play count? What is going on?
So 3 plus 5 is 8, up to 11. But
Big
Eugene here
number.
has an agile windup. It's going to be a way to do some intimidation. And then for that next turn, he will have the agility token. 3 minutes, 37 seconds left in the round.
Why didn't we just double
It's gonna
count?
come
I'm
down
so
to the wire.
confused.
If it...
What color is
Here
the
comes the
count?
agile windup.
It just doesn't matter. It's your last 2 counts. Just play both of them. You're never getting back to that count.
Plus the agility.
Hand,
But what if you
not
can't?
too
What
much
if the
action
last
as
card's
well as at least one inner cheat
like
in this
yellow,
hand.
red.
We could see Dylan
I
pull it out
guess.
here. Dylan. Eugene.
Mandible
Claw
Claw
for 3
comes in.
with go again.
What card is that on Chain Link 1?
It's an agility token. I think it's a Mansant agility.
Here comes the Mandible Claw now, coming in for 3. No
I'm
blocks.
surprised
Dylan
there
from
wasn't
11 down to
confused
8.
What's Dylan working with here?
Savage
Here comes
Feast.
Savage Feast discarding Skull Crack. I want to see the draw.
I'm gonna see the draw. Damn it.
This is gonna be under intimidation as well, though.
Ellie's been mauling the entire time over her inability to use the hand cam. She keeps being like, hand cam, and they're like,
Point that there might just be a
no.
fair amount of
Stop. She's just mauling over it.
Dylan did Arsenal a disruptive piece.
Oh my god.
Is that the play
Command
while on
and
stream?
conquer.
Just make sure you idle your cards.
The guy round 1 that I was watching was shuffling his hand like this.
2.
Face.
I was like, what is this clown activity? Why are you showing your opponent your hand?
Did that guy win?
I want to know what Eugene's Arsenal is so bad, but I'll have to find out at the same
That guy
time as
win?
all
I don't
the
remember anymore, to be honest. I don't
Smashback
think he
Noble
did.
on A handful of blues, but this
Whoa.
hand has some intimidating to do. Here comes a double trouble. Dylan is.
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Oh my god.
Double
Oh my God,
trouble,
how much damage
Nick
is
Nick.
This is 13.
Did he just say no blocks?
No.
Did he just die?
You don't have double Nick.
Wait, but he's playing D-reacts in this deck. He might have a shelter.
Goner, folks.
I still don't know who's going to
Oh
win.
my goodness. Unless there's a snag in the arsenal.
Oh, true. He also has snags in the deck.
Does he still?
It's anyone's game.
Did he rip a snag? with the Savage
Double
Beast?
Nick.
Are we watching the
Snag
sickest
it.
man to ever do it?
I mean, I think at this point,
Random bullshit.
Where at what? Do you have
just by the
to?
cards in the
So-
deck, the
I have no
record is
idea
currently
because of it's
5-0.
been errata.
At the end of this
Yeah.
game, we'll
I
either
can't
be
answer
6-0
that
or
question.
5-1
Like, do you
with
have
this
to like resolve
pile
the
of
Nicks
Rhino
individually? Like, I don't
Sam.
actually know.
That's going to
how
get rid of,
snag
it looks like, the
works
sand sketched
anymore.
plan from the Mask of Recurring Nightmares 2.
Show me your moves,
Is
duelist.
that gonna
Do you
tell
have a
You
snag?
can see
Oh.
the look on the face.
Show me your moves.
Surprise, shock, and awe from Eugene. A bit of a laugh.
Ah! No blocks.
Wait, what was the rest? What was his hand? What
Deeds
was his
moves
hand?
on to
Barraging?
Smashback, barraging. I think that's a sand sketch that he banished, and I can't tell what the middle card is. Is it an attack? Does he have an attack? Wrecker Romp. Bro, that ain't it. What is his arsenal? Must be an attack. No blocks. Fuck, my hand sucks.
Alright. That was the game the whole time.
That was entertaining for sure. That was a fun game to watch.
I don't know if
And,
Man
oh my goodness, what a game from our two players. Count your blessings.
They mentioned that he was very happy.
But after watching that,
He was like, Savage Feet, Beast in play. Oh.
I just know there's people out there. Versus Jordan Long.
I haven't seen a single runaway on stream.
The tamer of purpose. I recognize Jordan. Jordan was on coverage Pro Tour Los Angeles. I believe he took down Roger Bodie on stream. He was the Viserai who took down Roger Bodie on stream.
Dude, they
and
both
now
got
he's
the
out here
blue
playing
shirt.
Zen, even in a Viserai dominated meta. The question is, can he
Day 2
take
shirt.
down the Dash IO that
can't wear that
sits
day 1.
in front of him? The Hanabi Blaster has hit the arena. How
This is the last round of the
blasting
day.
is Aaron
This is
going
round
to be able
7.
to do?
So they
Only
both
time
have
will
these.
tell. The first action of the
Yes.
game for Jordan. Levels of Enlightenment Blue, 100 wins to the pitch.
I don't know who either of these
Something
people are.
interesting we're seeing right off
Yeah, I've
the
never heard of
rip
these people.
here is Dash IO is presenting gold.
Where the fuck is the thing on the Runaways
in the
Discord for
equipment zone here.
events going
We
on right
typically
now?
see adaptive
Event discussion?
being used to convert
Memphis.
items that are out or nearly out of steam counters into some extra block value. This could be prioritizing just sending a gigantic maximum velocity to take his opponent out of the game quickly.
Response to the levels of Enlightenment while it's still in the layer step is going to be transcending.
Is today Friday?
Getting that chi into the hand, that gets a resource available from.
Is that
the
normal
12
for callings to do
yeah.
day 1 on Friday?
We'll
Right,
see
it's the
if
double
wants to
calling. I
have
forgot.
Zen
Right.
response here, Start
Not normal,
doing
you are
that
correct.
whole Zen deal.
I
Looks
forgot.
like the answer is going to be.
I'm stupid.
There you go. Now that we've activated Zen, we can choose 2 modes on the levels of Enlightenment.
You
Still
never
has.
want to see your Zen opponent transcend on turn 0.
Yeah, there goes a Crouching Tiger.
Okay, I guess I have to find
Created from
standings.
the Zen ability into the hand. And now 2 modes can be chosen. Draw a card and go again from the 2 cards in the pitch, as there are 2 cards when the attack actually
Flush and Blood
attacks.
TCG?
Play it in the layer step. You can respond in the layer step, and then once the card is actually attacking in the attack step,
Memphis?
that is when the text of levels of Enlightenment
Standings?
resolves. So, going to go ahead and grab
Calling
that
A.
Mauling Chi. Keep the
Standings
Crouching
round
Tiger
7.
in the hand, so the Mauling Chi
Wait,
follows.
why did they call it
the Crouching
calling
Tiger.
A? Why didn't they just call it calling CC?
Solid
calling
opener. We're going to
draft?
see levels of
Whatever,
Enlightenment
man.
for 3. Tiger taming Kakao come in
Tim
for 2,
Long
Lightning
is,
Tiger for 1,
6
into
and 1.
Mauling Chi for 5, threatening 6. This is going to push a fair bit of damage through to Dash IO, who already starts a whopping 4 life below Zen's starting life total. This game is definitely not going to start out easy for Mr. Cutbirth on the other side of the table.
All right, let's see how he wants to deal with the rest of this hand. Is there blocking cards?
Dan
in
is
the
5 and
trio?
2.
Sometimes you draw those items.
Let's find out, shall we?
Oh yeah, a bunch of 3 blocks in this one.
Though cards you may not want to be
Cody's
blocking,
5 and
Spark
2.
of Genius is not the most attractive option to put on the combat chain.
Noah's 5 and
That
2.
Mauling Chi is played
Naib
from
is
the
5 and 2.
banished Zone, so those 2 cards in hand can still be used. What is that Crouching Tiger? To imagine Jordan would love to
That
keep
is
1
it
card
for
from the arsenal here.
5 and wins and better. I'm not going to bother continuing looking.
And doing the calculus on what Jordan's turn is going to look
To my
like.
understanding, we're some of the few people on the team that did not go to this event.
Yeah.
So who's not there? Dalton?
He drew
Are
Or
they
like
asking
people that
about
are
the
in the
card
top.
game?
I don't know if all of them went, but Dalton,
Pat?
Pat, Charles.
I believe there was a discrepancy about the correct amount of cards that Jordan should have on his side of the table.
Shane.
7 rounds at a calling, it's pretty easy to be a little bit tired. All right.
2 damage coming in with Zen's trusty staff.
You mean Zen's just? There's 5.
That might be it.
The Tiger Taming Kakara?
No.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Oh,
Excuse
Lucas.
me? This is the
Oh,
Crouching
Oh,
Ember-
Lucas sucks.
Too
How can we
long.
forget the
Crouching
boy wonder?
Emberblade.
No, Brody's 7 and no.
As it were.
Oh, okay.
Here comes the Crouching Tiger. This one's coming in for 1.
Lucas is 4 and
Still
3.
lot
What a
of
clown.
Here has to be wondering, are there items
You
in
suck.
the hand or just cards that Aaron really wants to keep? Knows he needs to most likely keep cards to make that Mauling Chi an attack for 5 instead of an attack for 6.
I think there's one of two likely scenarios. Aaron sees the Spark of Genius as something he simply cannot afford to block with in this matchup, or there is an item on top of his deck that he wants to play before moving into his turn.
Looks like the answer is I need this Spark.
Managed to catch this game. It was a good one. Is that in reference to the current game on screen, the Zen Dash one? I'm reading your message late. Or the previous one that we just watched, the Reinar one? Jordan. Oh, you said a name. Jordan. Okay, so you're talking about the current one. Jordan never draws off of his levels here on turn 1.
I have a small heart attack because I feel I am about to watch somebody accidentally commit hidden card error by looking at cards. And then
I mean, did he say out loud draw?
Yep.
You can't half resolve a card. If he said draw, then you draw.
This mechanologist hero.
But
Ooh,
if he
Spark of Genius off
didn't
the
say,
top,
then it's assumed that he
from
didn't
the
choose
boost,
that
but
mode.
4 damage from this 0 to 60.
A bit prescient from Aaron to hold the Spark in his hand.
We're all bad at this game. Game's hard.
I guess if he blocked with it,
Fab is, in fact,
the Spark would have
a
been
very
in his
hard
hand,
game.
as he would have drawn one more card. One gets lit on fire, basically. Either way, fate is a cruel mistress.
No blocks is the call from Jordan. 4 damage over the top. Down to 36 goes our Zen player. Life totals will be adjusted shortly.
Whatever.
Dash IO.
It is interesting seeing a Dash IO make this deep of a run.
Blue
I did think that the deck was still good.
I heard that's way more gambly now. But
Throttle, of
don't
course,
actually.
not exactly.
I really, I've said this to you already, but I'm saying this to chat. I really want to experiment with the deck with, what's the name of that card? Back Alley Breakline? I really want to experiment with that. I think Back Alley has, like, actual legs in this deck.
Considering the top card of the deck, yet again, 2 for 4.
Be able to make a action point off of your chest or off of Twin Drive, I think is, like, actually pretty relevant.
Digging for an item on the top.
Zipper hit ×2, red and blue variety.
Ooh,
Looking back on the
bars?
top, he's got 2 floating now. That's going to be the
Hair
Spark of Genius.
Spark of Genius paying 0. Asking his opponent if he has
What are you
any
sorting right
responses
now?
before he searches
Rares.
his deck for a 0
Still
cost
doing it.
item.
Okay.
Curious to
I
see
am
if
almost done.
suspected
I
may be
just have the 3
Dash's
assassin
trust
piles left for
mirror
rares.
implant, Cerebellum processor, but instead he's
Whoa.
getting a new piece of tech from the hunted.
Yeah.
No time.
I'm gonna keep it a
zone,
buck
and
with you
folks,
guys. I don't
have a
actually know what
solid
this
guess
card
on what
does,
it's going
so
to
I'm
be.
gonna read it.
Inner Chi, the card named with null time. So first, null time zone enters with.
Is this a
2
pithing needle?
counters. Second,
0
when it
cost
enters,
crank,
name a
ETB
card.
2
The
counters,
named
start a
card
turn,
cannot
remove a
be
counter.
pitched or played from
ETB, name a
hand.
card, named
While this
card
card
can't
is in
be
the arena, Aaron
pitched or
Cutler
played.
has gone and searched his deck
Okay,
for
so you name Chi,
entire
and then they can't pitch or
turns
play Chi.
of inner
I guess they're
Chi
not playing
becoming
Chi, but they can't.
bricks, and Jordan
Basically, they can't
because
hero
they
power.
cannot
Okay, that
play
makes
and
sense.
Because they cannot effectively be Arsenal.
Is that
He
worth
is
spending a full
capable
card to
of
play?
clearing them if he chooses to transcend with a Chi, or with a instant that would become a Chi.
I guess by playing that, you guarantee that they can't block with Hat for the next 2
Actually,
turns.
before our very eyes, of some really cool art, honestly, on that one. I haven't really taken the time to check it out, but it looks like there's a little pup.
They're putting the stinky robot dog in time prison for his crimes.
Inner Chi is the name on the null time zone, so you can see Jordan head in hands having to think about what the remainder of this next couple turns is going to spell for him. Going to be a card drawn as well for our Dash IO player for the Arsenal. And most likely keeping both Steam counters on this null time zone.
Yeah, that's fair. But at this stage of the game, he's only flipped, what, 1 Chi, right? That's at the bottom. So it's just not going to happen. It just means that he's not going to cast his Chi when he sees them. But in this situation, it really just means that you can't block Hat and have a pivot turn. Unless I'm missing something here. Because he hasn't shuffled yet, right? I'm like half watching because I'm sorting.
Turn passed over to Jordan. See just what he's got working with.
No inner Chi in this hand to be disrupted.
Even if there was, he just pitches the front side of the Chi. Like, it just means that he can't go crazy. Like, he still gets to pitch the front side of the card.
On a big turn, a lot of chain links, and maybe even a turn that he'd be able to pitch an inner Chi on. That's not going to be.
Well, you're just
correct.
turning off the hero power. It's not that deep. Still good. It's not. Holy shit!
Taking
You're
advantage
stuck with this card
of
forever. You will be deceased.
Flex
You'll be in the
claw.
grave with this chi
Little
still in your
1/4
hand.
little leg tap stat line.
You'll have to sign it off in a will. So maybe your descendants will be able to pitch this card.
To the pitch zone.
On hit, make a tiger.
Until your opponent
That
banishes
card
the
to really go ahead and power
the boost card that puts a steam counter back on their thing. Then your grandchildren will be the one that has to pitch this.
Giving some thought to what he's going to do here. He doesn't have any transcend instance bricked by this null time zone.
This is not gonna happen.
About
Just-
how he
this is
needs
just
to
fake.
functionally set
Stop.
up For future turns.
Stop talking about a game state thing that doesn't exist.
Hand that needs to be powered by an inner chi. He's in a really tough spot.
no blocks. Any
What is this
reactions?
card?
No, down to
Oh, it's a flex clause. Okay.
29 goes in.
Life totals are 29 to 32. I
There they
believe
go.
will now fix it on the life tracker, so you stop having to read the handwriting on that pad.
Also, how the fuck is this card
Crystal
a
clear
rare?
stream. Are you kidding me?
How is this a rare? Like, in what universe is this a rare, not a
It's
majestic?
the first chain. That means
Which
first
card?
chain link. Here comes the tiger.
The 0 for 4 reveal their hand and then mark them.
Oh, yeah.
This card is bananas.
That card should
Power
not be
up
in all
that
colors.
crashing
That
tower that the
card's
flex
dumb.
clause just
That
created.
should be like a yellow only.
Aaron here really needs to find
This
a
card is
bit of a spot for
bananas.
this
Like,
deck.
why is this above rate and you just mark them and also get all this free info?
Meant to.
Yep.
But no, 2 damage going to be taken here.
Is that a
27.
Draconic Warrior or
Plays
just Warrior?
32.
Assassin Warrior.
Right.
It's just
Oh, yeah.
upside.
Pull up for
Right,
Jordan.
yeah.
It's going to be looking like
Wait, you can just play that in a regular
Crouching
deck. too.
Tiger.
Yes.
comes in for
Yeah,
one.
why did New get a card like this? Also, why are the News not playing this card? This card is bananas. I would be playing this in my new deck if I was playing New.
Very little armor
It solves
in
one of the
this
issues that you have in the deck.
Surely
A
at
little
blue
bit
you just play
scary.
it too.
He
You can
starts to
transcend
fall
on
behind
that.
on life.
I don't know if I care about that.
Now, once again,
Finding
almost
ways to
back-to-back
transcend
wins. This is
isn't a
5 and
huge
maybe
issue in
6.
New. That's not a core part of your game plan in most matchups.
Wrong blue.
It's not that important.
Harmony in his pitch zone rather than
I
the
think
uniform
if
incantation.
a
Seems like he
segment of the
expressed
metagame
frustration about that.
was matchups I was trying to win with my hero power, then I would be more concerned with that. But the rest of the time, you're just like attacking with the blue stealth card that like they still need to respect, and then you're having. So being able to transcend first isn't that relevant. You were never using your hero power to begin with.
These are true statements.
The bigger deal is it's a way to convert your hand on offense when they leave you with a grip, which is like the problem with the deck. But it also makes your daggers much better. The way that New wins games typically is with like how they actually win the game is by getting damage in on you with their generic attacks that have go again. They come in with looking for scrap for 5, and you say no blocks, take 5. I'm gonna hope that there's nothing behind this. They just wanted the 5 damage.
Does that buff attack actions or next attack?
I believe it buffs your next dagger. So your dagger's gonna come in for 5, which is what you want. And now your daggers like actually demand cards, which is fucking fantastic. And it's a weird breakpoint. Like you're gonna block 2 cards in my dagger. I'm happy with that. I'll command and conquer you afterwards.
Yeah, pretty interesting. All of a sudden, the heist has a real on hit.
The card's
Jordan
insane.
is pretty incentivized to not give up much of his armor here, given that the Traverse the Universe, the inner chi it fetches is inert at the moment. An inert chi.
The clinic on null time zone.
Inert chi is pretty good.
Inert chi.
Is that the item in play?
Off the top, still haven't seen Dash IO utilize the top of the deck in a way that really powers up what the deck is trying
I was
to do.
busy rambling that I didn't even pay attention to the game.
Heist here, all of a sudden, on hit effect. Interesting, Aaron didn't want to just play out.
Yeah, that's the item.
Teclo core.
It's
Had other plans for the
freewheeling
resource, or
renegades
just
on
wanted
the
to
screen.
make Jordan
Yeah.
respect. the effect that
That's a
the
heist. It's also just a different card.
Whatever, bro.
It's not even close to the same.
Dude,
You
all
gotta keep
net cards
digging.
look the same.
Why are you saying this is I wasn't paying attention. Why are you saying this is a clinic on null time zone? Because the what I said before, the chi thing being fake of I'm just gonna not flip the chi and pitch it normally.
Jordan giving some thought to his block.
I wasn't really watching.
His hand seems a little bit on the clunky side. He's holding in Lightning Strike, Mauling Chi, or not Mauling Chi, Flex Claws,
Holy
a
cheese.
Ancestral Harmony, and a Censor, having arsenaled a blue Tiger Form incantation.
Flex Claws and
Did he
Light
draw, like,
Strike
multiple
going to
chi
be
or something?
committed for the blocks here. Those are two pretty premium offensive pieces. Maybe Aaron's happy to see that the heist did its job.
It just like doesn't matter unless you draw multiple chi, right?
The question
Like,
is, what is the follow-up, and when will Dash start to establish some of those items from the top of the deck?
because you can still always use one.
She's got his inner chi.
And you draw multiple, you just want to play with an open arsenal so that way you can arsenal the second chi and then be ready to go once you're out of the box.
Present the board state that she's really looking for to find some value.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I said that earlier, like, you can't block hat, but, like, you shouldn't be getting bricked by this card. It just says you're in the box for a couple rounds. You can't pivot. I'm going to get to play the game. I think the biggest deal is that they can't Zen state you.
Yeah, Aaron giving this one a real think. Maybe it is a card he did not really want.
Unless they have wax on, wax
Boost
off.
away.
Sure, but it's not what I'm talking about.
Working with
Unless they play
T-Bone and an
fine center
ace.
or whatever.
What can
Open
he
the
grab?
center.
He can grab
Huge.
Or whatever the
Pouncing
combo line
Pug
that makes
has
it.
Battle Worn. You need a couple of T-Bones to really work through the armor suite. T-Bone here, it's going to grab a boom grenade, but that one also wasn't played off of the top.
He's got to be looking for something specific.
Maybe it is just the outpace he can
Oh,
play with that one.
I said that it was a possibility. Now his grandchildren are the one that get to play the chi.
In that scenario.
Now, 2 different times we've seen on this turn Aaron have the option to play an item off the top of the deck and forgo it, choosing instead to just
I really
utilize
like
them
the border
for boost.
for Draconic Warrior. I
There's
just
a
like
reason.
never actually paid attention to it yet.
And
Yeah,
the
it's
left
nice.
side of your screen is 5 and 1 in this callings because
Really
he
makes you
knows his deck
feel
quite well
like
and he
the,
knows the best way to value these cards. It was
Lava
just
Man.
looking to find the card off the top, but the outpace is going to find a fast and furious, meaning another steam counter on the inner sheet. A card from the armory deck helping
His
out,
great
a card from the
grandchildren now get to
expansion
play
slot,
his
but
chi.
now all of a sudden Jordan Long, he is not
It's gonna
pitching
be around
inner
for
cheese
4
quite
rounds.
some
You know,
time.
keep boosting the thing. But
He hit 2 Fast and Furiouses.
A counter on his potential.
And now all of a sudden, because you can see a little more as to why these 3 cards were the play on the turn. Just to get
Pretty
that
good
third
if you
card
get
for the
around for
boost,
4 turns.
start the ticker on the Hanabi.
Should have played
Blaster.
Smashing
You
Good
can
Time.
do so much damage with that overpower
That's
if
good.
you can get
Play
to
Blue Smashing
reutilizations
to
of it over the
transcend
course
off of
the
it.
game. 4, go again. This one's going to be taken. Jordan Long now.
Bro, imagine the greed monster that you'd have to be. I'm gonna play Blue Smashing Good Time so that way I can kill that. I'm gonna transcend now. I know I'm hitting.
As the inner chi denying Null comes in with another counter. How do you think this
Just the
impacts the
balls
Jordan
to do
wants
that.
or has to play this
I'm
game
hitting.
now that he is not able to activate his own game plan given the state of the Null time?
Yeah, because it was
He's
the
basically
plus 1.
forced to treat all of the Transcend instants
Oh my
in his
God.
deck as no-block blues. And
That's
didn't have
one
the
thing that
opportunity to make proper use
I would
of
have
them.
wanted to try to do
In a
if I was playing
situation
Viscerai
where
last meta,
the fast
to
and furious
creeper that
teams
in.
continue to pile up, if we see
Attack with rando bullshit. Runeblade card. Dash is like, whatever, I sleep. Creeper and Smashing, destroy your item, give my next thing plus damage. Call you a clown. It's all about finding opportunities to call your opponent a clown. That's the only thing that matters.
Shake my hand.
GG, shake my hand. If you're not calling your opponent a clown, what are we here for? Like, what's the point?
He's like, hey, I see you naming my cards. I want to name a card and stop you from playing a card. What is this?
I'm very curious what Jordan would name in
Yeah.
the blind.
Oh my god, that's dirty null off the top in response. Wait, that just doesn't work.
Of your opponent's list.
Oh no, that
Find
works
Jordan
if
top,
you
we're gonna see
cast
what Jordan is able
the
to
chi.
pick.
Like cast the front side, and in response they played off the top, and now you look like an idiot.
Let's
But if
see
you just
it.
pitched the chi, then
Yeah.
there's no
Jordan here
counterplay.
kind of
You already
kinda
pitched it.
clapping those
Rubbing
hands
his
together. Wondering just what is it that I do pick here? He's gotten his opponent down to 19 already.
Pick null time zone so he doesn't
There
play
is
another
flashing
one on
right
ya.
here. No transcending or searching the deck.
Oh
to be
my
seen.
god. Also, what is going on?
0 to
Censor?
60 will be the
Kind of
name.
weird to see in the deck.
Aaron having a smile.
Who's that?
Zen?
I think Jordan may have guessed correct.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see on
They have, like,
this
a little
turn.
whiteboard?
0 to 60, joining in
They're dry erase
as
tokens.
the cards that can't be played. Both of
I actually
want
wanna get those at some point.
He does not want
That's been like in the back of my head of like I want to own this at some point, but then I always think that when I see them in person and forget by the time I get home.
0 to 60? No, no thank you. Oh,
I
inner
do
cheat?
recall,
No, thank you, actually. I'm okay without that.
But
I'll
he's
live,
still
I'll
did
live.
magic.
Jordan has found a transcend instant here, though. T-Bone coming in for 3 with go again here.
This will once again most likely grab the pouncing paws.
If Jordan still wins after being stuck in the box for 4 rounds, Dash sucks.
Oh, he'll play another one.
You are correct.
Like on the 4th
You are
turn.
correct.
Like, okay, another one.
I concede. I concede.
I'm just gonna say Dash ain't it if he still wins.
3 damage here.
Infinity tokens.
Jordan going to 20.
I should probably buy it now that I'm at home and having the thought, but that's a lot of effort. I'm trying to sort cards.
A heist, an outpace.
So I'm just gonna hope that future me remembers.
Twin drive.
Ooh, twin drive, very nice. Maybe a way to power up on
I usually
maximum
just,
velocity
if
if
it
Aaron
matters, just
has
write
one.
it on my life.
Finally getting a card off
There
of
it
the top,
is.
and it is a good one. There's the Cerebellum Processor. This is a way to draw some cards and do it in a hurry.
I said earlier about him choosing not to play items off the top of his deck earlier. I'm kind of surprised that he didn't, unless it didn't fit his cost curve. I haven't been paying close enough attention to, like,
Reminder, folks, leave a message in the
map
chat
out his turns.
as we are watching this great final game of Flesh and Blood on our day today, and you could win a box of heavy hitters. Part of our weekend
Heavy
box celebration
hitters?
as we go ahead
What
and
kind of prize is that?
subscribers
Ain't nobody
here
want
on
that.
Flesh and Blood YouTube
Give out
channel.
a
Let's see what Aaron has
box of the
decided
new
to
set.
draw with the Cerebellum
The heck?
processor here.
I don't have a box.
Oh, what if it was a Japanese box? That'd be funny.
Outpaced
If I
by
want to
Heist,
go
so
one
those
from
ones are getting pretty
Worlds, like, I don't know what to
challenging.
do with this. I guess I'll give it away on stream. That's kind of clean.
Another null time zone.
Oh my
That is
god.
diabolical.
The no thank you game continues as
GG,
we
shake
see
my
these
hand.
players continuously trying to chain together these suppressive effects. The null
Do I
time
hear them
zone
downstairs?
trying to keep the streets of metrics clean and safe
being
from
hooligans.
riffraff and crime.
Something.
And the question is, will it also keep Zen from utilizing the deep mystical arts found within himself and the great forests of Mysteria, and utilize the inner chi to grab those cards from the deck? Pretty powerful hero ability. Turns out it's much worse when you can't use it.
That's true. That's
Yeah,
true.
high level analysis.
High level analysis. I'm curious if we'll see these kind of
Wasn't there supposed to be another caster? Wasn't it supposed to be Ellie, Sam, and someone else? Was it Taylor?
60, maybe the second null time zone will name Sensor.
Crawford?
Absolutely true. Here comes Heist.
I could have sworn that I
Gets
saw
null
that
time
somewhere.
zone being pitched away. We see why the Goliath Gauntlet maybe was brought into the equation. Heist
Am I wrong?
coming in for 7.
Are they casting?
Banishing
Oh, maybe he's on the other calling?
Excuse me,
Yeah,
the
they
throttle off the
casting both
top.
callings.
And now all of
But I
a
thought I
sudden
only
this
saw 3
Heist has
casters.
another
I figured it was
real
just like
on
a
the
rotating in and out. Maybe he didn't get in yet?
Yeah, that Goliath Gauntlet
they gonna have
crashing in to
two
give his
streams?
next attack
Or
action
is,
card
like, one
cost
calling
2
gonna be, like,
or
the beat?
greater, plus 2.
I don't know.
Kind of a card I've
I'm
always
assuming that
seen
they were only
in
gonna cast the
Mechanologist,
CC
because it
one,
really feels like
just
in the first
based
set,
on,
Welcome
like,
Blade is
logistics
designed
and everything.
as a
That just
piece of
seems
craft equipment, you know,
incredibly
only
difficult for them to
for
do that.
Guardian.
But I wouldn't be
It's
surprised
really
if
easy
Ethan
to
records
amp up their
games from the
attacks
other
and
one.
close games with them, but it's kind of just seen constructed play in Mech for such a
No idea.
long time because it's just 2 free value on board that already plays into the thing you wanted to be doing. Prior to Bright Lights, when they didn't even have
LSS
many other
certainly makes
cost
enough money
attacks in the
where
deck
if
outside
they
of
wanted to
Throttle and
record
Maximum
and
Velocity
stream
was
both at
still
the same time,
an
they could.
all-star for the longest time.
I
Used to
guess.
send your maximum velocities to 12 or throttles to 8 in a pinch. Used to great effect here.
The
pushing
thing
Heist to
about
7,
that,
as you said,
I think it makes sense logistically not to stream both of them, because you're just going to split the viewership. You're not actually getting extra views out of doing that.
He doesn't want to block with this Kasaya. It's a little too
And
early
the
to
CC one
activate
matters
the
more
Zen
for
stability by pitching an energy.
eyeballs on the
Shugo
game
is a
and spending
painful
money
thing
on
to give up at
cardboard.
this stage of the game because it represents
So, like,
slow
I
hard
understand
value
if they
game
only do the
drags
one.
on, and I hardly even need to say it, but I will anyways. Traverse the universe, which when this defends, searches your deck for an inner chi and puts it into your hand, is functionally useless. No, maybe worse than useless in this scenario, because if you put an inner chi in your hand, you can make no use of it, and you are then hanging on to a no block for as long as an old time zone remains.
I mean, all that
in the
being
arena.
said,
And there's
he's
one
still
more
at
turn of the
26.
time zone thanks to the fast and furious hit
He's
from
still
Banzone to the top
technically ahead in this
from a
game.
boost.
I
So Aaron
think
getting plenty
I don't
of
think he's
relief from
behind.
that null time
he just
zone.
needs to get out of the box,
Jordan
make his
having
end
a
state,
really
and
long think about this heist.
that's probably nail in the
Really
coffin.
give 3 cards up on defense. Will the tempo loss be too great?
The thing is, like, he's spending all this time playing these items that aren't actually advancing the game. Like, these items aren't converting into damage. They're converting into preventing your opponent from preventing damage, but then you're presenting less damage. Like, if these were just boom grenades in play instead, theoretically, he could have presented more damage instead.
Brutally enough, too, Jordan only has 3 blocking cards in hand and a path well traveled. If he shuts down this heist on hit without giving up this crucial armor that's a little too expensive to block with at this stage of the game,
Oh, just block 2 cards, send the E-Strike. It's not that deep.
in his hand where he will likely just be forced to either
Is that a spinning and a 3 block? Whatever, just block 5.
into the Tiger, or just swing the Tiger taming Kakara for 2.
I don't think he's low enough
pass
to,
the
like...
turn back to Aaron. I don't think.
I guess you could just keep a blue, and you could block...
Oh,
Oh, this is for 7? Did he Goliath Gauntlet this?
I don't think so either. I didn't expect.
I guess you could block gloves.
Whatsoever. We've seen sensors. We've seen null time zones, and now the heist threatens. Couldn't get another null time zone, but could get that Techlo core or the yellow boom grenade that we saw.
I'm assuming Arsenal is a Chi.
And Jordan here, making us work for our food today, as we are really excited to see.
It's probably
how
like
he
block
wants
2
to
cards plus
block.
armor on this.
No, for Jordan Long
Okay.
here. Looks like he might go ahead and perhaps consider a block.
Yeah, block 2 cards plus armor on this.
Consider other things.
And then maybe
I
also
don't really
block
know
the
if there's
E-Strike
any
on
side
something
to
else and
the
just
man at
Kakara for
5-1
2.
here at
Or
calling day 1.
block 2 cards plus armor and then E-Strike for 7.
You gonna play some Flesh and Blood later?
I would love to, Ellie. That sounds great to me. Looks like we're going to block for 2,
Bro,
5,
what?
and 3.
How is it this before the gloves? In what universe? What?
He's searching his deck for an inner chi.
No, I don't. You
Well, you
can't-
can put it on the
it doesn't
bottom
say
with the
edge.
E-Strike.
It says when this defense, search
Oh,
your
you
deck for an inner
must.
chi, reveal it, put it
What's his third?
into your hand, then shuffle.
He has an
This is
E-Strike
probably
and
why
a
the
blue.
decision took too long. Took so long.
Card
Yeah,
game
that's not
nerd
correct at all.
interruption here.
me.
While this is not a May, it is implicit in Flesh and Blood's rules that when searching your deck for something, as long as it is not generic, example being Arachne Trapdoor, which you may banish a card.
I don't agree with this. I think you want to keep your hat for your chest.
Something specific. When you are searching your deck for something specific, you may
Or a big
always
turn.
Failed to
declare
find.
that you failed to find.
Which this is not.
Depends on what the next hand looks like.
Yeah. Or not.
You have the option.
It is now going to be an outpace coming in 4-4. This can't be defended by equipment, but now that's the second counter on the Hanabi Blaster. So
This is
Jordan
the last
here
trade.
still keeping that blue in the hand.
No, there's 5 after
He's not
this.
able to do
Oh, he
anything
has
with
the
it
gun.
for
He's got the
a
habanero
whole
blaster.
nother turn. Can't pitch or play it on this turn, and then the null time zone's going to stick around. He can't pitch or play it on that
Habanero
turn
blaster.
either.
Hot.
And now that's 4 damage over the top of the no blocks here. 1 more counter remains on the Cerebellum processor. Dude, the null time zone doing major work in this matchup, especially now that the blaster sits on 2. 5 damage on offer on a future turn whenever Aaron Cuthbert wants.
You know what the look on Jordan Long's face says to me right now? It says, man, what did I do to you? Here comes a Tiger Form incantation. 1 paid for with the path well traveled. This is a blue. It will generate a Crouching Tiger, and your next Crouching Tiger this turn gets +1
Yeah,
power.
I don't know about this. Is suspicious. I would have
Is this the
just
one from turn 0?
blocked gloves.
Yes, there instead of
It
the
has been
Ancestral
stuck there for
Harmony.
quite some
Yeah,
time.
he's been.
I don't know why we're
Two
throwing away our
Ancestral
hat
Harmonies
for
pitched in at the same time. The shuffle.
I think I'll-
what 2 value. We're getting like extra 2 value out of the
A
hat.
little bit, but that.
I'm surely our hat is worth more than 2.
So long.
What's up?
I
Is
think even
holding
just blocking
an Enlightened Strike in this hand, so we will likely
it was
see
7.
that inner chi.
Yeah, so
used
he had 5 block to
farm
throw away from
on the
hand.
bottom of your
Yeah.
deck
So
as
you
well.
you do the gloves.
Additional
You could
cost,
also
which
just block
says
3 cards.
when you play
That's
Sure.
probably better than what he
as an
did.
additional
I would
cost,
block
you
2.
Yeah,
from your hand
the
on
2
bottom
plays
of
that
your
I think were reasonable
then
there
choose a mode,
was
either
block
draw a card,
2
Enlightened
cards
Strike
plus
gains +2,
gloves,
or Enlightened
and then
Strike
throw E-Strike
gains
for 7,
go again.
Alright.
or
Inner chi
block
still
2 cards and
functionally
gloves,
pitching for
and
something
then
on
also
this turn,
block
but nowhere
E-Strike
near
on
as
the
efficient
next
as
chain
you would
link,
like to be,
and then just Kakara
as
for 2.
I would imagine Jordan would much prefer to be
his
pitching
boots are
it into
used.
Zen
Yeah.
Gamer
So
of
it's good
Purposes
to
hero
block 7.
ability.
And there's a good use out of that one. I was wondering what the plan was for the inner chi, but it's just going
Probably.
to
It
be
has 2 minus counters on it,
has a
weirdly.
blue here. That just is put to the bottom. Here comes the Enlightened Strike card drawn off the top, most likely. Often how these cards are used. Maybe it's going to be +2. You see players having a bit of a laugh here. As it looks like Aaron probably just identified, oh, there goes the energy.
I'm cursed.
You're completely cursed. No, you know, the first stage
She's
is
molding
acceptance.
again about the hand cam
And
thing.
then we can talk about exorcism. But stage 1 is acceptance. Definitely acceptance first.
Cursed for
I kind of want to make a facetious tweet about it. And like, I'm really disappointed by this stream. I was really expecting to be able to see the cards in people's hands, but the unprofessional casters were just unable to capture the cards in their hand. I don't know if I can continue watching Flesh and Blood casting at this level.
It is true.
I don't think I'm going to do that because that would be funny to anyone that gets the joke, but then see it come off really bad to anyone that doesn't get the joke.
See what the card was? Maybe we can catch a glimpse. Please don't just turn it 90 degrees into Arsenal. I bet. I bet.
Russian Tiger goes away. It is a stir the pot, I think. I think it's a Marvel stir the pot. So that is going to have to hang out in the arsenal once again for quite some time. It looks like
So
Aaron
Justin wanted a set of all the
doing
assassin
dash
stuff.
IO activation at the start of the turn. No, turn is passed. Card hits the arsenal. Jordan Long draws another 4 cards. The final Steam counter is
Connor
going to
also
tick
won a
down
set of
from
all the
both the
assassin
null
stuff.
time zone and the cerebellum
And Justin wanted
processor.
a set of all the assassin
What a
stuff.
fascinating game.
And Justin
of
wanted a
that.
set of all the
I've literally
assassin
never
stuff.
seen any game. I've never seen any
I mean,
game
this
like
card
this.
has been-
We're not going to have enough assassin
The card
stuff
came
at
out
this
hours
rate.
ago, and we are seeing
there-
how
there
it
were
impacts the
several
meta
people that
in
just wanted
real
to set
time.
up
Zen, a
every
deck that has done so much work over our last constructed season in metagame, and now we're seeing how the Hunted is going to bring new strategies to the gaming table. Heist again. We have seen Jordan
Says
just
block, dummy.
yeah, in the blender a couple times with this one. Now has to consider if he wants to give either of those armor pieces or a couple cards on this heist.
Still cannot make use of an inner chi on this turn.
Also, Aaron, quietly, I feel like we've been talking about how much the inner chi is affecting Jordan. He's just not able to use the hero ability. The Zen stake is turned off. Aaron's down to 10. He's just been taking all the damage that Zen
He's
has
not
been
blocked.
offering. He's not been blocking. He's just been trying to present as much as he can. He does have the 5 damage here from the Hanabi Blaster. He does
There's
have
2
the
piles for
Cerebellum
Assassin
Processor
Warrior
that
for some
can
reason.
turn this turn into
wait,
something
what?
a little more devastating. But these heists,
you
they've been
sorted?
getting
Yeah.
blocked, and Aaron's not been doing a lot of blocking on his
I just
own.
put it into 2
We
separate
haven't
piles.
seen really much in the way of Dash IO activations, and that's where the deck really shines. It's kind of, I mean, I just find it pretty interesting that even though I feel like I've been watching this game, I'm like, oh man, Zen's having a tough time, can't pitch any inner chi, still got the life lead, and when your opponent's at 10, even without
Yeah, 'cause he's
being able to be pitched,
Doing all the shit that doesn't actually convert to damage. You can't play the game. Okay, I'll just fatigue you.
The king of
Shit.
mid-range. Jordan stuck with another Transcendent instant in hand here.
Well, 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 well. If it isn't the consequences of my own actions once again.
And he can always activate Achilles Accelerator
Good
now
streams.
that he's
Well, well, well.
Person that just played themselves against Hamilton.
off the top comes
I don't
the
know.
I mean, that's like,
gonna grab us at
honestly,
that
that's the
point.
biggest thing
So
about Flesh and
important
Blood.
for
Most
the
games
Cerebellum
are not
processor
won by
on
you
this
playing,
turn.
like,
Aaron needed to find this while the
perfect or
Cerebellum
anything like
processor
that. It's
was
making
still
less
in
mistakes than the
arena
other
while
person.
Dash
Usually the person that
Eight
makes the
Frame
least
had
amount of
expanded
mistakes
to
wins,
this point.
not the person
There's
that makes the best
second
plays.
action point. Let's see just how he wants to utilize them both here. Card can be drawn at any point now. 2 cards are already out of the hand.
I guess I should give him the generic
like-
cards too.
Just like
Justin?
Yeah. He doesn't need
excuse
any
me.
of this.
chain close here now. If
They
the
probably
Cerebellum
want some of
processor
this.
can be activated, card can be drawn.
Action points on Dash IO's side of the board, piloted by Aaron Cutbirth. But we're gonna see a spark
I'd give
of
him anything
genius
that
search his
cares
deck
about
for
marking
any
or whatever.
zero
Yeah, I'm
cost
also giving him this one
item
that cares
here.
about defense reactions. There's like a universe that he plays that, but whatever.
X as 0.
It's a 1 for 5.
Pour any resources into Spark of Genius.
Yeah, just a really, really great card for Aaron to find here. He's going to be able to not only draw a card off of the Spark of Genius effect, he's also going to be able to maintain his 2 action points because he can grab a card that cranks, get himself an action point with the crank, and then when he plays the Spark of Genius, he's back down to 2 action points, able to keep going after drawing a card and having another item. The question is, can he find a card that can threaten the 3 damage from the Boom Grenade? He certainly thinks he can because he's grabbing a
another
red
Boom
one
Grenade.
right now.
25.
So he's got to find a way to push an attack action card over the top. And if he does, that is 7 damage that Jordan Long is going to take as the 2 boom grenades tick, tick, boom all over the arena.
55.
I didn't know that there was an Aurora in this game. It looks like Jordan's life total is
60.
threatening to be gone
65.
in a flash. Aaron's
Haha.
basically plus 2 cards in this scenario as he gets an item out of his deck, draws off of Spark of Genius, and already has 2 action points, though I do believe he is cranking this Boom Grenade, and he'll have the opportunity to draw yet again off of the Cerebellum Processor. I think we were kind of questioning, what is Aaron angling for? What is he setting up for? Where is he going with all this setup? And the answer is A, the freaking maximum velocity that is presently in his hand,
Yeah.
and B, this massive explosive turn where he gets to leverage multiple action points to convert them into multiple extra cards.
And importantly, because he's able to look at the top of the deck, he's always able to have some decision about if he wants to try to boost some things away, activate the Tekla Foundry Heart before he activates the Cerebellum Processor. He knows the card he's drawing. Dash.io lets you look at the top card of your deck at any point. So he's looking at the top of the deck, deciding, is this the card I want in Cerebellum? Do I want to try to utilize something like a boost or a Tekla Foundry card to change my futures and change the card I'm going to grab with the
Where's my
Cerebellum?
pen?
With those 2 Boom Grenades, it is imperative that if Aaron wants to take down his opponent, he has to get an attack action card through here. But Jordan Long, he has been trying desperately to work through the null time zone. At the end of this turn, unless a Fast and Furious gets boosted again, that will be the end of the null
He's literally
time
just been
zone.
under
When
null
it goes
time
up
zone
and
all
down, that's
game.
not the
He's still
answer
winning.
For Jordan, or excuse me, for Aaron of what he wants from the Cerebellum.
Like,
He's
I
going to go
put
ahead
second
and
one, or is it
sprocket
still the
rocket.
four
Come
I
on,
think it's still the
combat
same
chain,
one.
and If it hits, 7 damage is going to be taken.
In addition to the 3 it already deals.
Exactly, so you have to imagine Jordan
Oh, no.
very incentivized
Anyways.
in blocking here with that chase the tail.
You said someone else wanted assassin cards?
Completely out of blocking cards in his hand,
Connor.
though Aaron may not know this. Activating the Cerebellum Processor. See what the rip is. The yellow T-Bone.
Yellow T-Bone will take that final card, and if it is a no block, it's going to buy some equipment from Jordan to keep this turn from getting disastrous. I wonder if that maximum velocity is just destined for the Arsenal. We do have the Hanabi Blaster that can follow this up with 5 damage no matter what. Won't threaten the Boom Grenades.
Is Hanabi Blaster a once per turn activation on firing?
I
That's a
think so.
good question.
I think so.
We'll find out, though.
It is. Once per turn action, remove 2 steam counters from Hanabi Blaster. Attack for 5 with Overpower. I was curious if,
What's the
in the
motion?
process of
If
racking up
Habanero Blaster was a
4
once per turn.
counters like he seems to be close to,
There were, shoot, Ellie was like,
he could fire it twice
Is
in the
that
same
once per
turn,
turn?
leveraging his Achilles
I think
accelerators.
it is.
But it looks like instead he's just going to crack it for 5 here and set himself up to fire it next turn with this maximum velocity in Arsenal. If he can fire off this maximum velocity, even though these Boom Grenades did not connect,
Yeah,
they
reasonable
forced
question.
Jordan's entire blocking hand onto the combat chain, and Jordan is left
Let's see
with
if
something
Connor
less
actually wants
than stellar to work
common
with here. He is
generics as well.
nearly out
I
of
wouldn't
armor.
be surprised
He didn't
if
get to
Connor,
get much value out of his Traverse the
has a
Universe,
very specific
and
list
his
of things
hand
he
is a
wants because
complete
he
brick
already picked
as
up some
Aaron
out of it.
Cutbirth draws
At
into
the
a
very
twin
least.
drive to set up the maximum velocity in his arsenal to push nearly guaranteed lethal damage against his opponent Jordan Long on the other side of the table. This is the last round of day 1 of the calling at Memphis, Tennessee, in this stop on the World Tour, and both of these players are fighting to remain in the X1 bracket live for top 8 going into the second day.
X1 significantly better than X2. Both of these players will make it into day 2, but the question is which one has a greater chance of hitting that top 8, can lose, you know, even a single game. Most likely in these tournaments, you can't lose more than 2 or 3 to make it into the
In my
top
brain,
8.
I thought this was a Draconic card.
Drawing
Oh,
a yellow
fucking
T-Bone
right
off
it
the
is.
top, favoring yet more zero-cost boosts rather than the other blue in Aaron's hand.
And there's another card that goes to the bottom of the deck that Jordan could do not with, given that the null time zone was in the arena. But now look at all the items
Yeah,
being
but
destroyed.
who needs
Dash.io
Chi
has scrapped her item. She's starting
when the
fresh
boom grenades
and
don't
has
hit
to take
anyways?
care
Like, the
of
whole
this
point is
game
to try
without
to
the help
stop the
of
boom
her
grenades and shit with
trusty
your
gadgets.
Zen State
But let's
token.
see if just
But
good
what if they just
old-fashioned
don't hit to begin with?
Technologist attack action cards can get Dash and Aaron over the hump.
Man,
Jordan
is
has drawn
up
another
on the
Transcend
right
instant
here.
in this hand. I
This
do
is
believe in the form of a
fully
drop
class
in
and
the
talent
ocean.
sorted.
This card does not block, but in conjunction with the Stir the Pot in
needs
his
to be
arsenal,
card
he
sorted.
can
Okay, he
use
actually just sent me
12
a
Petal
list.
Kasaya to generate a Zen state and do a little bit of extra blocking on this turn.
Tough part
though
is I
it
don't actually know what
remains
any
to
of
be
these card
seen
names are.
if a little bit of extra
This
blocking
doesn't mean
from his
anything for
Zen
me.
state
I also
will
don't.
actually generate enough life total to keep him alive going into his next turn with enough to fire back with.
5 go again on the combat chain here. Jordan gonna take a think.
Gotta take a think.
He's got the Kasaya. Most likely going to be a Zen state play just to try to stay alive. Seeing those 2 cards get banished off the top, if you're Jordan, you
Do you even
have
need to stay alive?
smell maximum velocity.
He's at 10.
Somewhere in the arena.
Does he have a hand? 2 cards?
And play the drop in the ocean to give this attack -1. And then play the Stir the Pot, double Transcend. Here comes the double Transcend. -1 to the attack. This is all in reactions. Then the Stir the Pot as well.
Nice null space. Anyways, back to
Now
regularly
these-
scheduled
Both of these
cheating.
cards are going to transcend. In damage resolution, the 12 petal Kasaya can be activated because finally
We're out of the box,
the
chat.
freaking
We can
inner
play the
cheese that
game.
This deck once built around pitching inner cheese, but Null Time Zone said no.
Inner cheese.
3 turns in a row, thanks to that Fast and Furious. Honestly, so cool to see expansion slot cards and armory deck cards working together in such a way to try to take down a true terror of the metagame in Zen.
When they said they were sending some targeted support Dash.io's way after banning High Octane.
Oh my god. Imagine if he had another chi here.
Imagine
Just
if
don't
he
even
had
pitch
another
a card to
chance
activate the
get
chess
Transcend
piece.
instance.
Just use the free dollars to do it.
Goodbye, indeed. Looks like that wasn't the case, though. 2 floating still made off of the Kasaya because it is still in the arena at this time. So 2 damage over the top now. Jordan goes down to 12.
12 plays 10. Aaron considering the top card of his deck yet again. We've got a maximum velocity waiting in the wings here. 1 floating, Tekla Foundry Heart unused. We could dig for some items. We can push more damage. And you can even break the chain to force Jordan to act now and make the Zen state if he would like to.
Now, Hanabi Blaster and Twin Drive. Hanabi Blaster says the 3rd time you play a card with boost.
Correct.
So it doesn't care that you boosted twice on the Twin Drive.
Correct.
Even though it says boost, boost, you need to play a card 3 times.
Correct.
So this Hanabi Blaster is still looking for 2 more cards to be played with boost to get a second all-important counter to be able to be attacked with. But it's time for the Kasaya to be pushed into the graveyard for that Zen state creation. All attacks for the next 2 turns against Jordan are going to be at basically a veritable -1, as 1 damage will be prevented from this point forward. It's time for the Tekla Foundry Heart to be activated. 2 cards off the top. That means we are up to 2 floating for the, of course, maximum velocity we know is in the arsenal. You have to imagine at this point, Jordan also probably has selected out.
We have a zero cost?
A
Yeah.
Sprocket Rocket and a yellow T-Bone in Aaron's hand here.
That means 2 cards with boost can be played for the Hanabi Blaster.
Yeah, he can very easily both turn on Maximum Velocity and Hanabi Blaster on this
This is
turn.
a
Even
huge
with his
turn.
state, that is a devastating amount of damage when your opponent is at 12. You're looking at 2 into 3 into 5 into 10. That is another 20 damage. While Jordan is only at 12, even with the defensive capabilities of the Zen state on his side, it's still a little bit difficult to actually push through. And count that as 21 because Aaron Cutbirth has banished an item with Sprocket Rocket by boosting it, giving this +1 power.
Kind of canceling out the benefit of the Zen state there, getting the +1 off the top. It's
Does he
obviously rare
end
to
up
see
barely
a board
crossing the
with
finish line
Sprocket
because of this
Rockets hit
hand?
The 4, but when you do, they are just so impressive. 3 damage, Jordan has to think about.
Jordan asking his opponent, you've boosted 3 times, haven't you? Shouldn't you put a counter on Hanabi Blaster? Unfortunately for all of us Hanabi Blaster lovers out there, of which I am one of, it is not how that card works.
You know, Jordan wants to handle this. 15 minutes left in the round. 10 currently playing 12. Aaron went down to 10 to kind of establish this tempo, took all of the cards out of Jordan's hand last turn, save for a measly one card that was put into the Tiger Taming Kakara.
We know he is holding at least one inner chi. I believe he is holding a Chase the Tail. Come on, Jordan. Show me those cards.
Cursed.
I'm cursed.
Okay, there you
Wait,
go.
Levels of Enlightenment, Tiger Swipe, Command and Conquer.
Why won't this let me import?
Cheat.
I mean, it's a good hand. It's certainly a good hand. Without the Kasaya, though, it does make that Levels of Enlightenment slightly more
What the heck?
challenging to be at its most powerful.
To fire off.
So this was 3 damage that was taken, so Jordan should be down to 9. Here comes that T-Bone. Once again, that T-Bone just loves having the pouncing
You said
paws.
-2 earlier. This pouncing pause is at -4.
Yeah.
Can we see a boom grenade off the top?
Boom grenade off the
Oh,
top
Aaron
would be
got-
no.
Oh, that's
would
pretty
be
expensive.
no maximum velocity. Yeah.
Yeah, very expensive play there. Very expensive play.
So Jordan is currently at 9. This threatens to put him to 8, and then the maximum velocity does need to be blocked with a card.
As well as a Hanabi Blaster following it if he chooses to cash in his Achilles Accelerator.
Yeah, I wonder if what the value proposition is for Aaron. You cash in the accelerator, you get the damage with the Hanabi Blaster, but I mean, actually, let's be clear. Depending on how low Jordan goes, the overpower on the Hanabi Blaster
Could kill
could
him.
actually be the difference maker. Aaron Cuthbert here is just going to go ahead and put down the damage here with the Hanabi Blaster because he can still, at this point, utilize the Achilles Accelerator to come on through from this point forward. Interesting use here. I wondered if the overpower would have been enough after the maximum velocity. You kind of put the onus on Jordan. He gets to decide a little bit more with this overpower.
Yeah, for
You
sure.
know, if he got the
I
maximum velocity first.
I think he should have
You as
held off on the
doing dash
gunshot
attack
here just to
decide if
give
you
his
want to
opponent a
push
chance to
your
misplay.
Hanabi Blaster, push your Achilles Accelerator into the arena based on your opponent's blocks. You're pretty priced into it here, right? You've used the Teklo Foundry.
Like,
you used
surely the
all
jig
of
is
the
up
resources
that
to
there's
get
a
10
max
damage.
V in Arsenal here.
Looks as though 4 damage is going to be taken, putting Jordan down to 4.
Interestingly,
Like,
though,
that's suspicious. My opponent
still
activated
the
chest
most information
and it still
Jordan
has
said,
$2
positive.
floating.
It's a maximum velocity. It could be a throttle, a heist, a time drive, or something similar
our,
to that effect. And
current
the longer
pace,
Aaron
I
waits
think
to
we
actually show his opponent that,
be able to
especially
finish this
manufacturing a
turn.
situation where it looks like
we
he is
shouldn't
closing
let
his
them
turn
do
out
tomorrow.
with 2 floating. Maybe he was
Maybe
digging
they
for an
do,
item
but, like-
with that Teklo Foundry hard activation.
Yeah,
With this
I'm gonna
Hanabi
finish
Blaster, it
watching
puts
this game,
Jordan
and then I
in
think
a
I'm gonna
tougher
end stream.
situation
Maybe
because
do
maximum velocity is
and then
coming
go
from a
eat,
functional
and then let me
9.
just look at this real
Jordan
quick.
has to give at
And
least
do.
2 cards to not
Oh, we still got some
outright
people here. Let's do one more giveaway, and then I'm gonna end stream and go
This
eat.
is flesh and blood, baby. These are the types of decisions that make our game so great. For Aaron here, stars have aligned and pushed him to throw down a maximum velocity.
What do you guys think? One more giveaway?
Doesn't care about that Zen state. Needs to just push the damage, get cards out of Zen's hand. On the combat chain with this maximum velocity, one of the most iconic cards in Flesh and Blood, a card that has won callings, a card that has taken down
Fucking
tournaments.
pouncing
And
paws
now
with 3
sits here
counters
the
on
hands
it.
of Aaron
It's
Cuthbert as
hilarious.
He looks to move on to 6-1, but Jordan, Long, and Zen are trying to have something.
Oh, that's
to say
true. I
about
shouldn't
it.
run
The
another
question is,
contest
will
then.
he be able to stay alive long enough
Can't let
to
you win.
finally allow for the inner cheese in his deck to provide the value they've been trying to provide all game, but the null time zone doing so much work here in keeping this Zen deck from playing a little more, or keeping it playing a little more fair.
Unlucky.
forcing fairness while not playing particularly fair on her own does seem to be a little.
By the way, do you guys have any opinions on this camera setup for the 2 different dual cam setups that I did for this? Does this seem fine for future streams, or any feedback for the future?
Isaiah is beholden to no such restrictions.
Yeah,
as she
T-Bone,
racks T-Bone.
give me your equipment.
Give me your traverse, racking up pretty substantial incremental advantages via, you know, permanents that she puts on the board via extra cards generated by previous turn setup. It's a really interesting hero.
Now imagine if we had turns like this earlier in the game instead of dicking around with the stupid ass
Creates
null
items.
thing.
It's like she's an
And then when she
inventor.
battles these other heroes, she can use the items. This is taking all 3 of the cards out of Jordan's hand. That is going to buy all of the blocks. One would come over the top, but the Zen State is going to go ahead and take care of that. So Aaron Cuthbert, he's got 11 minutes left to try to close the distance, put those final 4 points of damage on the combat chain to finish this thing off. Jordan, a little bit of a stumble from Aaron means he might be able to get back into this one, and we know Zen, even with a couple cards, can present some nasty amounts of damage. Inner
with
Chi.
one card. Even with one card.
Yeah, your Inner Chi here is going to go ahead and grab, what do you think it is, Tiger Swipe?
Tiger Swipe for
Yeah.
sure. 1 card 4.
Turns the Inner Chi into a Tiger Swipe.
Aaron Cutbirth has drawn the 3rd null time zone, by the way. Woo! Woo! Would you maybe even call Dash an extraordinary inventor? 2 on the nose.
Yeah, that's actually not feeling quite right.
Don't like it.
I'm not sure. We can workshop it.
We can workshop.
We can workshop it.
Okay, I'll get back to you on that one.
Thank you very much.
All right.
3 to
I
6
think-
business days.
I think I know the word that I want to
Yeah.
do for this one.
Something like that. What's going to be the call? The call is going to be Tiger Swipe for Jordan.
Sadly, no Tiger Stripe Shuko left to pump this, as this would be a 1 card 5 with it.
Yeah, Jordan needed to use that Tiger Stripe Shuko to stop a bunch of boom grenades a couple of turns ago.
Let's go with null this time. Type null to enter the last scarf for a scarf contest entry.
Look at all those tigers.
Look at all those tigers.
There's so many
That
tigers.
is actually a lot of tigers. I never actually looked at the art of that.
What are you talking about? Look at
They're
all the
like
tigers.
spectral tigers.
Still tigers.
Spectral tigers.
They're ephemeral tigers. Oh,
You are allowed to chi now.
Come on. Insane.
Ephemeral tigers.
Jordan,
Unfortunately,
what do you think?
I'm going to put your chi on the bottom of the contest.
About what? Yeah, it looks like he's
Considering-
thinking about the pouncing pause here.
Curious. Perhaps he's considering using the pouncing pause to generate a crouching tiger in his banished zone to fire.
And again,
off
if you guys didn't hear me
Swipes
say
into
this
the
earlier,
arsenal.
To enter, I need a
Crouching
United
tiger,
States
although at the
address
moment,
to
I
ship
believe
this
he
to.
sees that
So
it is
if you're
all
out of
insane.
country,
Yeah,
As he
yeah.
can activate
not
pouncing pause at any
able to
time.
enter the contest.
No powder kegs on Aaron Cutbirth's side.
I
of
will
the
just
field.
call you a clown.
Understand.
and move on with life.
That'd be pretty fun.
Zen State
It's all
loses
it's what it's all about,
its
finding opportunities to
balance
call people a
counter.
clown.
Balance counter.
It's a balance counter.
That means it is time for Aaron Cuthbert. He puts down the boom grenade,
Open with Boom Grenade is
Going
not
to
that
crank it.
exciting of a start.
pitches away the cerebellum processor. Here comes the zipper hit. This banishes another maximum velocity. I wonder how thick.
It's kind of
that
annoying that
is.
it still
9
gets 2
minutes
cards even
remaining
though we have the
in
Zen State in
round.
play.
6 playing 4. This is 5, but on hit die. So
Sure.
all of a sudden, it's got to be respected. Jordan has to give cards even if he doesn't want to.
Even if he's incapable, he is holding a block card, 200 wins, and a command and conquer. It's likely Aaron can force Jordan.
Just
to
hope that you
tire
catch him with his
him
pants down
off
with
the combat chain.
4 block in hand. No, that doesn't even do it. He needs to have 3 instants in
Tiger's Eye
hand.
reflex when it defends.
Make a crouching tiger in your banished zone. You may play it during your next turn.
And behind the 100 wins as well. God, also insane art on Tiger's Eye reflex.
I love that one.
So sick.
Hope we hit an item, I guess.
Looks like we might be getting something off the top here. It's a backup protocol red.
Ooh.
This is going to take a card.
Wait, that's
excuse me,
huge.
A resource pitched, but
Wait,
now
that's
all of a sudden,
huge.
another card can be utilized from the graveyard to try to threaten this boom grenade as well.
Can he defend the next one?
Teklo found
What's the other
one
card? It's 100 wins and
still
what?
Available with a null time zone in Aaron Cutbirth's hand. He
What's the other
has
card in
some
his hand?
Pretty serious options available to him on this turn cycle. He can either establish a null time zone and lock Jordan down a little bit further, or he can put him in a position where he has to block out an even larger attack if he chooses to retrieve something like a heist. Jordan only has 5 block value left.
Do you have
in
a
his
throttle?
hand, too. Though I'm
Let's definitely get like
unsure if
a
Aaron's
red throttle
capable
here,
of
because
preventing
any
that.
any damage
Zen
is
State
lethal.
of going
So
over the Zen State, yeah.
You
Even
just
if
want the
grab
extra
0 to
point.
60 here, it actually only comes in for 3, or it comes in for 4, and then the Zen State would prevent the 1 damage over the top.
0 to 60 into null time zone can be breaking the combat.
EP.
Tekla found your heart to get the requisite resources needed. There's the 3rd and final maximum velocity, but maybe he doesn't think he's going to need it here. Deck is starting to look a little.
I don't know
thin
about
for
that,
Aaron.
Chief.
He's got to find a way to close this game before he runs out of cards. Activating the backup protocol red. Get a red attack action card from his graveyard and put it in his hand. Basically trading a card for a card here since he has paid 3 resources.
I assume that was a blue throttle that we saw at the back.
Turning a blue into a red is far from bad. Notably, he cranked that backup protocol, so since he doesn't have to boost this 0 to 60,
I don't know. I think I might have been a greed monster and went for the 2 for 5.
And here comes Null Time Zone yet again. I wonder what he's named.
There's like a pretty reasonable chance that your opponent is unable to defend the 2 for 5. I think that's like the higher win percentage.
That makes sense.
Absolutely makes sense.
Because if you're making this play anyways, it's like, well, if they had the Chi in hand right now, if you just go for the 2 for 5, they're dead. They are just deceased. So this realistically only matters for next turn.
I name Inner Chi. My opponent doesn't have an Inner Chi, but imagine how sick it would be if it was Inner Chi, though.
100 wins now, just goes in the Kakara once again. Aaron doesn't have to think about
it. But it's not even just like, oh, the chance of a no block. We're putting this item in play in case he has the no block. Well, if he has the no block, he's dead.
Very different if Jordan was able to be presenting.
So this only matters on the next round.
You think about how many turns the Zen deck was not able to do what it was trying to do.
He has only activated his hero ability once this game.
Was it turn 0?
Turn 0?
Oh my gosh.
Yep. He's certainly not allowed to do it right now.
Here's the 1 damage because of the Tiger's Eye reflex, so this is going to threaten half of Aaron's life total, and you have to imagine a single Zen activation would have meant Aaron was blocking on this turn. Jordan would have been able to present 3 more value. It is guaranteed from there. Null Time Zone really showing off what it was brought out to do, and that is to add some
like maybe an argument for blocking the chest there, just in case.
Struggled before. And it's looking like it might be propelling Aaron Cuthbert
1 point higher, so you don't have to play around grain that tips the scale on a future turn.
Here's 0 to 60. Here's 4.
Boosting a 0 to 60 red.
That's the final 0 to 60 red out of the deck. Boy, that deck is looking really thin, though.
Thin it may be. Gas remains in the tank. I think he may be able to push through on this turn. Let's see how much block value Jordan is working. Cursed.
Cursed. Absolutely cursed.
He has a Biting Breeze, and 2.
I think someone might be deceased.
2 Transcend cards.
He has a total of 4 block value.
Here comes the Teklo core. All of a sudden, the Inner Chis have been laughing at Jordan all game long.
Does Teklo core do anything?
Sides of the table, they haunt him. The Null Time Zone saying, you can't play them. These Inner Chis in the hand that will be created aren't going to block. Meaning that this game might be over very quickly if Aaron Cuthbert is able to find a way to get over the top here. That's 2 damage from the 0 to 60, so now Jordan's down to 2.
No. It's his great-great-grandkids.
In Jordan's end?
Yeah.
It is a blue Biting Breeze.
At least he can Kakara and then set the other one if he doesn't die here.
That means lethal damage.
But that doesn't like actually progress the game in any meaningful way.
Counting up the battle worn counters, despite it no longer being relevant.
Oh yeah. No armor has ever blocked for less than that pounce.
I think he saw all 3, unless this is the one that he pitched earlier.
Blocks for 2, so 1 damage.
He definitely saw one earlier in the game, beyond the one that was in play for multiple rounds.
And to move on to 6 and 1 here at the calling, the blue outpace. It doesn't come in for very much, but when your opponent is at 1, 2 is plenty.
All right, I'm gonna run the contest in a second. Make sure you guys enter before I run it. Again, it's null to enter.
Will take care of the game.
Need a United States address to ship this
no
to.
No blocks, no reactions. The fist bump is extended. And off the back of the new Null Time Zone from Flesh and Blood's newest.
I might have to run it more than once because for some reason it's showing some people in here that entered earlier. Actually, I think I just manually uncheck them because he's not here anymore.
Day 1 here from the calling in Memphis. That game.
That was crazy.
That was fire.
That was a true spark of genius. Watching Aaron Cuthbert.
All right, let's see who won. Again, I might need to run this again. I gotta double check.
Just sticking it on the board, playing towards finding Fast and Furious boosts off the top, like you said.
Congratulations!
Keep it in play and keep his opponent's Inner Chi locks down.
Yeah.
I dare say that matchup has gone from bad for Dash.io to grim for Zen.
Yeah, we will have to see. I can honestly say I have never seen a Flesh and Blood game play out like that.
I know,
like,
right?
Truly never. I've never seen one where one side is
Luna,
really able to
DM me on Twitter, Blue Sky, Discord, somewhere. Send me your address of where I'm shipping this to. Again, it needs to be United States address, or it's mine.
3 at the end of that game.
It's mine. And with that, I need food real bad. I think I'm going to end stream here, do a little bit more organizing on my own afterwards. Thank you so much for everyone that stuck around to the end, and for anyone that was watching. I really appreciate you guys. I might do another one tomorrow just to watch some more of the coverage. If you guys are interested in that, let me know. We'll see how I'm feeling tomorrow. I might change my mind and just play Final Fantasy instead. I've been catching up on Final Fantasy 14 in my spare time. I guess I could always do this setup again where the small camera is the game that I'm playing instead of my pack opening or anything, and kind of a similar setup. Yeah, thank you so much for watching. Good night, everyone.